Damn it.
Just hoping you want to just sit here and look at the camera. I thought it would be funny as hell. So, hello guys. We are here. Me and my wait. I think I'm lagging. Wait. I think you're this side. Okay. So Tim, this is my soul brother Tim, and he's great, and he's joined us here today to go through the final day of the shenanigans. So Tim, welcome, and I'm really glad you joined us today.
I'm
Mike to you.
I'm nervous. There's a mic in my face. No, I honestly I'm so happy to be here. I was here last week, obviously
Mhm.
for the mix masters, but now that we have some professionals in here, I did look at the schedule, women,
Mhm.
and I
Yeah.
will say that we have some bangers.
Yes, and we do. The problem is there is no non-banger matchup here because everyone here is a banging player. All of them are just dominating. There's absolutely nothing left to be desired after these guys are done with each other because boys, they're the top of the top, they're the cream of the crop, and it's gonna be a destruction either way. And guys, we have our first matchup, Wham Lord and Voltant. So I've heard stories of these teams, and apparently Ottoman French is a combination that came out of them.
Which is kind of it's kind of wild because I mean I don't know about you, but in a 1v1 situation, I literally can't remember the last time I played against Ottomans. It's been
Mm.
a long time, and I think they had some changes. I mean, compared to, I think it wasn't this patch, but it was the patch before. Their military schools got a little bit hastened. People started reading a little bit faster in the schools, which is great. You know, some of the spearmen come out a little bit quicker, but I feel like they just got absolutely buried in, I forget if it was the start of 7 or at the end of season 6, to the point where people just like put them down and
Mm.
never picked them up again.
Well, this is probably just a problem that you're facing in Plat now, but yeah,
Why?
in
God,
sorry.
this is the stream we're gonna do today. This is what we're gonna do. I'm buckled up for 6 hours. This garbage.
It's okay. Shotgun is there with you guys. Ottomans is actually being played up a little bit higher, and they've been doing okay. They're a great tempo sieve with the changes that we saw, but we don't really know what that looks like in 2v2s. But we do know what it looks like when the game is a little bit too big for the screen. So let's see. Baltimore and Chad against Marine Lord and Wham. If Marine Lord is the kind of guy, I was gonna say the kind of guy who can drive you nuts with his military school plays, but he opens with the barracks, and we're gonna get some really early aggression. Now, Tim, I don't know how many games you watched yesterday, but we saw so many people just play Dark Age shenanigans non-stop. So, what are we expecting here from Ottomans? What can he even deny from here?
Yeah, I mean, yesterday I was here for, I want to say just about every game, and I've noticed a lot of Dark Age play with HRE. Obviously, with marching drills, it just means your spearmen are a little bit quicker. You can take any fight that you want. With Ottomans, a lot of the times you think about going military school opening, but the thing of it is, you make that military school, it takes a while. That spearman's got to study up. He's got to get through university before he can come out and start shanking people. So, with Marine Lord going with the barracks, it just means he's able to get spearmen in an opportune amount of time, and he's up against a couple civs like Byzantines, like Ayyubids, that a lot of the times they want that first 3 or 4 minutes to kind of leave themselves to their own devices. You know, the Byzantines, they want to get their winery or what have you. Valdemar playing as the Ayyubids, he's going to want to get his House of Wisdom, get to Feudal Age, get some Desert Raiders, but Marine Lord's going to say, not so fast, my friend.
Marino kind of did this a little bit sneakily. Voldemort has no idea. As our beautiful producer behind the scenes has showed us, he was not aware of the stone not being mined. He would have been able to click it, but at that point, you didn't see the barracks, so you wouldn't expect any crazy shenanigans. These spearmen are actually doing a pretty good job at creating that early pressure, and it doesn't look like Voldemort is reacting. Now, he is a man who has completed a marathon yesterday, but a marathon might not be worth it as your villager goes down. Poor guy. He ran 4 hours. He went through hell to qualify for this, and then he loses a villager to the chimp with his spearman Dark Age shenanigans.
Yeah, I mean, Valdemar's villagers are going to have to complete their own marathon to get back to the town center, and going down one villager, you might think, well, it's one vill, like, who really cares? But when you have 13 total, you're losing about 6% of your economic gain, right? And then you think about how much resources that villager gets throughout the entirety of the game, right? It could mean your castle age is a little bit delayed if that's what he wants to do. But now he's sending the gaggle of them, Whammon, to go over and get that gold. That looks like every villager that ever existed for him.
He is desperately trying to get that age up because at this point you cannot just let that go. And I think this is just such a showcase of exactly what this game is about to be. Marine Lord with that insane aggression early on, and Wham going to hit School of Cavalry in a few moments, which means that the tempo will just be kept up. And like you like to say, there's always that ball of snow that's being packed, and it starts with that Dark Age push, and it's followed up with Knights.
Oh man, we're only a few minutes into the stream, but I'm really glad that you noticed that. It's getting a little chilly out here in the Northern Hemisphere, so I'm glad we're talking about snow just a little bit. And for Wham, getting the School of Cavalry in an opportune time, of course, and it's going to go up pretty quickly, probably around like 350-ish. He's going to be able to get that Knight right out. And while Marine Lord is doing this Dark Age aggression, while he's adding some Spearmen, oh my god, where are these villagers going? The Wham is going to be able to pack the snow really well, get a really good School of Cavalry time, get that Knight out as soon as possible. And then all of a sudden, Anatan's going to have to bail Valdemar out here a little bit. He's going to have to shield him a little bit, maybe make some units like Limitine or what have you. But Wham already has a Knight in queue.
And that Knight is such a big risk factor for Byzantines, because as Byzantines, you always struggle getting the units out to deal with the Knight at that timing. Now, what the question is, luckily, he didn't spend that early wood that we usually see on a farm from some players, but he got a barracks pretty quickly. So the first Limitine seems to have been queued up already, I believe. And the thing is, even though Marine Lord is going to be able to match the age-up timing of Voldemort, he's aging up with a bunch more spearmen in his possession, and he is just going to be able to keep up that pace. So even though we will see that spearman popping out from Anatan pretty soon. Oh. He got pop-capped. Are they coming? Are they stuck? No, never mind. Never mind. It looks like it kicked in. They did get out, but now there's spearmen that can also support this guy. But these villagers need to be careful because the berries, just like always, they're a little bit far out. But the Knight, just one strike in, and you're already going to have a very easy pickup a little bit later.
And, Wham has such impressive Knight micro, and I know this is very small, but when we're dealing with the pro circuit, I want to dive into the minutia a little bit. And Wham, being able to get a charge on one of those limit today and not taking a brace is huge. Those are the little small things when you're playing with Knight micro that you're going to be able to try to get those charges in a cheeky way, trying to make sure that those limit today aren't as strong when you get into that big battle. Really interesting choice from Marine Lord, however, goes for the Sultani trade network. And I usually see that trade network, I could talk about 1v1s. You see it a lot in some kind of fast castle situation for the Ottomans. You have some traders in there. Is going to be able to get a little bit of gold. But on a 2v2 situation, having those traders that pop up, having that landmark, it means he might be able to transition to trade pretty quickly.
And this is definitely something you want to be able to do when you're already the person creating the tempo. Wham is on a civilization that scales really, really well into the late game. French does have that faster villager production. And with Marino going for the trade network, he's just going to be able to pop out a trader here or there, and he doesn't even need to pop them out. He makes them, he leaves them in the house, and they can still generate those resources, which is just going to allow them to get that much further ahead. Now, I do see the +3 showing there. Now, the question is, did they leave their spot, or are they staying in the network?
Yeah, let's take a look really quick, Cal. That is your cue to head over to the Sultani Trade Network. There you go. There's three. There's three traders in there. Getting 72 gold a minute, which is super nice. And it looks like Marine Lord with the Ottomans. Once you get to this point in the game, that 6.5, 7 minutes, a lot of those military production buildings are a little bit cheaper. Instead of 150 wood, they're 100. But you're still going to use a decent amount of them because you got to get your military schools, you got to get all that kind of stuff. So a lot of the times, and you see Marine Lord's doing on the macro side of it, he has a lot of villagers on wood because he has to get all of these buildings. It's really nice he doesn't need anybody on gold just because of that little bit a minute. It's going to help him with some of the blacksmith upgrades. But look at the transition he's going to. He has a couple spearmen, which is great, but he's adding some archers in, as well. And Knight Archer in Feudal Age is something we're seeing time and time again. Ooh, wham, and there's a little raid by Anatan, Limit Tene, an unlikely raidable force.
And the unfortunate trade here is going to show, because when those knights collapse, they will be able to take them down, but those knights are going to be very, very damaged from those spearmen. I say that, and honestly, they're doing pretty well here. The thing is, those knights don't have their healing abilities just yet, so they are going to be a little bit bruised, but losing that bunch of spearmen is quite expensive, especially when you don't have a lot of forces behind this, and you're playing against civilizations that scale. The more time you give them, the harder they go, and Marine Lord and wham, they're already a little bit ahead economically, and now with that pressure from Marine Lord that keeps on going, this is going to be so hard. But Voldemort is about to click up with Castle, and I guess we're just going to see an economic wing for him to try and catch up economically with that delay that he felt so early on. He has clicked up to the next stage, but the question is, with what? There we go, growth. Thank you very much, Cal.
Yeah, he's gonna. Yeah, I mean, you get to. It's not 8 anymore, but you get to pop 7 villagers, which is pretty fantastic. It really helps your economic tempo from the side of it, and of course, because he lost a couple very early. You know, he's been dealing with night raids. You can see he's at about 29 villagers to Wham's 34 now, and Marine Lord's 34. So economic count a little bit lower in terms for the Iabids and the Byzantines, but it'll come back. And you know from playing Byzantines as Wham, and I know that you are a Byzantine connoisseur as well, getting the cisterns and getting that villager gathering speed upgrade. The Byzantines are one of those civilizations that they're okay having a little bit less villagers just because of that and the olive oil.
Yeah, especially when you get to the later points of the game. But the problem is, if you let them go, they'll just overrun you. But the problem on the other side is we have Ottomans that has that exact same ability. Now the knights here looking a little bit scary, but Voldemort does have that tower to protect him, and also Anatan there to protect his ally, to make sure we do not get any more gold shenanigans. Now with them hitting Castle very, very soon, this is going to mean that there's an attack that is pending from Marine Lord and Wham. And the question is if they have production ready to respond to that. Now we do see the tower had vision on this bad boy all along. The ram is getting made, and this is going to be quite a hard push for them to defend, because this 2v2 strategy is probably the one we saw the most. You go between them, you split them up, and then the reinforcements are just not going to arrive to help you. So Anatan, what he has in the base, that's all he is helping his ally with, but he does get a few kills over there.
What? Yeah, I mean, you kind of even more. It looks like about maybe 3 total, or a couple ones that will maybe exsanguinate on the battlefield, and it looks like one of them will. The idea, I know, because Voldemort is reaching Castle Age, the idea for Iabids hitting Castle Age is like, okay, I'm Castle Age, now I'm gonna get bailed out. Right, now I'm going to make some of these Castle Age units, I'm going to make Camel Lancers, I'm going to make Goulams, whatever, that are heavy units. But the problem is, with Wham being French and having a lot of these Royal Knights, Camel Lancer obviously is going to be good, but Marine Lord, he still has some of those Spearmen, which might be able to help him out. There's no strictly Archer from Anatan or Voldemort, because Anatan went for Jab Thrower, so he doesn't have that quote-unquote bonus against some of those Spearmen Knights. Going to be getting a little bit of a charge. He uses that micro, so importantly. A lot of those limits today end up going down. I see maybe 1 or 2 that are left, some javelin throwers in the back trying to take hits on some of the spearmen, but they don't get that bonus damage, and their attack speed a little bit slower than some of those archers. So we see about 2 or 3 spearmen here. Valdemar's got 2 camel lanterns. He's going to be adding another one. He has a lot in queue, and he has a couple stables, so he's trying to get that mass. So his quality and quantity is there to hopefully dispel this Feudal Age push.
Problem when you do go Camel Lancers as well, they're great. They're so strong, but the Spearmen actually deal with them pretty well. And those Knights are going to be running into a cackle of villagers running for their lives. A lot of idle time from Voldemort, but a lot of the time when we get to this point of the game, it's all about just letting yourself snowball. And right now those Spearmen are doing a pretty good job, but it doesn't look like they're going to be strong enough to clean these bad boys up. And the Archers are definitely going to be next. So this is that timing that Voldemort and Anatan has, where they just have to hold, survive, and keep the pump going. Because behind this, Marine Lord and Wham are just staying in Feudal, and they're going to keep fighting. The thing is, both of those civilizations do pretty well in Feudal, so they don't mind staying here for a little while longer, until those Lancer numbers increase exponentially, and it doesn't matter how many knights you have on the field.
Yeah, and I think for Marine Lord and Wham, I mean, obviously, with that fetal push, they did do relatively well, I would say. A lot of these archers are going to be able to take down those Elimitine. The Ottomans do have a meter in there, even though I hardly know where he's going to be able to do using the sound of music to make sure these archers are going to be firing at a very high attack speed. And they're just, wait, but they're going to keep going with feudal. I see another ram coming out.
This is just a question you have to ask yourself. Am I ready to go to castle? What is going to happen if we wait and go to castle now? Will Voldemort and Anatan fight back? And I think that's the case. Anatan showed an insane strength yesterday in these team games. He showed he knows how to keep opponents on their tails. So once they stop attacking him, he's just going to be all over them. So I don't think Marine Lord and Wham had that opportunity now to just go into the next stage. They just need to keep this pressure up and play into the fact that Byzantines doesn't have castle yet. They don't get those extra free units. They don't have Mangonel towers. So maybe this is our chance to get something done.
Yeah, you know, actually, wait a minute, that's a really good point as we're seeing this fight kind of unfold. It's a little bit of a 2v1 situation. I mean, Voldemort can't really get over here without getting split up, you know, but you're exactly right with the Mangonel towers. I mean, Byzantines in Castle Age is very daunting in order to deal with, so maybe they're just trying to take Anatan out in feudal before those towers have the ability, but Valdemar's got his own tower over here. He's got a little bit of an outpost, some Campbell Lancers over here trying to help these villagers. But even though that Voldemort, he had those 7 vills, a lot of idle time has happened. A lot of dead villagers just from night raids and all that kind of stuff. I don't think he's as high in the villager count as he might have wanted. He's down to 48.
The problem is now those night numbers that we were talking about earlier, they have not stopped increasing, and this is going to be so hard for them to actually take them down. The Campbell Lancers doing as best they can, but they cannot keep up with the huge amount of knights. We see 20 knights from Wham and only 2 alive Campbell Lancers right now. They're hoping this TC fires really hard, but a lot of these villagers don't have anywhere to hide, and they're just getting fired down.
Yeah, I mean, Marine Lord and Wham is saying, I see your +7, and I see them as corpses. They will be going down. Voldemort is going to be at 31 villagers. Anatan doing the best he can to help and provide some reinforcements, but the problem is with Byzantines, you have these jab throwers, you have these Limitine, whether they have shield wall enabled or not, they're still slow, you know? So if your teammate's like, hey, I'm struggling here, I need some help, Anatan's like, yeah, I'm coming, but like, you got a little bit of time you got to hold by yourself, and that's why in a 2v2 situation, why mobility is so important. You know, Anatan tried to get there as best as he could, but by the time he got there, Marine Lord and Wham, they're already gone.
And this is what we've seen game and game again. Everybody's going for those night civilizations. That mobility has just shown exactly what the problems are when playing team games. I think this is the exact thing they need to practice with to understand what are the counters to specific players. What do people not have the ability to react to? So if there are any other 2v2 events, they'll know what their opponents are thinking because they have been there and they have played with them. So these guys now getting a lot of insight into one another and definitely going to be able to go into these next tournaments with that in mind. Especially when we host another one of these where it's all crazy. They'll just know exactly, hey, this guy likes to do this, and hey, this is how we counter it. Marine Lord on this side, we know now, he doesn't just play the late game. He knows how to kill a person in feudal, and he's just showing exactly that. Look at that heavy army. We'll see 72 military numbers from there on Marine Lord's side, and Anatan doesn't have a lot of army to take down 2 players.
Yeah, I really like this strategy from Marine Lord and Wham. You just keep packing pressure and packing it just to make sure that Voldemort and Anatan, they can't get that snowball rolling down the hill, right? And Anatan finally going to be somewhere around Wham's base, and even though a couple villagers from Wham went down, he's still at 50 villagers, and he's been hanging out at a high villager count for the majority of this game, so the knight production has continued to flourish. He has 26 knights on the battlefield right now. He was extending a little bit on the map, and it looks like some villagers will go down. He only has 1 outpost around that deer pack, so now that he's getting raided, now that he has some idle time, knight production might stall out just a little bit. You can see him hanging out at 89 food, 54 food. Some of it's going up, but it's going to be difficult for him to queue a little bit more. And this could buy time for Voldemar and Anatan. The problem is, too, Whammon, we talked about the mobility of these troops. Shield Wall going to be coming out for Anatan, but these Limit Tenay are still going to end up going down. And they are caught basically in the corner of the map. Marine Lord thinks this is a good trade, and he's going to keep going with it. This is a lot of Limit Tenay going down. You can see them essentially getting wiped out. And Wham, using those knights on the north side, he's like, hey, there's no spearmen anymore. There's no Shanky boys. Let me at these jav throwers. I'll take care of these real quick for you.
This is not a mass that they can replace. We just saw there a lot of military went down. Now that's an 80 military lead over on Marine Lord and Wham's side. This is going to be such a tough position to get them back into. Voldemar, yes, he's in castle, but he is not able to get those castle units out unlimitedly, because at some point you're just going to go out on the map, you're going to go on the deer, you're going to go on the berries, and you're going to constantly get raided by Ottomans and French that is just so mobile at this point. The Mechters are out. The boys are inspired, and this is going to be a really tough game for them to stay into. We see Wham feeling confident enough to even go for the forward deer. He doesn't know. He doesn't plan on getting stopped, actually.
Yeah, and I mean, with this military count, why not, Whammon? You know, I mean, this is one of the things about Himiyama, or Himiomama, as I like to call it. A lot of the spawns where deer are, where boar are, there you might have one berry patch in the back, but other than that, all of these pockets of food are all in front, near that pond. So map control is so important in this one. And now Marine Lord coming up with the MIA, one of the most heinous landmarks that AoE4 has to offer, because it's a siege workshop that operates entirely for free. If you have a blacksmith around it, you get some free mangonels. You gotta love that. But I don't think we might see a mangonel in this particular juncture. And Marine Lord has a massive archer count. He has a military count of 95 units. Some of them, I'm not sure if metas are included, but he only has one or two of them. He has a lot of archers, 57 on the battlefield right now. With all of these knights, they're saying, hey, Voldemar, you could be Castle Age, you could be Space Age. I don't give a damn. We're coming for you.
Yeah, that's just the problem when you're playing against two players that are so confident in their ability to, stay on that pace. Now, Marine Lord, he did go for the armory back there, but like you said, this game is going to end way before them. And for them, it is just so important to keep Byzantines in that feudal position as well. Anatan has been stuck there. He's got the gold, he's got the farms, but he's just going to constantly get raided. And the thing is, if he tries to macro up to castle, his ally is just going to die, because Voldemort is out on the map. He's desperately getting resources all around. We saw he's on the top gold as well, because he just hasn't taken down that tower as of yet on that original gold that he was on.
Yeah, and I mean, this is a situation. Well, Voldemort does have siege superiority. He did make a Manjanique with some of his Camel Lancers and the Crossbowmen. I think with the Crossbowmen, though, they can get picked down with the Archers just like the Limit Tenay are. There are way too many Knights. You can see that giant creamsicle front line of all of those orange Knights coming around. They're taking hits at Limit Tenay. They do not care. Voldemort and Anatan are trying to body block with that Manjanique so it could be able to get some good hits, but the Limit Tenay, they're just a little bit too frenzy. That Mangonel just gets popped like a little bit of firewood, and as soon as that does happen, Anatan and Voldemar are popped out of this game. It's a 1-0 lead for Marine Lord and Wham.
Now, this is a best of three, so we won't have the same shenanigans as we saw yesterday, where it ends in a 1-1. These boys have to battle it out to the end. And now, this being a best of three, they don't get to repeat these civs. So, Voldemort picking Aeobids, and you can see here with the graph, the villager count just plummeted down, even though he had Castle, got that spike, got up a little bit, but he got raided really, really hard. So, the question is just, was this one of his very few comfort civs, knowing that there's no mirrors in this matchup as well? So these guys, it's not looking easier the longer they go. So I'm a little bit worried for Voldemort and Anatan here.
I mean, look at that. I mean, we just we kind of flashed the graphs just a little bit, but look at that military count for Marine Lord. That was wild. I mean, I know, when you're making foot soldiers instead of knights, because knights are expensive, you expect the military count of a knight civilization to be lower, obviously, but the army value is still going to be there. For Marine Lord, because he was making archers, he's getting some of them for free out of the military schools. He was making a little bit of spearmen too. Ottoman feudal, it's still there. Like, let's not get it twisted here. You could still make a military count of like 90 and take down your opponent. It's inspiring me to want to play Ottomans on the ladder yet again. But we do have, just because, like you said, can't use the same civs. Mongols, Japan coming out for Whamlord, Rus, HRE coming out for Voltanden. On a map like this, that's a little bit more open as well with HRE and Rus. You're bringing out the heavy hitters now.
The thing is, the heavy hitters, but have they been heavy hitters in the 2v2 scene? We know that HRE has not been one of the favorites in all of this, because the moment they are very strong, right? But they do take a while to get going in Feudal as well. And I feel like Marine Lord and Wham both got civilizations that do so well on a map like Prairie. Because with HRE, you need to get your farms, you do need towers to protect your chapel. Your chapel is always going to be able to get raided, and Wham won't mind raiding an HRE chapel at any point. Because with Japan, you are just going to be the one constantly on top of your opponent. Now, Anatan, he might be able to even do a little Kremlin or two to protect a region, but this is going to be tough for them to hold.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy that, we've seen so many massive changes with the Roost, and I can talk about them at length in a 1v1 situation, but the fact that like I'm starting to see Golden Gates again, it makes me so happy, seeing that Golden Gate. I was somebody who lived and died with the Golden Gate, and as soon as those gremlins got introduced, I was like, I don't care. And then I realized how good they were, and I was like, all right, I kind of start to care now. So the Golden Gate kind of fell out of favor, but now we're seeing it a little bit. For Anatan and Voldemar, even though it's with Roos and HRE, it's much like what we've seen before. Roos making knights, Moldovar making probably some archers and maybe a little bit of spearmen. He can add some men-at-arms, I guess, if he wants to in Feudal Age. But I think the combination of them, and plus with HRE's economy in Feudal, being able to produce how many archers you're able to produce, I think it's a pretty dastardly combo.
Yeah, the problem is HRE needs archers, right? But the woodline there is not going to allow you to produce as many as you'd like. And looking at that spawn for HRE, I don't know where the chapel would be most like safe. Yes, you do have them on the berries on the little bit of wood over there, but after those run out, you're kind of stuck. And that's the problem with Prairie, especially with Marine Lord and his dear Dark Age shenanigans. So we see the chapel being plopped down there between the berries and the tiny wood line. And sure, that's going to be great for now, but you need to know that that is a ticking time bomb. He might be able to get out just enough archers to overwhelm his opponents. But I want to quickly touch on the scouts. We see 3 scouts from Anatan. And guys, we don't get 3 scouts because we're killing deer anymore. This is now 3 scouts, but purely for the sheep. So they did pick up a lot more sheep than we'll see over on Marine Lord and Wham's side, but is this going to be enough to survive the onslaught of a Marine Lord Dark Age push? And these spearmen are looking for blood.
Yeah, I mean, obviously with 3 scouts, you can get a decent amount of sheep, and we can kind of touch on pro scouts a little bit as Valdemar has to vacate away from that gold. I think that chapel, like you said, he puts it near the wood and the berries, and honestly, I think it's the best chapel that he can make. I think when Voldemar gets this spawn, he's probably looking at it, and he's like, where the hell am I even going to put this? It's just kind of unlucky. You have that little bit of wood there, but that little wood that, I'm not even going to call it a wood line, I'm going to call it a bushel at this point, because there's probably maybe about 10 to 12 trees that he's going to be vacating around the map, but I guess that's just how Prairie works. But for Anatan having 3 scouts like this, if you remember how Prairie actually generates, all of their deer packs are small deer packs. They come in packs of 3. So if you see around the map, Prairie could be something that you can hang out in your base just a little bit because of the giant gold vein that you get and all that kind of stuff, and that you can kind of move out a little bit later. But with Anatan, he goes with the Kremlin just to get that wooden fortress, and he will be able to get those gremlins. He could also try to get this boar over there. It looks like he won't be able to because Wham's scout is over there as well. But you could get pro scouts, right, and start to get some of these deer packs. We got to remember, for the Roost changes for bounty, every 10 food that they get a gold for their bounty. So with deer having 350 food, each one that you bring back is an extra 35 gold that you just get for free. And how many knights does that make?
That's going to be definitely something they'll need to consider, because if you want to keep Japan in a position where they don't overwhelm you, you need a lot of knights on top of them. However, Wham is now H2, and you can already see he's macroing up to castle. He's got 6 on gold, 11 on food, and the resources are climbing. We don't even have Marine Lord and Feudal yet, and Wham is already smelling that castle age. Now, the boar has been pulled away from Wham. Very, very important here, because it was under the Kremlin, and it was going to allow them to get that quite for free. That's a lot of food coming out there as well. He's putting it a little bit closer again, and we do see the alarms going off. Another interesting play we've been seeing constantly is just the scouts pulling every single time they can, going on top of the Uwu and trying to overwhelm it. And that has definitely left its mark. Oh, the scout does go down. Wham, losing out on one scout, but the boar is next.
It's so funny because you just do those little bit of micro shenanigans. I think it's to irritate your opponent at this point. But it's kind of funny because when the boar kind of resets, it heals up. So you saw the Kremlin taking hits on that boar, and it was about half health. And then once it goes back to its original spot, it ends up regenerating full health. So just a little bit of micro shenanigans. And for Wham, you're absolutely right in terms of macro. He's at about 800 food already. He's at about 400 gold. He's macroing to castle basically as quickly as you can, because for Japan, I still think that's kind of the only play you have. Your feudal age is just too slow. You know, so if he was going to make something, if he was going to make an infantry mass or something, and Marine Lord or Wham were going to try to take it to their opponent in feudal, it just wasn't going to happen, you know, because Wham isn't going to be there. So Marine Lord, he creates a little bit of shenanigans, but Voldemort held off that tower rush pretty well. He decided to vacate his gold, and then he was able to make units that don't really cost gold because he's making archers and he's making spearmen. But it just gives Wham a little bit of time because Voldemort is so obsessed with the tower, right? It's something that you got to deal with. So in the background, Wham is like, yeah, you just go ahead, you make your tower and all that kind of stuff. I'm going to suspend a gate in midair, and he exactly clicks that button.
Now that gate is a very feisty one at that, because this means that he's not getting it up too quick. He doesn't need to rush it. He's getting it fast enough, but just making sure that he has enough on wood. As we see 5 now rallied on wood, he wants to make sure that that stable is plopped down by the time the age up hits. Marine Lord with that amazing micro on his villagers back there as well, just to make sure that they don't take any damage from this HRE army that's knocking at his door. Now Voldemort, he's, like you said, he's just not on gold. He's not thinking about what's next. He saw what they did in the previous game, and the question is now, are they going to try and fight this in feudal, just like they were fought the previous game?
Yeah, I mean, it could be a role reversal, you know, because even if you didn't scout it, you should know that Wham's going to be going to Castle Age around this time. You know, and his Castle Age timing is actually rather impressive. He'll be able to get there probably about 8 minutes 10, something like that. And this is going to give Voldemort and Anatan a little bit of time to kind of delay it, and that's exactly what Anatan does. He uses his Rouge Knights, he comes in there with a little bit of raid, makes sure that Wham has to go back into his town center, and now he's going to start building it yet again. But this is Voldemort and Anatan. This is their time to do some damage. If they don't do that damage, just like how Marine Lord and Wham did in Game 1, all of a sudden you're going to see some Castle Age units at a rather impressive mass because of that Yorishiro, and you're going to be like, well, I guess I don't really have anything to do except age up, and then you're at attack advantage.
Yeah, the problem right there was Marine Lord realizes, okay, I need to go and support my ally, but again, we see that split. You split the pie in two, and they're going between the two bases, ensuring that the reinforcements are stuck on the other side. Now, Marine Lord's early aggression definitely set the pace for this game, but he hasn't been able to keep up with those units that are coming up from HRE, because as we know, HRE has a really, really strong early game. It just starts to slow down when you run out of those safe resources. But now, the Knights are looking for a few kills, and they do get a villager. Ooh, maybe even 2, 3. Actually worth it, but these archers might go down as a cost. And the thing is, I don't know if Voldemort then tries to go for another heavy push, or if they go for a solid Castle Age behind this. But I think they learned their lesson. They're fighting in feudal.
I was going to say, they probably do the same thing Marine Lord and Wham did before. You know, just continuously pack on pressure. And that's exactly what they're doing. I mean, Wham, he's got pretty much his entire economy idled. He lost a decent amount of villagers. as well. He has maybe 2 or 3 mounted samurai. What's really nice about that is with Wham having the impressive micro that he does, he could have the ability to pull some of those samurai out, and then Shinto Priest can heal them. You know, so it's just about making sure your mounted samurai stay alive, so you can get a good mass of them. But that Shinto Priest obviously went back home with a relic, so be able to get a little bit of gold, hopefully repair some of that decreased villager population that he has. Some of that relics adding 80 gold per minute. But Voldemar, he's not slowing down. He's coming in with Anatan. Anatan's got the mobility. He's going to be able to do some raids on Marine Lord's side. Maybe a villager ends up going down, but idling economy as well. And it just means that Voldemar, he's going to be able to have an archer count that's always going to be higher than Marine Lord, right? I mean, number one is the economy. Number two, it's these consistent raids and idle time where Voldemar and Anatan can take a real good advantage and have a really good fight to the point where Marine Lord and Wham maybe can't come back.
Problem is, you see those knights running in. They didn't manage to pick up any of those vills that were running around. And yes, he did manage to fight a few of them, but those vills are still healthily working. Yes, they're idled, but you're not making any progress or getting further ahead at this point. You're just losing a lot of valuable Rus HP on those knights because, guys, those knights do not heal like the French ones. They're going to be low until you get something to heal them back up. Now, those Rus Knights can just melt in any of the next fights. Now, we do see that Anatan spots out, and he knows that there's something that's going to follow up, and those mounted samurais are doing exactly that. They're going to circle, trying to find some stray villages that they can snack on. And honestly, they might be able to find some ones who are hungrily running around. Those feudal knights are just not going to be able to cut it against those mounted samurais.
No, I mean, especially, just like you said, there's no chivalry there for some of these Roost Knights. So the health that they get is permanent and eternal, and an outpost will actually take down a low health Roost Knight. So Anatan's got to be thinking about, he's got to be thinking about food sources a little bit. He's got to be thinking about if he wants to do some kind of economic expansion as well. I mean, he is mining gold. He's got 9 on gold, so hopefully he can continue this night production as fast as he can. But food could end up being an issue a little bit later in the game. As we all know, Prairie has that ability to, and doing things like getting a farm economy. If you're a player that's not the HRE, it costs tempo to do that. It feels like for the HRE, they can incrementally add farms, and just because of that 40%, they don't really get that big of a tempo swing or a big of a tempo disadvantage, because you can see Voldemar, he's methodically placing a little bit of farms, but his military count's at 32. He's at the highest compared to all of his other, his opponents and his teammate. Anatan going to be coming in with these knights with Voldemar, adding some spearmen as well from Voldemar. It's really going to help against those mounted samurai and the Uma Bannermen. Knights doing a good job of shielding some of that archer fire. But take a look at these mounted samurai and what they're doing from Wham. The choreography of these two players. The mounted samurai are just there to protect archers. They're not trying to get into harm's way. They're not trying to do that end-all be-all damage. He's just making sure that his teammate has his military mass preserved. But now that tech advantage, Whammin', it's not going to be there anymore. Voldemar is going to be going up with the Regnants.
Now, the Regnants is great. We should be able to get at least 2 relics into that beautiful cathedral we got back there. But the thing is, the moment he ages up, he needs to have the resources to get further ahead, to be able to get those upgrades. And we saw now with those archers, they're doing fine. But are they going to do fine against these mounted samurais when their upgrades kicking too? My big question is, do they have +2 already? Do those things take any damage from the archers, or are they just basically going to run like them, like they're shooting paper planes at them instead of arrows? And he looks confident.
When the archers start shooting paper planes, you have a big issue. Voldemar actually hit Anatan, I should say, hit his oh shit button and brought some of these gremlins out here. Now remember, these Kremlin gremlins work a little bit differently than they used to. Instead of them having a lifespan, they deteriorate in health, as you can see some of them getting decreased in health until they get to 1 HP. Once they get to 1 HP, you need to actively take them out. They don't just disappear off the map. So you could do things like put them in outposts. You could do things like have a warrior monk heal them or something like that to make them stay alive for a long time. It's quite an interesting change from some of these Kremlin gremlins, but they are still feudal age, so they're only doing 6 damage.
And these guys are able to run around, push him off the base, and that was very important here. Cow is showing us militia cannot garrison inside any of the buildings. They
Oh,
just don't
yikes.
have the option. Smart move by Relic. They thought this one through properly. Oh my goodness. Thank you, Gal, teaching us the game one by one. But now Voldemort is castled. I don't think he has those archer upgrades just yet, and that looks like a very heavy raid coming his way. He's only on 168 gold, so he won't be able to get any of those chunky units that you usually see from HRE this early on. Oh, Veteran's about to kick in, so they should be able to turn this fight pretty soon, but those mounted samurais are still very, very scary. Marine Lord overextending a little bit here, and it doesn't look like him and Wham coordinated in that 1 second. Cost him quite a bit of the army.
Yeah, and this is one of those things, I mean, Marine Lord and Wham wanted to do this kind of timing attack, right? They wanted to make sure that Voldemort had a lot of feudal age units while he was trying to get an attack, and it looks like that Regnant's Cathedral won't be too full as one of those prelates end up going down. But for Marine Lord and Wham, they did that 2v1 situation, right? They split the difference between the two civilizations, but Roos was able to create some kind of reinforcements from the south. He has a heavy knight count. He's got about 20. Anatan does. So I think he can take whatever fight that Voldemort and Anatan want to take. I think Anatan's going to be okay in that knight count. But those mounted samurai, they're starting to get up in number. He's patrolling around trying to make sure that Voldemort doesn't get any relics. And it's been a rather expensive project for Voldemort to be able to do, to get some of these relics back and forth. We saw a couple prelates go down before. Wham and Marine Lord with a little bit of map control. They can go out to some of these berries that Japan loves, and now doing a little bit of raid on the Roos side. With these mounted samurai, they have so much armor, they can just sit under this town center for days.
Now that town center is really trying to fire down a few of them, but luckily the knights have arrived and they should be able to take down at least two. And these guys will not be able to constantly do this as long as Anatan's reactions are on point. However, again, these are feudal age knights, and it doesn't look like he's looking at slowing down. We see two knights still in queue, but behind this, Marine Lord is aging up. We saw him moving his deer stones forward as well. So they're looking at being aggressive. I feel like they're just waiting for their specific timings. The knights are trying to rush in, and Anatan at least doing a little bit of pressure over there too. Now Voldemort with the spearmen going to be pushing off these mounted samurais. They do have to retreat a little bit, but the archers shooting paper planes. They're trying their best, but they're just not penetrating.
Yeah, and even, I mean, these archers are Castle Age archers, right? He is mixing in a little bit of crossbowmen in there too, so hopefully with a little bit extra velocity on some of those arrows, they're going to be able to cut through some of what the mounted samurai have. But now Marine Lord is Castle Age, so he's going to be able to meet Voldemort here and get some of his veteran upgrades, and with the curl tie, that's huge. You bring a curl tie into a battle like this, it could spell game over. You see that blueprint for the deer stones trying to come in, and I think for Wham and Marine Lord, they're trying to just kind of goad them a little bit, be like, hey, we want to take a fight, we don't want to take a fight, you know, you do a little bit of back and forth, a little do-si-do. Then by the time the curl tie comes in here, as you can see that big landmark going to be able to plop down, they're going to be like, okay, now I'm ready, let's go.
And finally, with these things at the front, they should be able to try and take that fight, but it doesn't look like Anatan and Voldemort wants it either. Now, see, that's the problem with the cathedral. We now see those raids idling the economy constantly under there. Yes, they are towers, but they don't deal well with these armored units. And just as you're going out for more and more food, you're putting your villagers in danger. Look at that tower. Even though it will get that knight, I say it will, but it might not. It might even get out alive. It does get a few villagers in the process, too.
Yeah, and I mean, just that one mounted samurai, and it's continuing to stay alive. Just this one mounted samurai idled 13 villagers for a long time, and is continuing to kill them. Oh my god, Anatan must have thought that samurai was gonna go down. He probably isn't thinking about it anymore. He's trying to do some damage into Marine Lord's economy, and he's really camped on that production just to make sure that whatever crossbowman mass or whatever he's trying to do isn't going to be as effective. Anatan loses another 3 villagers over there rather frivolously, I would say. And Anatan trying to get some raids in on Marine Lord and Wham at the same time. The amount of micro that it takes to have multiple knight groups just to make sure that you're doing, you know, you're trying to do a little bit of everything. But then if you spread yourself a little bit too thin, you end up doing nothing.
Exactly, and that's exactly what Anantan is struggling with right now. He's attacking, he's constantly on the being the aggressor, but now with these counterattacks, he needs to be careful. He's getting that high trade house, but this leaves him so vulnerable for a while because we can see that military count being at 16, 13, 14. Ooh, it's getting lower and lower. 12 now. He's in a lot of danger, and Baltimore, I don't know where his army is, but he's going to need to come quickly. If these knights attack that landmark as well, this is game over for them.
And Voldemort is the knight in shining armor for Anatan to some of these spearmen, and the crossbowmen and archers are going to be able to make sure that Wham's mounted samurai end up getting vacated. So Anatan can finally get up to Castle Age. You know, those knights are going to be Castle Age knights. You can get some Boyar's Fortitude. It's a rather expensive technology, but getting that plus 20 health could help with the front line of a lot of these fights. Wham doing a good job just picking off units one by one, you know, and then he's going to be able to actually end up getting home with that high trade house coming up from Anatan. It's going to take a little bit of time to get some of these upgrades. Might this be another quote-unquote timing push from Marine Lord and Wham? If they can get themselves together before those knight upgrades come in, and it looks like some of these crossbowmen will meet the knights, and Wham turns around to get a little bit of a charge on those feudal knights. A lot of knights going down. That upgrade not going to be as effective if you don't have that many knights on the battlefield that get instantly upgraded. Marine Lord doing a good job with this landmark, getting the deer stones up there, making sure that all these units end up being a little bit faster. Wham is like, I want to take this fight. He ends up getting that charge on a lot of spearmen. He ends up hitting some archers as well. And Marine Lord in the back, his archers, they're just hanging out and shooting. They're taking out all of these spearmen. Military count continuing to drop. For Valdemar and Anatan, it's dropping a lot more than the Mongols and the Japanese women, and also with Wham getting a little bit of a raid, splitting Anatan in multiple different areas. This was a really good fight for Marine Lord and Wham.
And luckily, HRE does have those towers, and we do see a little relic placed in there, but these are just normal arrows, and they're not firing that hard. It looked for a second there that Baltimore and Antan, they were going to be able to hold this off, but unfortunately, the mounted samurais prevailed, and we see Voldemort's villagers at the back running for their lives because they know this is a ticking time bomb. But alarms going off everywhere, so this just means Wham and Marine Lord keeping them on their toes, and keeping the game quite feisty. We see Wham on a second TC there as well, just because he knows he needs to move out on the rest of the map. But these mounted samurais do just not die. The thing is, we see this even count between these players with villagers, but this is not an even game.
No, it definitely isn't. And I mean, the bar right under it is kind of telling you the story, right? 60 to 8 in terms of military count. Voldemar, he does have a lot of these outposts. You're absolutely right. Some of them have relics in it. He has a decent amount of stone if he wanted to get some of these upgrades. But oh my god, Wham is all over the map. He's going to be able to stop Anatan's second town center from being as productive. The high trade house isn't going to give him that little bit of extra bounty that he wants. Honestly, I think Wham is the MVP of this series. The chaos that he's creating with these mounted samurai, and it gives Marine Lord time. He's got a white stupa coming up.
Now the White Stupa is just going to set the pace for that final push because, as you guys can imagine, we'll just have an insane ability to actually close out this game with those Imperial Age upgrades. Marine Lord already banking that gold to upgrade his units. And when you have 32 archers, I know it doesn't seem like a big number, but elite archers definitely are. So we'll see if Marine Lord keeps pumping out the units the moment he can. He's spending that wood as quickly as it comes in. So we'll find out soon what he's doing with all of that, because I don't see any more units in the queue for the man. Maybe he's just dropping production as well.
Yeah, he definitely could be able to. He has the economy now that he can make whatever he wants at whatever pace. I mean, you can see the economic count that he has, you know. Plus the fact that you can see on the top part of your screen as well, he's got 19 traders. So all of that, and that's what's so frustrating against the Mongols when you're playing against them. You're dealing with this constant aggression, right? And that's what Marine Lord did. He set that tone at Dark Age, even, you know. All of a sudden behind, he has all of these traders. You know, he's sitting there on 22 traders, and it's like, hey, I could be economic, I can be militaristic, I can do anything.
And not just him, but like you said, Wham with the MVP. He's honestly doing such a good job here. He doesn't even care about the Kremlin. He's just auto-attacking it. He knows that these guys do not have the army to support this. And we see that military count jumping up now, but most of those are just Kremlins. And those little gremlins are going to fall pretty quickly once they get engaged on. We see Anatan on that bottom gold. He's definitely quite far out on the map, and these guys are in a lot of danger. The fight gets taken, and it looks like Wham will reign supreme as expected. And now Marine Lord, he is just ready to fight. Are those archers upgraded? Let's see if they're elite. Yes, they are. No machine
13
guns.
damage. Oh my god, that's so crazy. Voldemort and Anatan are like, you know what? You can take your elite archers and shove them, dude. We're done.
That is just the problem when you're playing against a team like Wham and Marine Lord. But for those of you thinking that that was unfair, don't worry. Every player gets to play with everyone. So next round could just be Marine Lord Voldemort or Marine Lord and Anatant, and they will each have to face one another to determine who can adapt the most and raid their opponents until they finally get their victory. We see here with the graph that big drop from Wham. It was not big enough for him to be cooked, at least. Voldemort just losing everything in that push that they did. They overextended a little bit too much, and here we are with a 2-0 from Whamlord.
Honestly, I can't say enough about Wham. You know, I'm gonna sound like a fanboy, but with with those mounted samurai, it's something that maybe us as casters and people in the audience that are watching might take for granted, but actually, when you're in game, actually do that. Take 2 or 3 groups of knights and make sure that they are always moving to where you want them to be at all times, because that's what it seemed like Wham was doing. And you're like, wow, he's doing very good with the knights and all of this kind of stuff, but the micro, the presence of mind, the APM that it takes to do all of those things is next level. Like Wham, just I can't say enough praise about him.
Wham definitely adjusted quite well. And I think when we played last week, or the woman with the man, a lot of us talked about how our communication went. And with Wham and Puppy, they're both very big introverts. They didn't really tell you, okay, this is what the plan is. We need to do this. We need to do that. But when you have someone like Marine Lord, who is quite commanding, and both of the players know exactly what they're doing, they don't need someone to lead. Wham knows, I'm just going to go in a ras. I'm going to go control while you hold down the fort. I know you're cooking something good. Now, yesterday, Wham and Puppy Paw lost against Marine Lord and Louis. So I'm really hoping to see that communication wins, but sometimes you can see pure skill and strategies can also overwhelm the opponents. But for the next match, Tim, I guess we're just going to have to wait for Cal to get back and tell us exactly what we're jumping into. Guys, there are some other matches that we're going to be going into. There are 2 groups happening here. And ladies, Demo won the tiebreaker, correct?
Let me see. Yes, in the tiebreaker best of 3, Demu and Kiljardi beat Baltoon and beat 2-1.
And just like that, that meant Demu made it through to the main event here today. We had a tiebreaker a little bit earlier, so it is going to be a demonstration today. And only the top 2 from every group will go through to the finals. So that should be quite a spectacle to see as well. So every single round mixed and matched until we see who the best team gamer is. But for the next one, we'll see Anno Lord and Ball the Wham. So Anatan and Marine Lord, though, I think these 2 might be a little bit too strong.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I mean, maybe I'm just in the scene long enough, but every time I see Marine Lord play a game, I usually don't bet against him. I
Mhm.
just, I mean, there's very few players that are in this scene, your significant other included, and BC, where I see him play a game and I'm just like, I'm not gonna bet against him. I like, I mean, obviously, every player has a potential to lose, but you look at people's track records. You know, you look at the tournaments they've won, the series that they've played, and the series records they have over some people, and it's like it's kind of just stupid not to pick them.
That makes a lot of sense. The thing is, Marine Lord is that guy who is willing and able to carry anyone to get to that top spot. Now, I know that him and Beastie ending up in separate groups actually spells for disaster if we get both them in the finals. Because these two could make it out together in the team. And I'm honestly very excited to see what that looks like. Tim, it looks like you were blessed by the heavens, though.
Oh,
He's transcended. He's ascended.
I bless you. I bless you all. look at me. I am the prelate now. Look at me. I like I like how Cal is having some fun with this. I think you know, in that first series, while we watched, you know, Anatan and Voldemort do their best against Marine Lord and Wham, I let evil overtake me, you know.
Mm-hmm.
And now that I really found what I was looking for and I found that light, I think this is going to be a very positive stream going forward, I think.
Because of the lights or because of the the positive? It's definitely positive exposure for Mr. 10 for Tim here. Um, I really like the color it brings out in your eyes, though.
I think can we just go to the game? Can we stop this? Oh
Oh,
my god.
so
I'm getting bullied here with platform Tim. Oh my god, this is
I'm sorry,
god.
Tim. I don't know why they decided to do this to you. I think they're just very proud of a friend who can actually make it here. So, Tim, while we're waiting for the next game, could you take us into the speech and tell us about the event we have today?
Yeah, absolutely. I'm very glad you asked. So, if you guys don't know, I am, although some people might call me a nurse, I am not. I am a physician. I finished my training in June of this year, so I'm a big boy attending physician now, and I think having the a platform like this and the event that we have, you know, it gives me an opportunity to talk about some issues that are plaguing our society, and one of them being long COVID. You know, there's a lot of times where when I was in school and when I was a resident, I dealt with a lot of COVID. I dealt with COVID as an outpatient, inpatient, in the ICU, people that were ventilated and all that kind of stuff. But we always talk about the acuity of the situation. We always talk about normal COVID and the illness that people deal with. And then not many people talk about what happens when they get out of the hospital or when they get out of the ICU. And because I personally, I have an outpatient clinic. I don't work in a hospital. I see those patients afterward for transition of care appointments, or TOCs for short, as we call them. And there are people that still have symptoms of the illness of COVID long after they're basically quote unquote finished with their acute illness. And I think, I'm not sure if you guys have the image. Cal, do you have the image that we can? Okay. Okay, thank you. Can they hear you also in the stream? Oh, okay. So, okay, I just look like a psychopath. So the so when we're talking about long COVID, at least 80% of people who end up recovering from COVID afterward and make it out of the hospital, ICU, or even if they stayed in an outpatient basis, they do get at least one symptom of a long COVID. One of the most popular ones, 58% of the people usually get some sort of fatigue, and it's wavering severity. This is something that's really frustrating for providers like myself, even in an acute setting or in a long term effect setting, because you can see this busy picture in front of you. You can see all of the different symptoms that can be expressed of somebody from long COVID, right? And it's so variable, you know. Even just COVID itself as an acute illness, there's some that they're just so variable. People pop positive on COVID tests that I would have never expected, you know. But for long COVID, lots of fatigue, almost 60%. I think one of the most important ones to talk about is from a neurologic standpoint and a neuropsychiatric standpoint. 44% with headache, 27% with an attention disorder, something like ADD or ADHD or something like that. And it's very striking, you know. You know that, I guess, from I'm just kind of theory crafting here, and because we have some time to kill, I guess I could do that. The pathophysiology of it is so variable, but it must have some kind of neuronal affinity, you know, because you have 21% with anosmia, the inability to smell, 23% with ageusia, or the inability to taste, 16% with memory loss, and then from the psychiatric, you know, 13% with anxiety, 12% with depression. Now, and as many times as I've done this, I start to theory craft a little bit while I'm, you know, studying and doing other things. It could be secondary to the fact that you were in the ICU and intubated. You know, you were in the hospital dealing with it, fighting for your life. So some of these psychiatric symptoms could be apparent, but I would think PTSD would be the number one, because it's like, well, you have this acute illness, you have a, you know, you're dealing with it a lot. It's not that high, PTSD. So there's some pathophysiology that we're missing here, you know, with long COVID and the event that we're doing and the awareness that we're spreading. All of the donations here are going to help not only the people that are affected by long COVID, but kind of people like me that are providers that don't really have a clue of how to deal with it. You know, a lot of the times, because I've had people that are on my patient panel that have long COVID, and the only thing I can really do is provide supportive care. You know, I wish there was some, and I say this to my patients all the time, if I had a pill for that, I'd give it to you. But if for long COVID and stuff like that, we don't. So hopefully everyone is just kind of heightening their awareness of long COVID. When people that have COVID and they say that they're feeling better, you can actually ask them, be like, no, how are you doing after COVID? Are you feeling tired? Are you, you know, whatever, talk to me. And you could be a friend for them. So hopefully with all of this provides awareness to not only COVID, that we all know well enough, but for long COVID as well. And I actually think Whammon and the entire, you know, the production team, Cal for bringing up the picture, Thomas for dealing with my garbage, that you give me a platform in order to talk about it. It means a lot to me. So thank you.
And guys, this is was the donor from this tournament is also personally affected by this disease, and that's why it was important for us to not necessarily sit here and raise money, but rather just spread awareness, because that's the whole point of this, just to tell people and say, hey, these things are happening. And I think we've reached quite a bit of people. So for all of you guys who are around and listening and watching, thank you. And let's keep doing Age of Empires for good causes. So, yeah, if you have a cause or something, a message that you want to spread, reach out and let's see how we can get your message out there too. And by the way, what I love about these is they also go on the reruns. So they reach a lot more people than they do in the live show in the end as well. So thank you, Mr. Tim.
No, thanks for the platform. It's great. The Clippy actually put in the chat !charity. So if you wanted to donate and all of that kind of stuff, or if you wanted to read a little bit more about long COVID, I love that link by the CDC. I go to the CDC for a lot of things. So it's a good link to kind of give you a little bit of the general background, kind of what long COVID is, and then the minutia of it. Obviously, I can give you today.
Do you have any opinions on the way they changed your name for the stream just now?
I love it. I love it.
Finally.
You know what? Honestly, just because it was Platform Tim before, we're even. That's fine.
Okay. Okay. So you've forgiven them. Got it. Got it. All right. So guys, it does look like we're almost ready to head into the next one. On the other side of the bracket, though, Beastie and Louis are not looking like they're going to be beating Demu and Puppy Paw. Demu and Puppy Paw won their first game as well. And so far, it looks like the second one is also going to go over to Demu and Puppy Paw. And I might have just cast cursed it. So we'll see if that pans out the way we expect it to. But anyway, let's see where the drafts are at and whether we have our maps already laid out. The first map being Dry Arabia. Tim, we haven't seen this map in a very long time, right? So, what do you think about Dry Arabia in two?
Yeah, I mean, it's it's been a minute, you
Yeah,
know,
yeah.
uh, on the driest of Arabias. It is. I mean, we all know Arabia. Some of us love Arabia. I know you don't, but it's open, right? I mean, this is just one of those maps that you get a night civilization or a mobile, anybody who's making anything on horseback, and they shine on a lot of these open maps. I mean, there's a couple of them also that are in the map pool cliffside.
Mm-hmm.
It could be another one. I mean, you have the cliffs in the middle, but that's pretty much it. Gorge is honestly, but I hope we get to Gorge. It's definitely one of my favorite. It's one of my
Yeah.
favorite just because of the way people spawn. Because it's so different. I wish AoE4 did that with some of their maps, where Gorge is a team game that plays a lot differently from all of the other maps, just because of the fact you spawn right next to each other, you share that gold mine, you know, you have to really, really work together. I mean, I know we talk about the choreography of these civilizations a lot, but when your town center is essentially almost on the same screen as your teammate, you better figure it out. You better have some decent communication.
No, because of the town center being on the same screen, because they're so close, both teams seem to have banned English as well. And as I know you, you are a very big proponent of keeping English banned. So the fact that these are actually banned down in 2v2 is very surprising. I didn't expect to see this happening, especially with the predominance of so many night civilizations. But these teams do not want to face English on any of these maps. And honestly, if I'm playing Cliffside or Gorge, I wouldn't want to face these either. So, smart move by them. But we do see the night civs being spread around quite a bit. And I want you guys to notice the high value picks that these teams saw. Byzantines, HRE, Ayyubids, and Mongols. Marine Lord has been consistent on the Mongols. He's been able to put that constant pressure with his Mongols, and we saw with the Ottomans before as well. But now HRE also has that ability, and it feels like that's exactly what Analord are going for. They're going for those civs that can do the feudal or Dark Age shenanigans, and there's follow up in feudal or even a fast castle with that Japan from Anatan. So I'm pretty hyped to see what Dark Age things we'll be seeing on these maps. But Balderman, the Balder, I almost said Balderman. Oh my goodness, Balderwham. They do have civs that usually are quite contested in this format. I just don't know how well they're going to sync for this match.
Yeah, I want to bring back to the Dark Age shenanigans that you talked about, because man, does that set the tone. We saw it in some of the games that we watched, not only yesterday, but the first series that we had. There are a lot of the civilizations, and it's funny that this kind of the way it works out, but a lot of these civilizations that are quote unquote night civilizations, French,
Hmm.
Jeanne d'Arc, Russe, that you see on your screen, they don't do well with Dark Age shenanigans. They don't like it. They want to take their first 4 minutes and say, let me get to feudal age so I can get my knights, and you can
Hmm.
leave me the hell alone for that amount of time. Having, getting that little bit of aggression, getting somebody off kilter. Obviously these are professional players, so they know how to deal with tower rushes. They've been tower rushed probably hundreds of times in their life. For somebody like me who is plat now, um, you panic, or you just don't want to deal with it. You get frustrated. These players, even though you know they can deal with it well, it still delays you, right? It just makes sure that first night doesn't come out at the most opportune time. and then you can set the tone and get map control and stuff like that afterward. Your opponent can fast castle if they want to. It just opens up to a myriad of possibilities,
A
right? So
myriad.
they yes,
Is
Myriad the player, shout out to him in the group stage, but it is also a word.
I'm sorry. This is the problem when you have someone who's a non-native speaker. I'm just like, I heard a word and it sounds like a player's name. And that's the wonderful thing of seeing these names combined together as well. It's there's a lot of shenanigans. Now, Tim, you have given us these deep insights onto all of these. Based on the swag from both these teams and the cloud ratings that we see on them, Anna Chad has been a rising star. He has Anna Chad in the name. We have the Chimp Lord, which is Marine Lord, and I feel like this just tells us exactly how this game is going to go. Ball the Wham, they they just don't have the same level of clout for this game that I am a little bit worried for them in this case.
So I don't know if you have been watching any like other AoE
Hmm.
4 streams or anything like that throughout,
Yeah.
especially this past week. But
Hmm.
Anatan has been on mostly during my afternoons. So while I'm studying, I'm usually watching Anatan, and he is. I honestly, I recommend all of you going to his stream because he's like English is not his native language, but
Mm.
God, he's funny. Like he just says like these little like one-liners or something, and they get me, On it, and because he has long hair, he usually does have a man bun. He's just looking so good doing it.
It's
So
the hairline too.
yeah, yeah, it certainly is, and he's one hell of a player. I remember he spent a whole stream playing Malians, and it kind of taught me how to play Malians, although I still don't do it well. At least I have an idea of what to do for a build order and doing a cow boom and all of that kind of stuff. So it's a very educational stream. It's a very entertaining stream, and I'd recommend it. Honestly, all four of these players have good, entertaining, and educational streams. So anything to bolster the AoE4 community, I would highly recommend all of you checking these players out because they showcase their pro talents on a daily basis, essentially.
Yeah, a lot of these, and Anatand especially now, he's gone a little bit more full time into streaming as well. So make sure you tune into those streams. They usually start around 2 p.m. CEST. So go and support the man. Make sure that he gets all the love from the community we can give. And until then, we are just waiting for Anatand and Marino to find the button to start the draft. They're really struggling with this. I can definitely understand it as this is probably their first professional tournament. Marine Lord, especially, he's preparing for that show match that he has to do in a month. But while we're waiting, Tim, we actually have a female event happening in 2 weeks,
Mm.
by the way. Do you know?
I did not. No.
We have an FFA tournament that is happening in 2 weeks alongside a 1v1 skill. I don't know. I guess that will be a skill run, but it's going to be a destruction, and we're going to be seeing the ladies from last week to try and battle out to fill those top spots. We haven't ever had the chance to do an FFA, so this should be pretty good.
Is this including yourself? Are you going
No,
to be engaging?
I will probably be the one running the computer, so this is going to be very important. So don't worry, don't worry. The show will be run. Luckily, it's just my excuse, so I don't need to play against Deep Shine, and I can just focus on these beautiful pro plays from the other players. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we are into round two. Marine Lord and Anatand against Voldemort and Wham. Now, we talked about this a little bit earlier, but we're gonna see some Dark Age shenanigans. Again, Anatand, though, the one on the Mongols. So if Anatand opens with that barracks, goes and puts the pressure, Marinord will follow up with the knight and just set the pace of the game.
Yeah, I mean, I love it. I mean, this strategy is essentially, I mean, this is the penultimate 2v2 strategy that's been basically a part of this tournament's meta. You know, you know that Anatan, he has the ability to do it. We know that the Mongols are very good at doing it because you get that nice little ooh woo, as you like to call it, and you get your barracks with 2x production. So you're going to be able to get a couple spearmen if you want to. Wham, going to be adding a little bit of Dark Age shenanigans himself. He has a Limit in the queue. So he's going to be adding a little bit of spearmen, a little bit of just to make sure that his teammate, if he does get hit with a tower rush, because Jean d'Arc, it becomes a little bit difficult for you to deal with tower rushes, it might be able to help or make sure that you're shielded from the things that you don't want to deal with, like a tower.
This is probably a response after getting traumatized by all these insane Dark Age plays that they've been seeing again and again and again. These guys instantly responding, and we see the tower being forced here for Marine Lord. Now, this is very expensive this early on because this causes idle time, it slows you down, and this is so key because you're slowing down Marine Lord and his night push that will follow. So that does, in fact, not just put pressure on your opponent, but it also takes a lot of pressure 3, 4 minutes from now. So very, very smart move here by Voldewam.
Yeah, I
Voldewam.
mean, you gotta do a little bit of something, right? I mean, just letting the Mongolian player on the other side and make his spearman and put a tower up, like that can't be the move, right? You got to be a little bit more proactive as that Limit takes my advice to heart and gets a nice little shiv on that con. But Jean d'Arc is going to be going up with the School of Cavalry as Anatan's spearmen finally start to arrive. Wham using some Limit just to kind of shield him a little bit. But Valdemar, his gold is now under duress. Wham's going to be helping him out with a little bit of Limit. He needs that 100 gold just to get that first knight out because he's getting the School of Cavalry. Obviously, getting those knights are going to be so important. But think about in this situation, Wham, and think about if Wham didn't make these. Where would Voldemort be right now? I think he'd be screwed.
Would be no answer from Voldemort here because if you don't get that first night out, you just can't start the game properly for Jean d'Arc. You need to get that tempo going because when you're playing against French, French does have that eco advantage with fast villages, but JD does not. So she has to be the one causing these fights, and we know she loves a good feudal fight. So definitely amazing support here from Wham. But Voldemort yesterday struggled a little bit on keeping JD alive. So we're going to need to see if he's going to be able to keep his woman at arms alive for these fights because she cannot die to these amounts of spearmen. There are so many of them. So he is going to need to be careful.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, even though Jeanne d'Arc is my ex-wife, I still want to see her do well in life, you know. So that's what I mean. That's what happens when you spend a lot of time with somebody that you care about. The With Voldemort, he's going to be adding some knights. I would imagine, you know. I remember last time he went with the women at arms to get that divine wrath or whirly dews, as I'd like to call them. The the it becomes challenging to keep her alive, of course, because you're getting her in the thick of the battle to get that very cost effective and very timely whirly do. So getting her in harm's way is kind of the name of the game if you end up doing that. And I remember hearing, actually, I'm going to quote Cal from yesterday, who did quote Voldemort before. So this is a quote of a quote. You lose Jean d'Arc.
Tim got stuck the moment he said, "You lose Jeanne d'Arc," because she does not like when you talk about her like that, thinking that she can actually go down. That is, oh, Tim is back. I see him lagging here in the video call. Tim, you lose Jeanne d'Arc, and then what?
Oh, did I leave a cliffhanger for no reason?
Yes,
That's
yes.
fantastic. You lose you lose John Dark, you lose the game. Or you lose your Civ. Oh my god, I messed it up. Wait a minute, just talk. Just go talk. I don't want to talk anymore.
You lose that civ that you have the woman at arms who's supposed to be just gathering that constant experience. I see where you went, Tim. It's okay.
Thank you.
Okay.
Please
No, we
carry on.
accept it. Now, with all these Limited, though, they're able to put a lot of pressure here. The thing is, nothing Marine Lord puts out this early in the game is going to go shut down these spears. And that's why getting the Uwu is probably the best value because when they're standing still, they're not worth anything. So we do see the archery range being plopped down there on the left side, and this is going to make it a little bit harder for those spearmen to stay around. Anytime, though, he's here to take a little bit of a fight, but he probably doesn't want to fight these too long. His spearmen should have the upgrades, but the Dark Age spearmen don't do too well, or don't do too badly against the Feudal Age spearmen.
Yeah, and I think really quickly, Cal, can you click on one of those limit today just to see their stats in Dark Age? I was kind of curious. There are some spearmen that get a little bit more like melee armor, like a Donzo gets added one melee armor when they're in Dark Age. Limit today don't. So they're more so very I shouldn't say good, but not as bad against something like archers. And you can see all of the stats on the screen. Cal, thank you so much for doing that. And I appreciate you following my every command. The delivery today will be going up in Feudal Age, and you can see that upgrade does come in, and now he wants to take that fight. Khan will be able to help out just a little bit. You can see that those limits today are now hardened, and they have a 100 health with 8 damage. You can take a look at Anatan having some archers as well, creating a little bit of a backline. So one of the things that are interesting about limit today is when they have shield wall, their speed is drastically reduced. So you think, well, you have 1 or 2 archers, you want to pop shield wall, but then you can't get out. So it makes a little bit of a catch-22. I think that's something that's really important to deal with limit today. But now Marine Lord acting as the French. He is a Parisian, I think, after all. So he's going to be able to take some hits on some villagers. Villagers going to be alive with 1 health, and they're pulling the Akratoy out just to get the little bit of damage and a little bit of armor. Heads up play by Wham.
That was a fantastic reaction from him, because if you don't activate that Akratoy, your villager falls flat on her face. So a very, very smart move there from Wham. And just like that, that knight takes a little bit of damage, but so do the villagers. And when Marine Lord and Anatine get enough archers out, I can imagine this is going to be a really tough spot for them. Now, Voldemort with professional scouts, this is just going to mean that we're going to see a lot of knights coming out from JD, and we already have 6 on the board on both sides, but Marine Lord has a few more in queue. So this is going to be a battle of who can charge and trade better.
Yeah, honestly, for both French and Jeanne d'Arc, I really like professional scouts because it's a lot cheaper. Instead of the normal amount of gold that you have to pay for professional scouts for French and Jeanne d'Arc, it's 179 gold. So it's a little bit cheaper. You're able to get some of those scouts out of the school cavalry as well. I feel like it works synergistically with getting the food that you need for the night counts, and especially with Voldemort having some consecrate ability, making those knights only cost 105 of food instead of 140. It really helps you out. But it's such an interesting dynamic between French and Jeanne d'Arc, right? Because French, you get that villager production speed, so you're always going to have more. You can see that economic count compared to Voldemort's 36 to 31, as we would expect, but it might go in the favor of Marine Lord just a little bit more as 1 villager ends up going down and the gold ends up getting idle. But with the consecrate ability, that's supposed to like be like get the difference between the French and Jeanne d'Arc in terms of economic count. But it's really interesting to see that dynamic. Now, Jeanne d'Arc does go with the woman at arms. She does have some knights around just to make sure that she's trying to get up just a little bit of XP. You can see that bar on the mid-left part of your screen right upside the resources. It looks like it's probably about 20% filled. Maybe she's got like an extra 100, 110, something like that. So if Voldemort wants a level 3 Jeanne in Feudal Age, which I think we all know how dastardly that can be, he's going to need to take some serious fights in order for that to work out. And we can see Jeanne d'Arc with some of those knights. You're going to be able to move out just a little bit on the northeastern part of the map, just trying to make sure that this gold mine is safe. You know, Wham with some of those limit today as well, just to make sure if there's any kind of night raids coming in. But Marine Lord, he's got his sights set on the Byzantine Empire. Coming out here on the eastern side with a little bit of a raid. 1 villager ends up going down. Those towers, like we talked about just a little bit before for the Byzantines, not necessarily having the ability to add a mangonel and strap some rocks on top of that thing. You're going to be able to use arrow slits. Another villager ends up down. The limit today just aren't there. You know, there's a distinct lack of mobility with a lot of the limit today. He has a military count of 21. And I'm looking around the map and looking at all of these villagers going down. I'm just thinking, where the hell are they?
the army just hasn't been in the right spot for this. Both of them, the tower went down for both of them. They are constantly trying to take these fights without the units being in position. And Marine Lord and Anatan are just perfectly communicating and syncing up exactly where they need to be. Now, this fight is moving a little bit off screen, as we can see the archers trying to push back a little bit. And JD is here, but even in the previous fight, she missed a lot of experience, and two of her villagers went down. So this is now slowly going to go more and more into Marine Lord and Anton's favor. I say, but then the archers do get caught out a bit. JD will get a little bit of experience here, but she's again in danger because there's a knight's ready to follow up.
Yeah,
Now,
I think Marine Lord and Anatan are doing a really good job of just kind of picking fights they want to take in an area where Jeanne d'Arc isn't. I mean, she moves a little bit quicker than most foot soldiers, if I remember correctly. I think it's 1.38 tiles per second. So she moves a little bit better than some of the spearmen and some of the archers, but it's still not a knight. She still doesn't have a horse yet. So she doesn't have that mobility to get there. And especially when you're dealing with woman at arms Jean, it's really, it's really effective in feudal because you have the ability to get some of those whirly doos and deal with a lot of spearmen. But once you get to Castle Age, once you get to Imperial Age, it kind of drops off a little bit because you can't snipe siege. So this is a time where if Valdemar is going for woman at arms, he really wants to make an impact in feudal.
and it just doesn't feel like he's able to do anything like that. Again, a bunch of villagers will go down. They get all the way under before attacking, making sure to not set off that town bell so people can react. And another bunch of villagers get picked off. JD is just falling more and more behind, and we can see this in the night numbers as well. Marine Lord now up to 21, while Valdemar is only on 14. Oh, Marine Lord does suicide a few there. So Jean would have been happy with that experience, but I don't even know if she was in range.
No, I don't think I honestly, I don't see her on the map right now, and that's every knight that you kill for experience. Jeanne d'Arc gets 24. So looking at those 3 knight corpses, that's 72 XP that she could have gotten. And when you only need 500, that's a big deal. She's about halfway there. She's probably at about 250. So maybe some one good engagement, a couple knights end up going down. Hopefully you have that ability. 265. Ooh, I'm getting pretty good at this. Looking at that bar and guesstimating. I feel like I'm doing okay. Now she does get passive XP generation, of course, as the game goes on, but it's not going to be enough, right? Especially when you want to make some kind of impact in feudal age, you're going to have to take that now. Valdemar's gold mine now safe. Got a couple outposts there. We got about 14 villagers on gold, so he's going to be able to pump some knights. He's got 4 in the queue. Marine Lord, though, with the amount of knights that he has, 23 to 17, 18 now, and he wants to take this engagement, whether Jeanne d'Arc is here or otherwise. She might be rounding up the backside on the western side. I'm not quite sure, but I am not seeing Jeanne d'Arc at all. There's no Divine Wrath. There's no Restoration that's going to be going on. She's hanging out at home, shooting the shit with another knight that's up there. We got a battle to get in. Marine Lord and Anatan are taking it to you right now. Trying to get a charge off a lot of these Royal Knights. Remember, they get that +3 after they get a brace. They get that for about 3 seconds. There's some Limited coming up here from Wham, but I don't quite think it's enough. You can see now those +24s are popping, baby. You can see that XP bar going up. She's just hanging out in the back. She's not really doing much of anything except just gathering that XP, observing the fight, making sure she learns something, gets a little bit of a Divine Wrath, but she just got cornered. She just hit level 3, and she just went down. That's so huge. That's 500 gold to bring that thing back.
If he did not click the age up in that moment, she would have been a little bit cheaper to bring back into the battlefield. And she brings it back, but instantly gets killed off again.
God.
JD just not made for this world and instantly gets picked up yet again. She will not stand a chance to get to see this battle and get all that sweet free experience. Now, unfortunately, there is a cooldown on her, so she won't even be able to join the party anytime soon. And these knights can just run right into the villages and clean up. Look at all these archers. When you have 52 archers in your base, there's not much you can do. Only towers will protect your vills.
It's such a tilting experience for Valdemar, and I know because I've been on the receiving end of that too. You just hit John to level 3, and you're like, okay, now I can turn the game around, and then she dies, and you're like, well, I guess I can't turn the game around anymore. And you bring her back, and then she dies again. And you're right with that cooldown. Military count for Marine Lord and Anatan vastly favored, 61 to 24, and Anatan is going to be going up with the Curl Tie, trying to bring some of those battles, getting a little bit of damage onto those archers, helping those knights out a little bit too once that thing gets completed, and it will be getting built. So now Voldemort, he's got a little bit of time. Now that Marine Lord and Anatan kind of backed up a little bit, Voldemort can lick his wounds. Wham, trying to help him out just a little bit. Look at Wham's economy right now because he's not the one who's been touched. You know, Voldemar is the one who's been getting harassed and raided over and over again. But Wham, he's got 36 villagers on food right now. You can see it on the top left part of your screen. He's pumping out as many Limitané as he can. He has a batch of javelin throwers in the queue and has a rather impressive mass of javelin throwers. Right now he's got 8. He's going to be adding another 4 once that gets popped. And he's going to be adding archers as well. It could be a saving grace for Wham to maybe get to Castle Age. And as soon as I say that, Marine Lord just went up with the Guild Hall.
Yeah, with Marine Lord hitting the guild hall, you can see he doesn't mind playing the late game either. So this could go either way. They could either close it out now or wait and play the late. So this is definitely the safer play, but they know they're ahead. They don't need to make any crazy plays or risky plays for them to end this game. With Voldemort now on 29 villages, it's going to be a very hard crawl. Marine Lord literally at double the economy and more than double the military, even though the numbers are still looking small. But the Kurultai moving so far forward, straight at Voldemort's base, and this is exactly what you want to do. You want to keep Jean down while she is suffering already. Kurultai plop down now, and Archers slowly moving ahead trying to find a few villages, but honestly, you guys may have killed all the villagers before, and I don't think there's any more victims waiting to get slaughtered here.
No, I mean, just because Voldemort's sitting in about 31 economy, it's going to take a little bit of time to search to find one. I think that Kurultai might actually be rocket boosted just because of how fast it's going, and it will be able to plop down and take a fight. You can see that blueprint over there on the southeastern part of your screen. Jeanne d'Arc is level 3. She is on the battlefield, and she'll be able to spawn a little bit of John's champions. You can see them working their way up on the left side of the screen. Archers trying to do the best they can to take hits at Jeanne d'Arc, but just because of the fact that she could deal with a lot of ranged attacks, she only went down probably about 33% of her health. So it's all about those knights getting that charge. I think there's a lot of times where, yes, sniping Jeanne d'Arc could be a good thing. We could take a lot of archer volleys to do that. I thought we were going to see a big fight here, Whammin, but Wham didn't want to play anymore.
Wham realized this is just going to be a nightmare that runs right over him. Even with all those Limitané there, they're not going to be able to hold this off. It might have just been a tick of seeing, hey, those are upgrades. We're not going to be able to handle those. But you can see those little raids that paid off. We see at the villager count shown here from Wham. He also lost a few villagers in that whole trade. But Voldemar, the one who was really struggling economically. And that's the problem when you have two aggressive players like Marine Lord and Anatan together. You cannot sit back and wait for them to attack because they know how to strike and they know how to end you when you give them a shot.
Yeah, and, you know, that's kind of the French versus Jeanne d'Arc showcase, as you saw there. Because Marine Lord, his villager count, you could see that on the graph. Obviously, he was the highest because he's French and he can produce them rather quickly. But because Jeanne d'Arc can't, every villager that you lose as Jeanne d'Arc is so important, you know, because most of the time you're going hyper aggressive. You're going on one town center. You know, the economic prowess that you're getting is essentially from consecrating. But even though it's a little bit of a discount, you still need economy. You still need a safe food source. You know, whether it's 140 food or 105 or what have you, you know, you still need that little bit of food. They're still not cheap units, you know, for getting that map control like Marine Lord did, plus with the economy speed or the villager production speed, I should say, to get to those safe food sources and make sure you're getting a lot of food. I don't know. It feels like French when you have a French versus Jeanne d'Arc. It just feels like, to me, it feels like French is so favored.
At this point, when you see how well he was able to just get the damage done, charge in, get out, charge in, get out, he wasn't losing as much as Jean would have needed him to lose. And I think that's just where the skill difference might also be coming in. And that's just the micro ability, being able to react very quickly. And that's what happens if you give Marine Lord French. Now, what makes this a little bit harder for them going forward is the next map is going to be Gorge, and they've used two of their very high prio picks. We see here that they got rid of number 1 and number 3 of their priors. So I don't see the next game being any easier for these two. And Analord, they went for high power picks as well, but they still have a lot left on the cards. Now, on Gorge, it is a map that you can play a little bit defensive with a civilization like Japanese. You are able to get to Fast Castle without getting that gold harass because it is between two bases usually. So I wouldn't be surprised to see a little Japanese on this map, but Balderwam will need to find a way to break right through those defenses of the Japan if they so give them that civilization. So Analord, I don't think they're going to be able to do any Dark Age shenanigans as they have because of that safe gold. So maybe we do see a little bit more of a conservative play and trying to run them over in the Castle Age too.
Yeah, I would say especially because that third map being Cliffside, I would be surprised seeing Delhi
Mm.
on Gorge right now. Delhi's I love Delhi on Cliffside. You know, just having the ability to get those sacred sites, and then you can wall kind of between the cliffs. You know, just to make
Mm-hmm.
sure that your sacred sites are there. So, I would expect an HRE in Japan, you know, to come out because you're exactly right with the defensive. You know, in between those two town centers, you just have 8,000 gold that's plopped there. And a lot of the times when you are a knight civilization, it doesn't really matter which one. It's kind of difficult for you to get there. It's difficult for you to take out a villa or two. You know, so that Japan they could have a potential to safely get up to Castle Age. And then we see Delhi. So that's the reason why I usually don't do a lot of analysis and I usually just talk about what's going on the screen instead of trying to give any kind of idea. You could put the platform Tim back up, I guess. I earned it.
It's amazing. No, I was watching the picks happen live, and as you were going on about the deli, I'm like, definitely going. I saw the deli pick, and I'm like, oh no, guys, I think it's the Costa curse. But just like I said, I thought we were going to see some Japan, but instead, getting Delhi HRE, am I just going to be completely wrong? And we are going to see some insanely aggressive plays. The other thing that is somewhat viable on this map, and after seeing BCM be defended yesterday, I don't want to say it, but what about a burger? HRE on this map with a burger. I mean, you just put the toppings on right. You make a little creamy mushroom sauce. You pluck it on there. And for all of you South Africans out there, we put a little slice of pineapple on top as well. Get a juicy piece of meat, and basically you have a Hawaiian burger right there. And I feel like Marine Lord's the kind of guy who can serve one of those. Just a little bit of flavor, a little bit of spice, and then drive right in. So I would
I
love to see a
will
burger.
I'll take a couple of those to go. Actually, that's that sounds really good. if I if I could place an order, I definitely would right about now. And you know, it's funny with the burger. I mean, the condiments aside, it's good.
Mhm,
It's good with the burger because you're up against two civilizations like Ayubids and Malians,
mhm,
where the a lot of the times for Ayubids, they want to sit and they want to try to get to Castle Age. The Malians want to do a little bit of booming, you know, with their pit
mhm,
mines and their cows and all of that kind of stuff. So, in terms of getting to Castle Age, even though the Ayubids do it pretty quickly, you know as well as I do because you love playing as the HRE. You could get up probably one of the quickest civilizations, if not the quickest. So you have the ability to, as Ayubid's trying to get to Castle Age, once you go up with the House of Wisdom, you know, you got to take a while for that to actually come up. And for the Malians, just because they're getting their boom kind of going, it takes them a little bit more time. So maybe as
mhm.
the HRE, you could just ship it.
Yeah, you're definitely not playing against civs that are usually able to contest any of those units coming your way. Yesterday, when we did see burgers getting stopped, it was against civilizations like English that has a bunch of longbows that can kite. These civilizations don't feel like they have that ability. Yes, you have the Malians. Yes, you have those Musafari warriors, but they're gonna need to work very hard to actually stop this. Now, what I like about this is the fact that Delhi does have that insane power in feudal if you go for Tower of Victory. But if they do decide to play the longer game and let Malians get their cows, they're just going to be able to go for the other Dome of the Faith and go
Mhm.
for a very heavy mass of scholars. that we have seen be quite destructive paired with these new Delhi elephants. But I'm not going to say that too much because I have a feeling that if I do, we will never see an elephant again. So this is going to be a feudal fight by a Delhi and maybe an HRE Overwhelm or just an HRE Fast Castle. But like you said, both of these civs just have the answer. I just don't know if AUBID has enough of an answer to deal with something that HRE has on offer, especially considering what Delhi does, or what HRE does, is they can diversify those units. So if they see camel answers, you'll just get a bunch of Castle Age spearmen in the mix as well. So when they fall down on top of you, you're able to impale them and make camel stew for dinner.
And that's such a very interesting thought. Not only camel stew. I guess I'll take mine. I'll take mine with extra humps, please. The um the dealing with I lost my train of thought at that joke. Actually, you talked about camel stew, and I was just like, I
Delicious.
don't know. I mean, I'd try it. I don't know. The anyway anyway with with the Burgrave, just like you said, I got it. I was on the wrong track, but I got back to the right train. The
Welcome.
thank you. The the ability to diversify is actually huge. You know, it's something like, remember with the Malians and the Farimba was super popular. And I think
Mm-hmm.
one of the biggest complaints that a lot of people had with the Farimba was you can just make 5 of the counter to whatever your opponent was dishing at you. And that's what made it super difficult to deal with. For
Mm-hmm.
the Burgrave, it doesn't necessarily have the same wide range that the Farimba does, but it's pretty close. Just because of the fact that the men at arms, they can get heavy maces. So if they do come at you with something like a feudal age knight or a camel lancer or something like that, even though you have spearmen, you can still make men at arms to deal with it. If they have their own kind of heavy unit, if they're making something like crossbowmen, you can go into spearmen so they don't get the bonus damage, or you can go into lance connect so you can take them all out in one foul swoop. So you're right. You have the ability to adapt and to change. And I've seen people, when they do go burger as this kind of like cheese almost strategy in the lower elos, they kind of just pick men at arms and keep spamming the W key until it breaks. And you don't necessarily have to do that. You could make a little
Mm-hmm.
mishmash of everything, and your opponent's like, yeah, I don't have the answer to this.
Yeah, love the fact that Malians has that bunch of options. I just don't know how well those options are going to pan out when Delhi has the option of going for 60 to 70 archers and overwhelming those javelin throwers. And I guess that's the diversity of this patch. That's what I love about patches, guys. Every single patch we get creates a whole new meta. And that's exactly what we have on the menu here. By the way, before we head into this game, I just want to give you guys an update on the other side of the bracket. Beastie and Louis seem to have taken down Demu and Papili. So there is now a 1-1 for them. And just like yesterday, their group is going to go much longer than the other one, apparently. Or I just jinxed it, and ours will now do the same. So if you guys are interested in watching how that one plays out, Beastie is currently trying to semi-fast castle against a very aggressive French and English. So good luck, have fun to those two. But from this side, I think we're going to be seeing some shorter games than we've been seeing over on their side.
Yeah, I've been honestly with the games that were casted yesterday, and along with some that were obviously casted today, that aggression. And I think in a 2v2 situation, I think there's more aggression even than 1v1s, just because, we've seen people go into feudal and just make a bunch of knights, and you're raiding and you're making rams and you're, trying to get the highest military count. You're kind of just like shooting for the high score at this point in feudal age. It's been so much fun. I think for all of the games that we've seen today, I might have seen 2 mangonels. And we just finished our third game.
I,
In a 1v1, you probably see, you could see a bunch of mangonels and 7 springolds, and then everybody just sits and shoots springolds bolts at each other. And this and right now, we're not seeing that, and it's a lot of fun. You're seeing some of the counters. You're seeing the micro that's so important. It's just, this is such a breath of fresh air.
The fact that you're playing against a bunch of cavalry civs as well definitely makes this a lot harder to just have a lot of siege on your side. Now, guys, we just loaded into Game 2, Valdemar Wham against Marine Lord Anatant on Gorge. Definite favorites, I would say, in team games. Not bigger team games, but in 2v2s, it's open to a lot of shenanigans.
Yeah, honestly, with Delhi, I know I kind of talked about it as a surprising pick, but Anatan's Delhi is borderline bar none. You know, his ability to basically do what he wants with Delhi. You know, if he wants to make archers with Tower of Victory, he can. If he wants to do Dome of the Faith and add some scholars and make a little bit of a later game push, obviously he can. But I really like, just because of Delhi and having that strength in feudal, if Marine Lord wants to get that fast castle and he wants to sit and boom up a little bit, I think Delhi as a teammate is going to let him. You know, they're going to be able to handle, you know, they could do some Ghazi Raider raids and all of that kind of stuff. If Valdemar does go with military wing and add some Desert Raiders, the Ghazis do pretty good against those Desert Raiders because they add that little bit of bonus damage. So it could be beneficial to him. And on the opposite side, you have the Malians who probably want to boom a little bit too. You know, they want to make sure they get their cows. They want to make sure they get their Grand Fulani Corral. They have a nice pit mine on that 8,000 gold vein. So they're going to be able to get a decent amount of gold per minute out of that building. And you know, just as much as I do, Wayman, when you're talking about the Malians, you're talking about dealing with the Malians, the first thing you're going to be doing is burning some of those buildings.
Oh, for sure. The thing is, you're trying to burn the buildings, but when they're protected by 2 TCs, it becomes a little bit harder. Now, what was lucky for Marine Lord, though, is a spawn. Marine Lord spawning at the back there, meaning that he's going to have a very juicy wood line to chapel on. Even getting a stone back there, too. But look at this beautiful Malian pit line we can just stare at all day. The passive gold just speaking for itself, and Delhi at the back here with the berries too. Oh, Delhi. Valdemar, sorry. A-Birds at the back there with the blackberries. They're going to have a good time as well. But before we talk about the game for another bit more, I just want to say thank you to our $10, $5 donation to the charity. Appreciate it so much. And everyone who's subbed in the meantime, appreciate you too. Thank you so, so much for supporting this. But I just want to say that the caster curse has kicked in and he puts the chapel forward. I don't know if that's just because he's going to push the deer closer as well, but or just trying to get the golds as a priority item here. Inspired. Very nice. A little bit of a woodline there too, as Cal is pointing out. But we see logistics actually being chosen here from Voldemort. Now, I sound surprised, but I'm not that surprised because we did see this yesterday as well. When you go for logistics, you're able to go fast castle and instantly start picking up the relics, which is something you're going to need to do when you're playing against HRE.
Yeah, I mean, the one way to stop the HRE from getting relics is if you pick them up yourself. You know, I mean, with him having the ability to get those dervishes, he can place them, you know, around his base. He'll put them in his own mosque eventually. We'll be able to deal with it. With this chapel placement, I actually do really like it, even though it's a little bit forward, because you have your teammate that's ahead of you, you know, so you're able to be shielded just a little bit, and he does have the potential to pull the deer. And usually what I like to say when I'm going Dome of the Faith as Delhi is everything's better with a little bit of Dome. And having that going up and getting the decent amount of scholars, getting them essentially at half price. Now they're 65 gold instead of 130 gold. You're right. He can churn all of those scholars out, and then before we know it, it's going to turn into a meeting of the minds with 20 of those things.
Now, what I would really like to see is how they're planning to stop the relic farm. Because what you usually encounter here from civilizations like Malians, you do see some early units if you're going to be playing against someone who's going fast castle, because you do need to delay that amount of castle. But yeah, Marino does seem like the kind of guy who wouldn't just wooden burger for this one. I think we're looking more at a normal cathedral being popped down because there's nothing on wood, right? So you're not going to go, if you don't have your blacksmith set up, you're just going to be a little bit more responsible and go for the relics instead. The dervishes have been rallied out, and we're seeing them rallied a lot more forward than we saw yesterday. The dervishes, very important to get them into the relics that HRE will want to go for as well. The problem is HRE will reach Castle Age a lot faster than you, and if they pre-position those prelates, you're in trouble.
Yeah, and I mean, Marine Lord definitely has the ability to do that. I mean, obviously we have God mode, so we can't necessarily see, or Marine Lord can't necessarily see what's going on the opposite side. But the only thing in terms of military count that's going on besides scouts are those two dervishes. You know, so if he wants to send those prelates out, he definitely can. And look at the ability for HRE, because we always talk about, you know, their feudal economy and making archers and all that kind of stuff. But look at what they could do for Castle Age. 5 minutes and 30 seconds, he slapped that blueprint down. This is a civilization that you try to prepare for everything, but it just ends up not being enough. You know, the Regnance Cathedral is going to go up probably in about another 45 seconds, and those relics will be very quickly going to Marine Lord's side, and that's an economy with those relics, with that passive income. That's an economy you can't raid.
The problem is on Baltimore and Wham's side, they're gonna face those Ghazi raiders that are already being pumped out. Exactly like you said, with the Ghazi presence, you're just able to help your ally get those relics. Well, on the other side, you have two Donzers, two Monq, but they just don't have that same level of mobility. So we do see the scout of Wham trying to go see if Marine Lord is cooking already, and he will find out, yes, Marine Lord is cooking. Marine Lord going very aggressive for that relic as well, trying to pick one up on the opposite side of the map. 3 prelates currently. So let's see how many he wraps up. First one instantly ready in the arms of the prelate. Let's see what that second one is going to be. Looking for the top side.
He's trying to find it. I think probably that one on the west side he'll probably end up grabbing. But it, like 6 minutes and 29 seconds was the time that Regnance blueprint was finished and Marine Lord was Castle Age. Valdemar, because he's Ayubids, you hit that button to go up to Castle Age, it's a minute 45 seconds whether you like it or not. You know, it's the same thing for Ayubids, it's the same thing for the Abbasids. So you're always going to be waiting. It helps because you don't have to quote unquote idle villagers, so you're able to get a decent amount of resources. Once you get to Castle Age, you can make use of it. But the one thing that you want to make units for is map control to make sure Marine Lord doesn't get any relics. So by the time you're Castle Age, Marine Lord's already going to have 3 relics in his arsenal, probably safely, most likely 2, and then he'll be trying to get a 3rd. But it's so difficult for the Ayubids. It just feels like Ayubids versus HRE, the Ayubids are a step behind.
Yeah, it has been a serve that has been feared when you go fast castle, but they've been feared for a different reason of just picking up relics. But against HRE, you just don't have that choice. The javelin throwers in a little bit of danger because the Ghazi raid are closing out, but they do have very nice base damage. Look at them getting their Ghazi victim down there. But now we are hearing even a sacred site being capped there from Marine Lord in them, and that is going to be another bit of pressure and another bit of gold going to Delhi's pocket, especially at this point of the game. And you can see that is a very formidable army. Even if he does trade a little bit of HP here with the Ghazis, they're going to be able to heal those bad boys back up.
And because of, honestly, it's because of how good Delhi is in Feudal Age that's making this a possibility, right? Wham is trying to get a little bit of map control with some of these Dondos, some of these javelin throwers in the Feudal Age, but just because he's doing things like making cows and, you know, making the cattle ranches and all that kind of stuff, he's not spending all of his resources on feudal units, whereas Aditand is, right? He's making a bunch of scholars. He already has 6. So if he loses one, it's not really that big of a deal. You don't need gold to get a lot of these upgrades that are coming out of the blacksmiths and, you know, getting hardened spearmen or any of that kind of stuff. So Anatan can fully focus all of his resources on feudal age, to the point where Wham, he's trying to create a little bit of a map control, but he's never going to have as many units. This is a matchup, I mean, Delhi and Mali that you just saw in the middle of the map. This is one of those that Delhi just kind of eats Mali for breakfast.
Now, Malian does have that power spike that we'll see in Castle Age the moment they hit that too. And that's going to be something where I think Malians does have a shot. Valdemar needs to keep raiding with these units, but we already see a few crossbows from Marine Lord, so even if the Sofas came out, even if the Camel Lancers came out, Marine Lord is already prepped up to be able to target fire those down.
Yeah, because I mean, you're thinking about if you're playing against the Ayubids, what are they going to make that scares you? All right, they can make Gulams, they can make Camel Lancers. Those are usually the 2 units that they end up making because they're Castle Age units, and you can just crank them out pretty much immediately. Well, Marine Lord's like, hey, I can just make a bunch of crossbowmen, and then every time I see any one of your units, they're going to get sniped to death. And that has the potential of happening if Marine Lord gets a decent crossbowman mass and he's able to get there. He's got 11 right now on the battlefield. As you can see, 5 are moving from east to west, and he has 11 total in the queue. You can see a decent amount of them now. They have good base damage where they can slice through a Feudal Age Donzo. As you can see, half that health of the Donzo ends up going down. But now that he has this ranged mass, Voldemort, he has that Ayubid power spike now in making these Castle Age units. But again, Marine Lord's already a step ahead.
The problem is, Malians now has their economy set up, but Delhi is also at a point where they have sacred sites, and actually, those got decapped. We see the pushback here from Voldemort. I was about to say they get this passive gold, but now he's had to go and get some gold himself. So Delhi will definitely have that great moment with where they then go for castle, and you have that opening to attack as Voldemort and Wham. Because by that point, you're just able to outproduce completely and match the timings really, really quickly. But that's a lot of crossbowmen, and they are doing quite a denting to those lances. You see more lances there at the back too, but they're a little bit out of position, especially if you consider that those are just a bunch of spearmen that they're going to be facing. And lances, they run in quite heavily and get dented by the time they even notice that they are impaled. They're on the ground. Spearmen do so well at getting them down. With the crossbow follow-up, we're not going to be seeing those lances alive for long. The thing is, they do have that mobility, right? And Anatand is going to need to start going out on the map for resources. So is this the moment that Voldemort and Wham have to actually do some real damage?
Yeah, I mean, they absolutely have the potential to. You know, they do have the Marine Lord's quote-unquote counter, those crossbowmen. Obviously, you got to move them, right? And they're one of the slowest units, crossbowmen are. So having those Camel Lancers and trying to get around the map for some kind of raiding potential, I think it's going to be, honestly, because with Anatan and Delhi, usually in Feudal, you get your berries, you get your sheep, and then afterward, you got to start scurrying around the map, you know, try to find some berry patches, try to find some deer and all that kind of stuff. But Anatan in Feudal Age, he went pro scouts. There's probably about 6 or 7 deer carcasses that are right in front of his town center. So for Voldemort and Wham, it's going to be difficult to try to find some raids, but there still is an ability to do that. There's wood lines that you might be able to raid. You can see where some of those deer carcasses are on the town center. So he does have a good-sized mass. Look at how many... He's got a decent amount of Camel Lancers. He's got a decent amount of Desert Raiders. So any kind of horse-type unit that Anatan and Marine Lord try to make, they are going to get that little bit of unease. I think this is, you're absolutely right. Now that Wham hit Castle Age with the Malians, he has that Malian power spike, right, with the corral. So he has his quote-unquote late-game economy, as I like to put it, just because of how much food that corral ends up giving you. And then all of a sudden, the Malians have a military count of 100, and they're knocking down your door.
The problem is, Malians also gets their upgrades so quickly, so you're able to shut down anything that comes into your base, and he has the gold for it. We see there 480 quickly clicking something to get more. So I wouldn't be too happy if I was Marine Lord and Anatan right now about the state of where they're sitting, because Anatan going up now with the House of Learning, we just know they take a long time to learn. It's like doing your medical degree. You do need a few years to get that done. So Voldemort and Wham, if they can mass up and do the push, they will be in a really, really good spot. But the moment they give Anatan a few minutes, this is going to be over for them, especially with HRE just able to scale so incredibly well into the late game. I just want to point out Marine Lord isn't even on gold. This is just going to be passive gold pouring in for him from these relics that he has gathered. And he spends it pretty quickly.
Yeah, I think based on what we're seeing from the Cathedral and the Outpost, I think that was 5 in total. So having that Readings Cathedral, obviously that gold for how much gold that he has, and the fact that most of the time he's making a crossbowman, you can see he's at 20. He made a little bit of a switch to men-at-arms. He's got 5. He's got another 5 in the queue. Those are units that, yeah, they take some gold, but they only take a little bit. You know, it's not like you're making knights that are 100 gold each. You know, the crossbowmen are 40 gold, the men-at-arms are 20. So you could use that gold trickle that you're getting from Regnitz and continuously produce out of them. You can spend a lot of villagers on food, which is what he has. His farm transition is pretty much completed around that Aachen Chapel. And now you get to a point where with Marine Lord and with the HRE, you can see he's hoarding a little bit of food there, even though he's continuing to make units. I wouldn't be surprised to see a Swabia soon.
But yeah, the problem is once you have a Swabia, you just get ahead so quickly. I don't think you would. I would say I don't think you would want to go this right now because you know your ally just aged up and they also need some time to get going. And Voldemort and Wham know this is a timing move. But Marine Lord, he has 10 on gold right now. He has 1,800 food. This man is 100% getting himself a Swabia. And then they are vulnerable. Very, very vulnerable. But luckily for them, it is Marine Lord with relics, and he can get those towers upgraded to ensure that they can withstand a little bit of an attack. But we'll see if the Malian push is going to be strong enough.
Yeah, I mean, for Voldemort and Wham, this is put up or shut up time, right? With the Malians hitting Castle Age, that quote-unquote power spike, even though it's a little bit later, my God, is it a massive spike. And you can see in terms of military, he's got about 55. He's got a lot in the queue. He's going with archers. He's going with Donzos. He has a little bit of jab throwers in there also. Military count 118 to 107, and a lot of Valdemar's units are quite expensive. With those Cav Lancers, with some of those Desert Raiders that he's made, some of them end up being free. I'm pretty sure he went with the military wing, but now this is his time to go for a battle. Marine Lord just hit that macro for the Imperial Age, so he might be trying to put that Swabia down at the same time while this battle is happening. But Marine Lord and Anatan made that nice little choke point in between the barracks and in between the stable. So it means that you're going to be able to kind of snipe down some of those Camel Lancers and stuff like that you're going to be able to deal with. And that Swabia goes up all the way in the back around that back wood line. And I think when they see Marine Lord has hit the Imperial Age, once they get that marker, they're like, okay, we are going, and we are going now.
And Ganel, they just have that pressure to deal with this army from Marine Lord and Anatant. Very, very greedy play here from these two, but we'll see if it pays off. If the Swabia is left alone for another 2 minutes, it'll quickly, not 2 minutes, maybe 3. It'll quickly pay off because Marine Lord with all that gold, he gets dive bonds. He gets the upgrade for any of his units, and they're going to be elite and ready to take on a very big fight. So those towers firing away, they do start taking down the building. The House of Learning now in danger, especially with the man Janique firing away. We see fire being spread everywhere, and they might break through the Delhi space to get there.
Oh man, all those books going down in flames, just basically acting as kindling around that House of Learning. So that's one landmark going down. Marine Lord hitting Imperial Age. Look at that excellent flank from Anatan on that southeastern side. He gets a flank down the hill, and a couple of mangonels end up going down. And for Voldemort, losing 2 or 3 out of those is really huge. It's going to stall that push out just for a little bit. Another Manjanique getting built. Springald Tower with a relic in it for Marine Lord. Really going to help you out just because it has that little bit of burn armor as well. Manjanique going to be able to make that backside up. Just because of there's choke points, you might be able to get some good Manjanique hits. But for Anatan, we have a Dumbo sighting over there on the eastern side. We have a little bit of a war elephant, and that elephant will be very good against the cavalry front line if it has a potential to actually getting there. Lots of spearmen from Anatan. Mangonel hits are coming up on the northeastern side. It looks like some Springolds might be, or some spearmen, excuse me, might be taking hits, but that's pretty much it. They're trying to burn this outpost down. Looks like while the Manjanique is trying to get some hits out of some units, Valdemar and Wham doing a really good job at taking this fight, adding the reinforcements from the southwestern side, as you can see on the map. Wham, and look at that military count. They're double where Marine Lord and Anatan is. This is a brilliant timing.
This is that perfect timing to attack, and I'm very surprised Marine Lord didn't see, oh, there's an army. We're about to get pushed. I might need to spend my resources instead. He does have a culverin that he pulled out there just to get rid of those mangonels, but it is currently running with its tail between its legs. Wood wedges or wood wheels just floating back. They're really trying to keep that thing alive because this is a ticking time bomb. We have the Waller being screamed, but the Marine Lord doesn't have towers back here ready to fight this on that chapel. He might just get an idle economy here too, and this will just snowball from there. Unless they get a bombard tower that takes out a ton of military, but it just doesn't feel like there are any towers to do such a thing. The towers might be at the back, but they're just not in position to handle this. The Culverin is running for its life right now, trying to get a fire off something, but it barely does any damage to these humanoid characters that we see on the screen here. Infantry,
Yeah.
that's the word.
I mean, I love it. The crossbowmen are also fighting for their dear life, right? And continuing to kite. They're trying to snipe that mangonel over there from the HRE. But these crossbowmen are elite, and my God, did they pack a punch. And little Wolo coming out from Antan, one of those relics, trying to do that. That just popped out of that outpost from Marine Lord that finally ended up going down. Valdemar is also making rams with his Manjaniques, trying to take down as many landmarks as he sees. And for Marine Lord, this is hold. Hold, hold, hold. And it looks like, even though that military count is very low for Marine Lord and Anatan, it's about 35. He still has a Swabia in the back that's continuing to pump. The Aachen, those glorious golden Aachen fields that we talk about over and over again, had to get vacated for a little bit of time. Marine Lord was a little food starved at this point, had some men-at-arms and crossbowmen, which are very food heavy if he wants to go for that composition. Continuing to get mangonel hits on that back line. Those Malian archers do have poison arrows and can make quick work out of those men-at-arms if they're left to be alive. And now Valdemar and Wham, just because they're on Gorge, they're able to raid from around those outskirts, those suburban areas out there on the northern side, so those Campbell Lancers will end up getting hit. Couple mangonels might be able to get some good hits if they turn around and get their rocks off, and it looks like they're going to be able to do that. A lot of archers going down for Wham. Military count 73, 70 to 31, and continuing to go down. And it looks like Valdemar, he's going to be pulling the boys and getting a little bit of a get out of my game keep.
Oh, that's not just the first get out of my game keep. There's another one right next to it, on top of the Dome of the Faith, too. So, slowly eliminating these landmarks, and yes, Marine Lord's account of economy count. Oh my goodness, what's happening? The economic count is increasing, but the military count is not. The poor man, he's got relics, he's got gold, but dead men don't need any gold, and that might just be what Marine Lord's forte is going to be. Now, these boys, the archers, they're doing their best at fighting down these armored units, and they're doing an amazing job at it. With Valdemar's keep here to support, these units are just going to be able to survive a little bit longer, and this will mean that Valdemar and Wham actually do take a game off of Marine Lord and Anatan, and we're going to have a 1-1.
Yeah, I mean, now for all intents and purposes, this is a 1v2 situation, right? Anatan, he's sitting on 47 bills. I'm sure they're on the outskirts doing God knows what, right? All of their landmarks for Anatan is gone. He's getting a metric shit ton of stone, and it looks like that entire stone outcropping will be going by the way of Anatan. He's got about 1,400 stone. All 40 of his 47 villagers are right now on stone. But that's something that you could do as the deli, right? You get a keep, you can get village fortresses, right, and reboom with how many keeps that you end up getting. You can also shore it up to make a little bit of a defensive standpoint, and you have those culverins in the back, making sure that any siege that comes out ends up going down. I wouldn't call this game yet, only because I've seen Beastie do a 1v2 situation. If I remember correctly, it was Beastie in some of the games last week and some of the mixed masters that we had. So I never, ever, ever call a game until I see that victory or defeat on screen.
Never, ever? Even with 100 of military lead? Because Culverins now, they're about to close that lead a little bit, because those are some very valuable units to lose. They're expensive. Valdemar and Wham cannot replace them too quickly.
No, those Manjaniques, I mean, they're your damage dealer to buildings, right? I mean, because of the fact that you can have those flaming rocks instead of just normal rocks. But 3 Manjaniques end up going down. That is rather expensive. Marine Lord could pull a villager or just repair it. And now he's got a bombard. He's the only one Imperial. You got to remember that. He's the only one Imperial. Now, Valdemar and Wham, they're trying to starve their opponents out, right? They're trying to go for that gold mine over there on the eastern side. It looks like where Wham pulled the majority of his troops. He has a good front line. He has some Musafatis mixed in there as well. The Spearmen have largely been vacated from his army composition. Adding the Musafati when the majority of the front line is men-at-arms, whether they're elite or otherwise. The Musafati are going to be doing well. Valdemar getting another keep around that gold, and now it's going to be difficult for Marine Lord and Anatan to kind of find anywhere to go. Culverin's taking hits on some of these rams, and the rams will end up going down. A couple archery ranges maybe were hurt in the midst of that skirmish, but that's pretty much it. And now Wham going up with the Fort of the Huntress. And guess where that Fort of the Huntress is, Whammon? On the north part of the map, that northwestern side. It's on another gold mine. They're trying to starve them.
And that's exactly what they'll be able to do. Even though you have all these relics as Marine Lord, they do not provide unlimited gold. They are going to be able to feed you and your army for a while, but when those expensive units get made, they don't last very long. Now, he does have 2 bombards, and he should be able to do something with that. Slowly get control of one of these sides, get the keeps down, but it's going to have to be a lot of favorable trades. And the problem is, speaking of trades, Voldemort and Wham have shifted to trade as well, because as they're starving their opponents, they realize they can just get ahead a little bit further and quicker by going trade themselves.
Yeah, I love that. I love the trade idea. I'm so sorry. I hate to cut you off. I love the trade dynamic. You know, this is a situation when you're ahead. How do you get more ahead? Right? Doing things like increasing your economic prowess. You know, a lot of the time Voldemort, he did add a second town center that's over there on the south side, so he's got a decent villager count. He's at about 110 to 115, but the trade's really going to help. And you know, there's 9 traders, and I know you were just about to talk about Delhi getting village fortresses. Might we see an Anatan reboom?
I don't know if Anatan has the time. Voldemort and Wham don't seem like the kind of guys who will give them the time, but at the same time, they're struggling to end this game. Marine Lord is holding strong. He's defending his base to the best of his abilities. Those culverins, those bombards are just doing amazing work at keeping them very much alive. Look at those archers. Yeah. They're trying their best.
I mean, those arrows are poisonous. You know, those barbs do have poison on them, but you can see the crossbowmen just melting. You know, the poison takes a little bit of time. You know, maybe they have the anti-venom in one of their pockets of armor or something like that as they start to deteriorate a little bit. But those crossbowmen, they'll just rip right through you. You know, and a lot of those men-at-arms end up going down. It's kind of crazy because you saw Delhi go up with the village fortresses, and Marine Lord is continuing to try to take the fight. He's got some bombards at the keeps. Delhi in Feudal Age is such an aggressive civ, you know, because they have those Ghazi Raiders, they want to take it to you and all that kind of stuff. And then all of a sudden, they get village fortresses and they get 3 or 4 keeps, and then they just start like booming out of nowhere. You know, that's exactly what Anatan's trying to do. And then it gets to a point where that civ becomes incredibly defensive, as Voldemort the second keep ends up getting vacated from this earth. So for Anatan and Marine Lord's like, hey, I'm going to try to keep us alive. You try to just boom and get your villager count up. But for how much military is here, Wham, and there's 143 units at the side of Voldemort and Wham, I think Marine Lord's got a tough battle ahead of him.
For a second, they looked like villagers there. I was about to say, is there going to be an extra spicy keep? But no. They're trying to be a little bit more responsible and actually close out the game because they're noticing this keep play is just not paying off for them. The problem is, this has been a very expensive fight. A lot of that Bombard Tower's damage have been going that way of Marine Lord and Anatan, but the reinforcements are constantly pouring out. And even though the keeps were cleaned up at the front there, the culverins are now in danger because the Horseman switch is coming in at exactly the right time. And getting those down will be the way to close out this game. Because those Bombard Towers, they don't care. They're just going to stay alive and keep firing down on any military you throw their way.
Yeah, I mean, those bombard towers, you need some heavy machinery to try to deal with those. You can't just send a bunch of units up and start torching it. You know, it makes you need siege. It makes you need something. Voldemort adding some Springles on the backside of the western side, and the Springles, they might be able to make sure the Megadels don't get good shots or anything like that, but because you're in Marine Lord territory, because you're in Holy Roman Empire territory, you can send a bunch of villagers and try to repair it. Culverin ends up going down. That's a rather expensive piece of equipment as well, a little anti-siege piece of equipment, but the Malians, now that the Malians are in Imperial Age, if he wants to, if Wham wants to, he has the potential to make Culverins themselves. And I don't think we're going to see a Culverin, though. Anatan's done. This boom is going to take millennia. He's like, let's just move on to game 3.
Now, this is important. Going down, now it's 1-1. As we see the score just showing us 0-2, guys. Don't panic. It's 1-1. We'll be getting a third game out of this group. And Voldemort and Wham actually showing a lot of strength here in their pushes. But Marine Lord and Anatan underestimating their ability to close out the game just a little bit when going for that greedy Imperial. We did see Marine Lord getting that Imperial, and instantly that villager spike just came in, but the raids just kept it equal to the likes of Voldemort. Now the military count, we see up, down, up, down, up, down. Valdemar being very far ahead with resources too, but this is just speaking to the fact that you are playing against a civilization that does well in castle, and you let them sit in castle for a while.
Yeah, I think for the people, the ladies and gentlemen in the audience that watch this one, this is probably one of the one of the best timing attacks I can think of in recent memory. You know, this was a situation that Marine Lord got to Castle Age first, and he got all the relics, and you know he was trying to macro up to Imperial, and you know that's to the point where HRE becomes borderline unstoppable because they end up churning those villagers out. And Valdemar and Wham, they recognized the civ that they were playing. They recognized the power spikes that their civs get, and they were like, okay, this is our time. And this is probably the only time we have to win this game and tie this series. So excellent execution from Valdemar and Wham. But don't look now. We've got game number 3 on Cliffside. It's Marine Lord and Anatan, Japan and Ottomans, respectively. Valdemar and Wham on the Abbasid and the Rus. This is winner take all in this series.
Yeah, this is such an important match for these guys because this is going to mean that they're either going to be 1-1. Wait, let me just see. Marine Lord, if he wins this, he's going to be 2-0, which will most likely mean that he's going to go through. And Wham on this side as well. Winning this one would mean he's 2-0. So this is a really tough match for these guys because this is also a big decider. Keeping in mind, next game, Marine Lord and Wham, or next round, Marine Lord and Wham are against one another yet again. So even if one of them gets that 2-0, the other one can come in and grab the game back. We're looking for that reverse sweep. So there is a way to tie these groups 4 ways. And we're just praying today is not the day that this happens. But now Valdemar and on Abbasid and Wham on Rus, I've never seen this combination. What do we see out of these two when they pick these?
Yeah, you know, it's super interesting because a lot of the times when you're thinking about 2v2, you're thinking, okay, who's your Knight Civ and who's your Archer Civ? So with Wham, obviously, as the Rus, he'll be playing, obviously, as Knights because you get them in feudal age. Valdemar has the ability to, not only, you know, he could go military wing as Cow is showing us with boot camp, increasing the health of all infantry by 15%, so it gives those archers a little bit of a boost, you know, a little bit of a health bonus. And you have the potential in Castle Age, as I hope that Cow maybe hovers over to the one right below it. No? A little bit to the left? Just wait. Just a little bit. Oh my god, I hate it here. I hate it here. The composite bows. Exactly. Increasing the attack speed of archers by 33%. One of the strongest archers that you can make. And even though they're just normal archers, they get a little bit of a health boost. They get a little bit of a DPS boost because of their attack speed. All of a sudden, you have these archers that can take down just about anything. And on the other side, you have Marine Lord as the Japanese, most likely fast castling because that's the only thing Japanese can do in this game. And Anatan going with the Ottomans might be creating a little bit of Dark Age shenanigans, and we do. Anatan already has a spearman on the field.
Now, Anatan and Marine Lord, I feel like these players, they're just at this point, you know the Dark Age things are coming. They're going to be going right across the base, always. Now, that's a spearman coming out from a barracks, and this is something that we've seen now a lot just from Ottomans. Instead of going for that military school that takes a long time to pump out a unit, you get that spearman out pretty quickly and get that map control, especially when playing against a civilization that likes to boom. So with Abbasid, you have a civ that loves to boom. You have a civilization, but with military wing, you're kind of forcing them to react to this already. So military wing being very powerful themselves, that spearman might not mean anything if not used correctly. So I don't think he wants to run into the Abbasid base with that spearman just yet, but he does want to have that presence and most likely just slow down Mr. Rus over here.
Yeah, I think, I mean, I don't know, just based on the word on the street in the professional scene, obviously, because I'm not one of them, but I think people underestimate how good the military wing actually is. And I know people are like, it's just 2 spearmen and 2 archers, like, who cares? But as soon as you age up as soon as you get to that point, and it's usually like 4 minutes and 10 seconds, maybe he got there at about 4 minutes 3 seconds, you instantly have military advantage 4 minutes into the game, and then you set the tone because you got them for free. You got those 2 spearmen and those 2 archers. Any damage that they do is a benefit to you. Any idle time, anything, because you got those units for free. You didn't need the production buildings. You didn't need the time to queue them. You didn't need any of that kind of stuff. So the tempo that you get from that, as you see those 2 spearmen and 2 archers start to move across the cliff and would be making their way north, most likely, I would imagine, to the Japanese, because there's somebody who wants to sit and try to get to Castle Age as quickly as possible. You have the ability to cause havoc. And for Japan, you can see the big difference, right? For the military wing, you get those 2 spearmen, those 2 archers, and then what does Japan have to do? Usually you try to make archers because you need a little bit more. One, you don't really want to make Yumi in Feudal Age if you don't have the choice, but number 2, you have to do things like make an archery range, and then queue the units, and then get the cost for the units at a time when you don't want a lot of villagers on wood because you're trying to get the castle. So this this could create a lot of problems for Marine Lord and delay him.
Now, it might delay him, but with that deer pushing they got, they're actually allowing him to stay alive quite a bit, I'd say. Those spearmen turned out to be just the things that are trying to deny any horse shenanigans going on. But those spearmen should be able to get into those towers and make those towers fire extra hard. Now, the problem is here, you have all these deer, so you're not going to be able to stop Marine Lord from getting castle on the food. That's just unlimited under the TC, but Anatan says, I'll play feudal for a while. Let me drop down this second stable, double Sapahi production, and I'm just gonna keep you alive, Mr. Marine Lord, while you try to go to castle. And this is exactly it. They know they cannot shut down the food, but they do need to do something about the gold. And he doesn't have enough gold to go castle yet, and even if you do, you need a lot more to get the horses out too.
Oh my god, this is so frustrating. Like, watching this happen, because the ambassadors, remember, you don't need siege engineering, right? So that's even more tempo. And now all of a sudden you can clown car with some rams. Look at what Valdemar is doing. He just pops a couple archers out, takes hits on some villagers. I don't necessarily think it could be enough archers, as he's starting to make a little bit more. He has 6 total in the queue. But look at how much Marine Lord is idling. He's sitting on 600 food. He's sitting on 450 gold at a time when he probably would have wanted to click that button in another half a minute from now. And I don't think he's going to have the potential to. And wham, on the backside, his teammate's going to be helping him out with some early knights. So Anatan, you're exactly right. He had to add some stables. He got a couple sippies. As you can see back there, he has going to be able to make a couple spearmen if he wants to, depending on what he wants to make out of that military school. He's adding some archers as well and going to be adding a meter. But for Marine Lord, this is not the 6 minutes, 29 seconds that we saw last game with HRE. This is becoming a little bit of a problem.
Yeah, the problem that it becomes is not just getting that castle. Like I said, the moment you get it, you also need to make something out of it. And with that pressure that you have on gold, it feels like they actually pushed it off, though. The Sapahis really supported the ally here, because you can see that Ram needs to be careful. This is very expensive. Because keeping in mind, yes, the siege engineering is free, but that is an expensive Ram. That's 200 resources, and Baltimore has a lot more on wood. Are we going to be seeing another Ram? Is this just going to be a constant piece of pressure? And he's still making units. We see 2 more knights in the queue, 2 more archers as well. So this might just be a feudal fight from Baltimore and Wham. I just don't know if it's going to be strong enough, because now you've given Marine Lord enough time to get that gold. He's going to be able to afford a very chunky samurai, and it's going to be quite hard to kill it, especially with that composition you have at home.
Yeah, you're absolutely right, because Wham's knights, even though there might be a little bit more plentiful, they're not as strong, right? And then you get that little bit of a deflection from the mounted samurai as well, which is probably one of the best unique things that a unit can have, because the Rus, the early knights, they're going to be able to charge into you, and it just becomes null and void. That 20-some damage is gone. So it's super good. But for Marine Lord, I think what's really beneficial for him as he's going into Castle Age, and I see this common blunder with a lot of lower elo players such as myself, as Wham gets that, oh my god, as Wham gets that little bit of raid on all of these villagers from Anatan, there's a lot of idle time here. Literally every single Anotandian villager is running around with no idea what to do. Everyone was so focused on Marine Lord, including ourselves, Anatan doing a little do-si-do with the town center just to make sure some of his villagers stay alive. But that's pretty big. That's pretty huge out of the Ottomans. Back to Marine Lord as he hits Castle Age. A common blunder for some of the low elo players such as myself is once they get the floating gate, they think the game is over. Right? They're just like, okay, I'm Castle Age, now I can win the game. And you're exactly right. You hit it a couple times actually as we were getting into Castle Age. You need to make sure you have enough units to actually make that Castle Age worth it. You just spent 1,800 resources on a fancy building. Now that building has to pay off and do something. Valdemar has a good job getting at Camel Archer there, so the Mount Samurai that are present get a little bit of an unease, and because of it's being an archer, it can sit back a little bit, but now this is Marine Lord. He's got the time, just because his teammate is getting harassed, if he wants to build up that Mounted Samurai number, but he doesn't have a lot of time.
The thing is, he has enough because we see 4 already on the field. Sapa, he's able to close in and take down that ram that was trying to do a little bit of pressure but wasn't able to find any damage. Now the army here needs to back off. Valdemar behind this went for that second TC to try stay together economically. Well, now the question is he gonna go for castle behind this? Because you think of these mounted samurais and you're like, okay, I should probably think about getting some crossbows, but right now he's got nothing extra in queue, and it looks like he's macroing up there, but with 4 in gold, this is going to take quite a while. Now the raids from Valdemar and Wham, they are still going to be so crucial, but that's the thing about Cliffside. You can wall off, but walling off is expensive. It just looks like Valdemar is kind of prepared to pay the price, while these are very mobile units from Wham, and he could be utilizing those again on top of all those villages.
Yeah, it was good. Honestly, it was good presence of mind for both of these players to try to wall. Maybe, although there's that little bit of a hole there on the northern side of Wham's base, they kind of realized that Feudal Age push wasn't stopping Marine Lord from getting Castle Age or getting Mounted Samurai. So they were like, okay, we got to back up and kind of figure out what the hell we're going to do here. And Marine Lord just making sure that they don't have the time to do that. That charge coming in from those early knights for the roost, for those Mounted Samurai, again, taking some deflections, which has been nice. It looks like the Mounted Samurai count isn't as high as some of these knights, but again, we're talking about quality over quantity, and Wham ended up pulling a couple gremlins as well. A lot of Wham's roost knights are actually dealing with and trying to charge upon Sipahi that are over there on the northeastern side, trying to make Anatan's life a little bit worse. But I feel like when Valdemar and Wham actually get some kind of conglomeration, if they're ordered to get their forces together, they have an increased military count. They're 50 to 37. They still could have a potential to do a lot more raiding, particularly to Anatan's side, I feel.
Now, Anatan has been the one who's been slightly susceptible to the damage, and he did take quite a bit of damage with, I say this, and those knights are trying to surround the spearmen, but they do take a bit of damage, and if the samurais can follow this up, they could actually do a lot more. Those are archers at the back, though, and they could be picked off in a second. Sipahis do not want to fight this, but they're trying to push them off just a little bit. Method a little bit at the back. He's struggling right now, and even though we barely know her, he's going to go down.
I love it. Thank you for saying that. I was not expecting that, but you're exactly right. That Metter has bongoed his last bongo, and it looks like those Ottoman Empire units will not be inspired in the key of G, and a lot of them will end up getting taken down. Those archers will be taken down as well. Military count 50 to 24 in favor of Valdemar and Wham, and I think they're smelling a little bit of blood in the water here. They might be able to take the battle to Anatan. He's using that twin minaret as a little bit of food, but he's probably going to have to go out to get food eventually, and it looks like both of these players are creating a little bit of a 1v1 situation out of both of these. Valdemar isn't at the Ottoman base, he's at the Japanese base, so maybe he might be able to split and make sure Marine Lord doesn't come with some of his help. But Marine Lord is moving from west to east. You can see that teal blob is just about to come on screen for you. A couple of them might be able to help out a little bit, but Anatan, he is, I mean, I talk about smelling blood in the water. Anatan's kind of drowning.
Anatan has had a lot of idle time, but I want you to notice the villager numbers. It's still 41 to the highest number that is on the other side from Voldemort to 55, but keeping in mind he's on 2 TC. So it feels like he loses more, but it doesn't look like he's actually losing as many villagers. That is Voldemort and his second TC. Is that a third TC we just got pointed out? Or just the second one? Because that would be wild.
Yeah, I think that was the second one on the western side.
Okay, just making sure, because if this man went for another one, That would be a little bit wild, but Marino's army is looking scary. 15 mounted samurais, they are going to slice through most things that come their way. And those knights just melted. Absolutely, instantly. Wham doesn't have food as well, though. So right now, Wham not really ready to transition to farms or be out on the map because Marino just has such an aggressive army that is, again, so mobile. So you can see they're trying to let Marino do his thing, but trying to focus Anatan because at this point, that's all you got. You have to get the guy who's susceptible to your raiding because Marino is not letting them at all.
Yeah, and honestly, I think for Marine Lord, this is kind of put up or shut up time because he's the only one with the tech advantage. Not for too long, as Valdemar did go up with the economic wing, which is a brilliant choice because he's going to need to farm transition at some point. But he knows that he has the best unit on the field right now, pound for pound, those mounted samurai are. So the reason why Fast Castle is so good is because you have that technological advantage, because you have that best pound for pound unit. You got to be able to do some damage with it. Those Roos fortified palisades, they're slowing Marine Lord down, and they're making it difficult for him to do it. High trade house in a glorious spot on cliffside, might I add. Now, you got to think about like that fortified palisade. If that was a normal palisade, it's down. And Marine Lord might be wreaking havoc all over the Roos base. Now, not so much. Valdemar and Wham had a little bit of extra time. Valdemar decreased mobility in his units, had the ability to get over there before the fortified palisade goes down. And with all of these spearmen, I don't care if your samurai are mounted or they can deflect bullets. You're going to have a problem to actually cut through that mass. So Marine Lord's going to have to back up.
And the palisade wall gets fixed just in time. Such an important play here from Wham, slowing the game down just a little bit for them to be able to get those upgrades and take the fight against these mounted samurais. At the same time, Voldemort trying to get into the back line with these camo archers, and this is going to be so crucial at just splitting that military apart and not dying from these sheer amounts of mounted samurais. So now Wham hitting castle, he's also going to need to just give a few seconds for those upgrades. The mounted samurais cannot break through these walls in time. So I think Valdemar and Wham might be in a pretty decent spot here. Valdemar's not able to even spend all his food right now. The man is drowning, and he's drowning in food, which definitely sounds like a good position to be in. But you definitely want to find a way to spend these resources as well.
Yeah, I think because the Abbasid do get a decent power spike in Castle Age, right? With the composite bows and all that kind of stuff that we talked about prior. And I think, going late game might not be what you want to do against an Ottoman Empire that can make great bombards, right? So I think, if this is time for Valdemar and Wham, if they want to make some kind of push, they have the potential to. But Marine Lord finally getting in on that western side. But just because of those palisade walls, the spearmen for Valdemar not only got their Castle Age upgrade, but they're able to get there. They're able to traverse the majority of this map in order to get there. Anatan has a little bit of a vanguard force over there on the southern, or the middle of the map, I should say, trying to take down another fortified palisades. But this is to the point where with Marine Lord and Anatan, you gotta be frustrated because you're like, I did everything I needed to do to cause havoc to my opponent. But the fact that these walls exist made it impossible for me to do so. Heads up defense by Wham and Valdemar.
Wham and Valdemar have been doing exactly what they needed to stay alive. And to stay alive, that meant being able to defend while you get that power spike. And now, one thing that I love to mention are the Wham walls. And Wham loves the wall. But we can see that Valdemar has taken a note from Wham's book and just followed his teammate to ensure that they do not get raided. They've been on the attacking foot the whole time, and this is spelling a lot of danger for Marine Lord and Anatan. Marine Lord and being tied for first place in his group, and Anatan for first place in his group. These guys were the favorites going in here, and Valdemar and Wham made it look so close that it doesn't look like they're playing against the first places here.
No, I mean, we get to a point where, the group stages are over, and you're into this top 8 kind of field. There's not much that separates a lot of these players, I mean, Valdemar has been rather impressive in his Abbasid play, doing his little bit of disruption of Marine Lord's Castle Age and then working with Wham in order to get these walls and all of that kind of stuff. It's been very good synchronicity out of both of these players. And A lot of the times in team games when you're playing with some of the best, you can't really just rely on your own strength and your own micro. You got to work with your opponent, and that's what or your teammate, excuse me, and that's what Voldemort and Wham are really doing now. Anatan, I think he's been able to kind of figure himself out a little bit. You know, he got raided a little bit in Feudal Age. He lost a decent amount of villagers. Now he's adding some Janissaries. He's got a formidable force. Marine Lord finally found a palisade that wasn't fortified and was able to take it down rather quickly. So those spearmen are trying to rounding up the back, trying to stop these mounted samurai. But my God, there are just too many. He's got the entire province of Osaka out here trying to take down a lot of these spearmen, a lot of these archers. I think now as the whole mass comes in, he might have to back up. But because of that mobility, he could just find the next wall to burn down.
Yeah, the spearmen are just not able to catch these bad boys, and they're going to run into some villages. The villagers do pull back just in time as they were about to fall quite hard. Voldemort is not the one that needs to carry this game with his mass, though. Wham needs to be able to constantly be on the enemy at the same time, and he's doing exactly that, trying to wall them in these small plays, but he's at a lot less villagers. He's at the same point as Anatan, and this might be a little bit of a bottleneck in their composition right now. As Marine Lord and Anatan, they're ready to fight, but there's Janissaries in the mix here, and they do pretty well against cavalry. That's a lot of spearmen, though. Screaming to the skies, Voldemort picks up that relic and is actually quite ready for a farm transition and a keep transition, I would say.
Yeah, this was pretty interesting. I mean, Voldemort did the best that he could in a micro sense, right? Trying to get those mounted samurai out, but it was just the sheer mobility. The Wololo didn't end up panning off, so a lot of those mounted samurai ended up being able to get away. But the big issue right now is that Voldemort, all of his troops that are on foot are all the way on the eastern side, and there is this massive push by both of these players barreling through the center of the map, and especially going at Wham's base. Wham has only been one town center for this game. He's only at 55 villagers. Every villager that he loses is going to be disastrous. He put a decent amount of villagers in his starting town center, but now Voldemort, he's like, hey, if there's a big push coming down the middle, I know I can't get there. I got to do something with my mass. He's taking it right to Anatan's face, and now Anatan and Marine Lord have to back all the way up to make sure that the Ottoman Empire doesn't crumble.
And the Ottoman Empire, it has a beautiful power spike in the late game, but we're not at the late game yet. This is looking like a distraction as these two are walking through it. And we have Marine Lord on the corner. He's like, Anything, why are you so shit here? We do not have any more units to fight this. And look at these spearmen, we don't give utches. And Voldemort and Wham just don't care. They're just going to walk right through them with this army, but they do need to be careful. They cannot take too much fire here. So, Marine Lord, with all those mounted samurais, not getting anything else in the mix, it does get countered by the spearmen. But keeping in mind, he's got a few Janissaries there to try and break this. But this is going to be a really tough fight. It doesn't matter if Voldemort and Wham lose their armies here. They just need to keep producing and stay ahead with Eco. And right now it does look like the fight might be going Marine Lord's way, because that's a lot of mounted samurai, and they are cleaning up. These archers are not doing the damage to them that they thought they would be able to.
No, and I mean, Wham also, as you can see, there's a distinct lack of red in this area, and that's because he's somewhere else. He's over there in the middle of the map. He went for a big switch. He's going for majorly he's going for crossbowmen instead of the usual knights that we usually see the ruse out of, but this was not good for Voldemort. I mean, they had the military lead of probably about 50 to 60, and then all of a sudden we're tied. You know, I mean, it's really nice for Voldemort that the fact that he has that extra town center. He's kind of at that late game economy that we noticed from the Abbasid. The economic ring really helped him out to make sure that when he does make a farm transition, it's not as costly in terms of the tempo, because those farms are relatively cheap. They're almost at the cost of English farms. They might be just a little bit more expensive than English farms, but it still makes your transition a little bit better. Marine Lord back on the raids. He's the only one on the map now because Wham does not have knights. He went for crossbowmen. He's the only one on the map with any sense of heightened mobility, and he's going to try to take advantage of it.
Right now, Voldemort is sitting on 2,400 stone now, and the question is just, can we secure these resources for the keep? They were a little bit too aggressive with their keeps in the second game and ended up losing quite a few of them. But at this point, when you have that much stone, you have to secure the resources because you just lost a major fight by splitting your armies, and you cannot afford to lose another one. Even with your lead, a lead will not stop Anatan and Marine Lord, who can capitalize on any small advantage that you give them.
Yeah, absolutely. And you know, we're going to see red and blue kind of come out. Marine Lord's going to be creating a little bit of a front line. He's helping Anatan out. I really like, honestly, the fact that there were Janissaries that existed, the fact that Anatan hit that Vizier button for all of the military schools to pop out a couple Janissaries. It just made it so Wham had to make that transition. You know, so he has a lot of those crossbows coming up. Anatan, though, even though he was the one that was raided, in feudal age, he is one of the lowest villager counts, 58 villagers, going up with the Istanbul Observatory. And I think they realize, Marine Lord Nantan, I think they realize that getting the Ottoman Empire in Imperial Age and getting some of those great bombards out could be the way to actually win.
The thing is, Marino's also macroing up to Imperial himself, and that might just be because Japan has those free units from the tickets as well. So this is going to open up a very unique play for them. However, if Baltimore and Wham push the moment they hit Imperial, again, this is going to be very dangerous. Vizier Point pops up. Let's see what he chooses. Military school production. He tries to get a lot more units over time, but I don't know how much time they have. If they sync up these armies and ensure that they push through. That's a lot of crossbows, and I don't know if you've seen crossbows in those numbers, but man, they melt anything you throw at them. Now, the first thing we're going to see from Anatan is that great bombard that needs to do the work. Now, we don't see it in queue just yet, so I'm waiting to see if that thing can blow up the whole army as it needs to. Ooh, Springald gets chosen instead. He decides, I need to get rid of the siege at backline because those are mangoes, and a bombard won't do too much against those.
Yeah, I think with that ranged mass all the way there on the eastern side from Anatan, they could be susceptible to some mangonel shots. Marine Lord might want to do some kind of like a flank tactic just to try to get those mangonels, try to get that spring will eliminate the siege advantage. He's adding a little bit of horsemen as well. Mangonels with a pretty juicy shot over there on the north side. A lot of Ottoman soldiers end up bleeding just a little bit. Valdemar going up in Imperial Age while this fight is going on. He's going with the Culture Wing. Now that Marine Lord has added some horsemen, that bonus damage from the crossbowmen, it's not there anymore. So maybe you might be able to get around and get a little bit of a raid, but this is a kind of a timing attack 2.0, and I think this is the climax of the series, this big fight that we're going to see right here. Mangonel's getting shots off from Valdemar on the backside, getting a little bit of a miss. Marine Lord with that flank over there on the south side with some horsemen, with some mounted samurai. Huge body block from Wham's crossbowmen, even though they're a ranged mass. Just for the fact that they are a human and that they exist, you can make sure that that Mangonel doesn't get hit, but this is a very impressive hold from Marine Lord and Anatan. Those horsemen were the absolute perfect switch to get rid of those siege apparatuses from Valdemar and Wham. And now that Valdemar is going up to Imperial Age, he's got about 45 seconds left. They're going to have to go back and scratch their heads and think, okay, now how do we win this game? Because now we're going to be dealing with a siege problem.
You felt that you needed to age up because your opponents just aged up, right? And instead of making units, you spent all those resources on the age up instead. Now, Voldemort going for that age up is going to help them later on. But right now, this is looking like a very scary army. And Marine Lord, he was adjustable for this. The moment he saw that the army was coming, he spent his resources that he was planning to go and use an Imperial. And now, this is looking like a very scary fight. They might actually run them over. Still a 40 villager lead there for Baltimore, but villagers don't win fights. You do need an army to do so as well, and right now they don't even have any siege to deal with this mass. The crossbows are able to fire behind these fortified walls, but there are some villagers ready to take a beating, and again, Wham doesn't have a lot of vills. He cannot afford to lose this. And again, we saw a raid happening on Anatan constantly, but Anatan is Ottomans. He gets free units. And with those military school production bonuses that he got now, he's going to be perfectly okay.
Yeah, and I think a lot of times for the Rus and some of the economic bonuses that they have as we're watching this fight unfold, that ranged mass from Anatan really unable to be dealt with. Essentially, Marine Lord making up that front line of a lot of horsemen and some mounted samurai really helping him out. Wham pulling that button to try to get all of those gremlins out there. But a lot of the times for the Rus economy, it works on gathering speed, food gathering speed for the bounty, wood gathering, and all of that kind of stuff. If you don't have the villagers, you're probably not going to be able to exploit that gathering speed as much as you might want to. And Wham has been sitting on, this is probably the highest, or one of the highest villager counts that they have at 72. So a lot of that gathering speed bonus that they're getting, now the fact that they did get a lot of free gold because of the high trade house, his bounty is almost at about 1,500. And even though they were able to hold, I'm not sure for Wham if he's going to be able to reproduce that army that he just lost of all of those crossbowmen.
Yeah, we can see he's spending every bit of resource that he has, but he needs to think about Imperial himself, because Marine Lord behind all this, he's thinking about it. And that's the great thing about Japan. Going to Imperial doesn't mean that you're stuck with no units, with upgrades. You get those tickets and you get to make some units as well. So this is not the same cost for Marine Lord as it is for Wham. Now we know a Wham late game, a Rus late game is going to be really tough to deal with. But just like this, you see again, Marine Lord is spending his resources. He realizes, okay, we're about to get overwhelmed again, and the push back and forth just keep happening. Baltimore basically at max pop for most of this, but Wham really low, circling on 110. So he needs to find a way to get back up there as well. We see the forward production getting cancelled. The Knights don't want to fight these fire archers though.
No, I mean, those archers, because of the fact that they're incendiary and they're going up against crossbowmen, which they'll make light work out of. Marine Lord trying to get that flank over there on the crossbowman mass on the side. Some mounted samurai might be able to shield a little bit. Those gremlins at about 1 health. As soon as you look at them funny, they're going to end up going down. And it looks like that crossbowman mass from Wham might end up getting circled again. But Elite Gulam's doing a good job on that northwestern front, just making sure that they can hold out. You know, not necessarily doing damage. They're going to let the crossbowmen do that. But the horsemen are going to get a little bit of a pseudo surround. I think you can see over there on the center side. For Marine Lord, I think it was just excellent presence of mind to be like, okay, I was thinking about Imperial, but now we don't have that time. And the fact that those horsemen came out at a time like this probably was the defining moment, whether they were able to keep the battle here or in one of their bases.
This is probably one of the closest games we've seen in these team games. And again, we have our favorites, Marino and Anatan, to take this game, but Wham and Voldemort are just not letting up at this point. We see the resources per minute right now. Voldemort is getting a lot of food, so he's able to replace his army pretty quickly. But the Great Bombard is out. It doesn't go down, but the Knights might be looking at making a plan. The Great Bombard will be able to do some AoE damage though, so those clumped up crossbows don't want to be taking a cannon to the face, and they do. Even better than a mangonel.
Man, that bombard, it might just be the sound effect or something like that, but it just sounds like a hurricane is hitting you. You know, with those crossbowmen going down, maybe only 5 or 6 went down, but God, is that thing violent. And as long as it starts to get its way throughout, like move throughout the map, right? It's right now in Antan's base, but now it has the potential to move up and take some pot shots at some military units. But it could also hit some of these defensive structures that Valdemar is trying to make. You know, Valdemar, he's trying to make a keep over here on the center side, maybe preserve some gold, some stone, create a little bit of a foothold. But all of a sudden, that Great Bombard, it doesn't care about slopes. It doesn't care about anything. Valdemar knows that that Great Bombard is going to make short work of that keep. So he's like, you know what, let's just get the hell out of here.
The Great Bombard just provides so much pressure on any map. And now Voldemort and Webb, again, it looks like they're leading, but we see there are alarms going off at the north there as well. So there's definitely a raid going on. This army is not all together, but the Great Bombard is definitely an item that can handle most armies. Now, these armies, they're just not, the balance just keeps swinging in one favor and then another, but I feel like Anatan and Marino, they just have more valuable units at this. We see Wham desperately going for a little boar as well. The boys are trying to push through, get to the Great Bombard, try not to clump up so the Bombard fights them back. Oh, but there's another one at the back. It's just going to be a constant destruction. And he's going to need to find a way to get something to kill those.
Yeah, and I mean, with a lot of foot soldiers, Wham and Valdemar are probably looking at each other at those bombards, and they're just thinking, help, they're multiplying. There's more and more that are coming out, and they're going to be ending up moving around the middle of the base. And now, as far as when you get to Imperial, and now that these Great Bombards are out, The only thing you really have to do is make sure you have enough units to keep them alive, right? And that's exactly what you could have the potential of doing. A lot of good hits on some of these bombards, stone walls, outposts, towers, who cares? Baltimore sent a chunk of just about every resource to Wham, so Wham can get up to Imperial Age and has the potential to do so. Gonna go up with High Armory. I think if you have some Springles with some extra range, it could help you. Baltimore does have the ability to go Culverins as well as the Abbasid Dynasty, and you can see one on the south side, maybe trying to take down a Great Bombard. Now, it becomes that siege apparatus, those Culverins, those Great Bombards, all of those things. They are the makers of these fights. When there's no Great Bombards, Wham and Valdemar might be able to push. If there's no Culverins, and a Tandem Marine Lord can get a little cheekier with their push as well. So it's going to come down to what can stay alive and what can't. And as far as these front lines from Valdemar, because of that range of the Great Bombard, it's going to be really difficult to keep a fight.
This is the problem. You just spend so many resources on aging up. Like you said earlier, Japan ages up and they get a bunch of very chunky units very quickly. But Wham ages up and he's going to need a lot more to actually get going. He does have the resource bank to do something with this. But again, with 4 military units on his side, he's not looking at doing something too soon. Baltimore sends him a ton of food because he's max pop, he needs something to do. But I just don't know if these Great Bombards are just going to be the game ender. The Culverin doing its best, but these guys are now surrounded, but they're fire archers. They're able to kite, move back, and they will do a chunk of damage before they do go down. Now, the Bugattis are running in from the side here, and they're going to be quite annoying to deal with because they can just close out those distances so easily.
Yeah, and you see that a lot from Japan. When they get to late game, because Mounted Samurai is their best unit in Castle Age, and then once you get to Imperial Age, they're going to be able to start to spam just about any unit that they want. Oh my god. A Great Bombard. The Great Bombard can one-shot a Culverin, but the Culverin that's supposed to be anti-siege takes 3 hits to take down a Great Bombard. This Great Bombard is apparently vampiric because of its ability to heal, and those villagers are going to be able to repair it. Doesn't make light work of a couple Culverins before ending up going down. That's just, I mean, the fact that it can just take down its counter in the blink of an eye is rather insane.
The problem with Great Bombards is there's no civilization that has the answer to them. Even if you have an army of Springolds, they just struggle against those Great Bombards because it's so hard to micro them even. But now, Marine Lord and Anatan, they have the advantage regarding military. And Baltimore and Wham, I don't really know what they're going to make to be able to close this out. Baltimore's still at max pop, but Wham is severely struggling. 100, let's see, I think it's about 154 right now. Very even with Anatan at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not, for Wham's case, I'm not quite sure, and for Baltimore, I'm not quite sure what you're able to make. I mean, with these, the fact that you have Culverin, I mean, you just got to make a decent amount of them, right? And you got to make sure that you're macroing away, or be proving to be difficult. Now you have 2 of them. You have Wham's units on the western side of that line. Baltimore's on the eastern side, trying to find the way to get to those bombards. You can see Wham's army composition change. He went for a horseman, which is not going to be that great against Onabugatis, but at least it's going to create a little bit of a front line. You have Janissaries from Anatan making quick work of some of those horsemen as well, getting that bonus damage to cavalry. So it's going to be impossible to get those horsemen in and get that damage to the Great Bombard. You saw how many horsemen just came out. There were 30, I think there were somewhere around 30 horsemen that just went up there. And now they're all dead. They're all fertilizer for that whip. And now he's adding, I'm sorry, he's adding Streltsy into that back line too.
Keeping in mind that those Janissaries that went down are expensive, but they're free to replenish. Wham, though, those Streltsies are going to be so good to have, but Great Bombards make quick work of them, Tim. They break into pieces pretty quickly. So I don't know if they're going to find an answer to be able to get these down, but the 2 Culverins moving forward, they just need the perfect micro to be able to take these down. But behind this, Marine Lord and Anatan have started to trade. 3 units, trade. This is starting to look a little bit hard as a comeback.
Yeah, and I think just based on the army compositions too, of especially Wham because of how many Streltsy. Oh my god. That's a pretty dangerous place to go to school. I don't know if I'd attend that. I don't know if I'd attend that. But the fact that like Wham's army composition is pretty gold intensive. I mean, even though those Streltsy are cheaper than the usual hand cannoneer, they still cost a decent amount of gold. So you're probably going to need to make your own trade at some point eventually. I mean, he does have a decent amount of villagers on gold, but both of these players, once you get to this point of the game, we're almost 40 minutes into the game, that quote-unquote float of resources that we talk about in Feudal Age, in Castle Age, it becomes a stockpile now. And having the ability to continuously reproduce those units, continuously making sure your pop path is what separates the wheat from the chaff when it comes to post-Imperial gameplay. And if you're looking at the stockpiles of both of these players, Marine Lord is sitting at almost about 10,000 resources, Anatan not doing that bad of a job as well. Wham has about 200 food.
Now Wham is constantly getting fed by Voldemar as well. He's just trying to get his teammate into this game, but Wham is really struggling to stay up to level. Now the problem is they took down one Great Bombard, but another one popped out, and the Horsemen are doing work, but they only get one in the end.
Yeah, that second one will still be able to unpack, and I think that third one coming up on the north side might have a little bit of a problem as well. Military count is in favor of Voldemar and Wham, however. It's about 110 to 65. Really good thing with these Streltsy is when you see Janissaries, you're seeing Onabugisha, which don't have too much health or too much armor. You can make quick work of them, you know? And then it just becomes target practice for a lot of these Streltsy. They can make quick work of the Janissaries. You can see those Janissaries essentially getting like 2 hit, those archers getting 3 hit as well. I think for Wham, he's got to keep the Streltsy mass alive and they can continue to push.
The problem is they are pushing into towers that are doing so much damage, and even if the towers aren't, there's Great Bombards firing from the sides. It's just a constant harassment, and you don't even know where to go. There's a keep there, trying to get a little bit of control back, trying to pop that down onto the gold. We see Wham and Voldemar finally setting up that trade, but they needed this income a long time ago. That keep at the top there, though, Anatan just has so much control by that keep existing on top of the mountain, and it just doesn't feel like Voldemar and Wham have an answer to taking it down. There's one Bombard right now, another one in queue, and 4 Culverins basically on the field.
Yeah, those 4 Culverins, they're going to have to hit each Bombard individually. We finally see a Japanese castle over there. It's not a keep, it's a castle over there on the western side. Going to be able to shoot rockets and fire them off. Marine Lord with the gunsmith in Imperial Age going to be able to make a Sutsu, hand cannoneers, whatever he wants to make. I think he's going with a Sutsu. I see 4 of them that are going to be on the battlefield. You can see that queue on the top left part of your screen. Marine Lord and Anatan bringing those forces together. Basically all of their military force, that whole 140, right near that keep, trying to take down that Abbasid keep, and I think because of the Great Bombards, they will make quick work of it. Culverins on the background for Voldemar, trying to snipe some of those Great Bombards. Wham finally coming in. All 4 colors on the map yet again. Those Streltsy trying to get in. Look at that flank for Wham over there on the northern side. Cal, if you want to take a look at that, you know that there's some siege over there, and he's looking for it. He's not going to be able to find it just around that keep. He doesn't know that those Great Bombards are in the crevasse, but just because of the Streltsy, and just because of the way they're able to make light work of the Marine Lord's front line, Marine Lord and Anatan got to back up.
They have to back up, but again, for how long? Look at those banks they're able to replenish. Wham has not reached that 200 pop that he's been waiting to get to for so long. And that keep at the top, just again, so much control. Able to snipe out these units at the back with those emplacements. But this is now where Voldemar overextending a little bit. He needs to pull back, and they need to find a way to answer to this keep. The boys are pushing back in. Marine Lord and Anatan just replacing the army as quickly as it goes down. And now those stone walls and another keep or another castle coming up to make this game even slower. But he wants to get to the economy. The problem is Japanese economy is really hard to deal with because you have castles, you have defenses. It's going to be a tough one.
My God, look at all these farms. 84 cows hovering over us in the queue. And you're exactly right. I mean, it's a difficult civ to raid just because of the fact the Shogunate Castle can launch off rockets at a moment's notice. But now Marine Lord and Anatan continuing to push through the Abbasid side this time. They went off of their keep. They started to move a little bit south. Marine Lord continuing to use those units from the barracks, those Ona Bugattis, and just because they have the speed and the attack speed and the fact that they're melee, they can make quick work of some of the siege. A bombard's going down. They might be able to snipe a culverin or two if villagers aren't there to repair it. Wham, going to be able to help out a little bit with the Streltsy on the western side. You can notice just because of the Streltsy's speed, just because of the fact that their ability to move throughout the map, they end up being the last ones to the fight. Great Bombard's getting some good hits on those Streltsy. Those Streltsy aren't going to be able to pop a Bombard just because of the armor that's there. So it's going to make Wham try to back up, but look at the way he's raiding. He sends 3 horsemen here, 3 horsemen there, hopefully deterring Marine Lord and getting him to think in multiple places at once. And when you have horsemen, when you have those fast units, that could make a difference.
The problem is here, we're setting up trade at such a late point when there is no more gold. Voldemort right now barely having any gold, spending every bit he gets, while Wham on the other hand, he has a few villages over there, but this is a very low resource bank, and now they're just bleeding more and more units. Marine Lord and Anatan again fully popped out, and even though these horse raids are doing a little bit of work, it's not enough to shut down this economic lead that they have. Now, we see Wham making a few rams as well, and this just shows the desperation of trying to get Siege out, trying to do something to stay alive in this tournament.
Yeah, I mean, they're looking for just about any piece of siege that could take down a keep. And for the Rus, once you get to Imperial Age, those rams end up being your bread and butter because of the fact that they're wandering towns, right? You have the ability to, they have a decent amount of health. They're able to take down buildings rather quickly, but those great bombards are going to make quick work of them. So it proves to be rather challenging. You know, there's a castle, there's a keep over there for Marine Lord and Wham, respectively. Marine Lord and Anatan are going to continue to barrel down the middle of this map, maybe trying to split both of these players. Streltsy getting into that action over there on the southwest. We have a nice little flank from Horsemen, and it looks like Anatan does see it. He's backing up just a little bit, just to make sure that those Horsemen don't get that successful flank that you need. Look at the range mass win of both players for Valdemar and Wham. There's so many archers, there's so many Streltsy, and they're just able to light up any melee unit that stands in their way.
Well, at this point, you don't want to have any melee units because the Great Bombards are just going to be able to take them out as they are approaching them as well. The ranged mass is basically the Great Bombards on the other side. But the problem is we're just not able to get any cheap shots off on those Great Bombards. They are staying alive and very well. We see another Great Bombard shot on top of this cavalry at the front lines. They do try to shut down the villager here, trying to finish that stone wall. But look at that Great Bombard presence. It just keeps the game under control. There's a big hole in the wall, and the Bugattis are about to fly right through. I don't know what they're going to do here. They need to find a way to break through this mass of Marine Lord and Anatan and get to that eco line, because right now they're just trading eco or military for military, and Marine Lord and Anatan have unlimited amounts.
Yeah, and I think, you know, there is one side that doesn't have unlimited amounts, right? Because of Valdemar and Wham, they're getting their trade going, and they have 26 traders total on the map, so they are going to get a little bit of gold. Hopefully some of those first traders are going to be able to make their way back to the home market, but you can see just in terms of gold, I mean, Valdemar and Wham are sitting at about 1,300. Those siege that they make, those culverins, those bombards, all that kind of stuff, they are expensive. And one of the things for Anatan with all of these great bombards is that he doesn't have to pay anything for them. You know, he can make them out of the Siege Workshop if he wants to, but if you're making them out of the MIA, you're just getting these free massive units that your opponent can't really stop. And I'm kind of with Valdemar and Wham and scratching my head and thinking, well, what the hell do I do against this? Look how many bombards there are. There's 4 of them.
Now, the amount of bombards that you get onto the field is just going to increase the longer this game goes, and you're going to be able to replace them so easily with that gold income that we see at the back there. 79 traders of Marine Lord and Anatan. That's just not something you can shut down. And these Streltsy, they're doing great, but they are clumped up every single time. We see those bombards moving into position, trying to get those shots off. These camels trying to do some work. The culverin a little bit in danger as this ranged mass is also doing their part from Anatan. The bombard a little bit out of position, trying to focus onto the Great Bombard, but has to move back because it knows time is running out. The culverins do fire on top of Great Bombard, barely making any dent in that armor.
Yeah, and I mean that's exactly what the culverins have to do, right? They have to take a hit, back up, take a hit, kind of like guerrilla warfare, you know, try to take down these bombards. But with just one culverin, I know there's a second one over there on the south side, but it wasn't there for the battle. It's going to take a little bit of time. Valdemar now going with a different siege apparatus. He's going with trebuchets. He needs the most amount of range in order to deal with him. Marine Lord and Anatan took a really good fight over there in the center, maybe a little bit of an overextension, but the Streltsy are going to end up getting cleaned if those bombards target them. Look at this big, massive Streltsy. That is a problem. Look at all of them. That's about 15 to 20 Streltsy that end up going down. He's got 25 Streltsy left, and just the 3 more ended up pop out in the queue. But that critical mass of Streltsy, that 50-some, it's not there anymore.
The problem is there was a spring over back there trying to focus fire this great bombard as well. Gave it one shot, barely dented it, and the bombard just looked at it a little bit funny. It went down. And that's the problem you get at this point of the game against Ottomans. There's just no answer. You do have your culverins, but you have to play so much better than your opponents to try and get any damage done. So these traders at the back, as Cow is showing us, only 17 on each side. So that gold supply is just not able to be replenished. And again, Wab still not anywhere close to 200 supply, but he's building as much as he can afford, and we see that keep still living its best life with a great bombard in placement too.
Yeah, and honestly, I think it was a heads-up play and a really good decision for Valdemar to go with the trebuchets, right? Because that's the thing that has all of the range. That's the thing that can actually take down this keep. Now, Asutsu going to be able to take some hits on some Kremlin Gremlins. I think Wham hit the button just because he was a little bit unsafe, but they're going to end up having to back up at just about 1 health. Maybe they could do some raids at somewhere. Wham only has 1 ticket in that Kremlin left, and because we're 50 minutes in the game, you know that he's made a decent amount of tickets. I think Marine Lord and Anatan are kind of smelling a little bit of urgency just because of those trebuchets. They're going to make those trebuchets back up just a little bit. Marine Lord and Anatan got themselves back up to population supply. Their reinforcements ended up making their way throughout the middle. There are a lot of Janissaries on that northeastern side, Anatan. A big range mass with those Janissaries, and you know, when you have those and great bombards, you can't really use horsemen to do any kind of like flank kind of maneuver or whatever because of those bonus damage that the Janissaries do to cavalry. So all of those camels that Valdemar made, all of those camel archers, even though they kind of counter each other, you know, because it's a ranged mass, Janissaries are going to take a lot of damage against it, but the fact that it's cavalry is going to end up going down. Streltsy doing a good job taking down those Ona Bugattis that are slicing and dicing, trying to get their way past the Streltsy, but it's not going to end up getting there. Asutsu trying to take down some of these forward production buildings, and it feels like for Marine Lord and Anatan, it's just about inching, you know? I don't think they're going to have this like game-defining death push, but it feels like every time they push, they just gain an inch or two.
And now with this push back, it might feel safe for Voldemort and Wham. It does seem like we got focused on the high armory, poor high armory. On the ground, Cal really wanting to give a little bit of a highlight to that big destruction, right? Now, the culverins are firing back, and it does give Voldemort and Wham a sense of, I guess, a sense of, hey, we got this, we're all right. But this is just the calm before the storm, and the storm has arrived. We see some elite boys are about to run through everything, we would think, and then all of a sudden the Streltsy is doing the work. Crossbows and Streltsy all the way, baby.
Yeah, those knights or lancers for the Ottoman Empire, maybe not the best idea, you know, because of a lot of spearmen that Valdemar makes. Abbasids have some of the best late game spearmen because of the phalanx ability. That Wham with Streltsy are going to be able to make quick work of them as well. Cow is showing us just essentially what kind of stockpiles we're looking at here. Marine Lord has almost 10,000 gold, and if Anatan needs gold, he would have the potential to sling his opponent, but the fact that you have almost 100 traders on the map means it's going to be difficult. Janissary is going to be able to pick apart these spearmen. All of a sudden, those knights, those Sipahi, start to look a little bit better, and they're ending up pushing a little bit. They get to that ranged mass of the Abbasid dynasty, some some spearmen, and some horsemen trying to make up the front line. Streltsy in the back, trying to make work of the samurai. All of those knights, all of those lancers. Marine Lord's trying to get a little bit of a raid over there on the eastern side, and ends up falling just a little bit short. But again, front line, for these players, for Voldemar and Wham, ends up getting cleared just about. These spearmen are popping out. Essentially, as soon as one spearman dies, another spearman takes its place. And this is the age-old problem, or I shouldn't say a problem, but the age-old discrepancy about AoE 4 post-Imperial play is as long as you can keep yourself continuously popping. You know, Anatan might not have that potential to do so very quickly as Cow's hovering over that top left. No wood, 67. Food is becoming a little bit scarce. He does have the gold, but that stockpile is now gone.
Now, Anatan might not have the resources though, but Marine Lord should be able to fund his habits if he asks for it. But now, Wham finally approaching a point where he has trade as well. We see the trade wing not being selected yet from Voldemort. So this would help their economy quite a bit, but the transition just not completely being done here. Wham now, oof, we can see those are some chunky traders, but keeping up with this has still been so difficult. Marine Lord sitting on so much income, but Anatan starving there at the bottom.
Yeah,
The thing is, they're free.
They, yeah, they are free, which becomes a problem. Voldemar and Wham bringing their forces together yet again to try to take down some of these knights that are raiding. And, you know, I feel like once you get to this point in the game, raiding is one of the things that will help you gain some sort of an edge, right? Because you have these front lines and these giant range masses in the middle of the map, and they're just beating their heads back and forth, not really making up any progress out of either side. But Marine Lord taking down some traders, it might be good if he's able to continuously raid this area, and now he is with some elite mounted samurai, which will make quick work of those horsemen. You might see some trade start getting stalled from Voldemar and Wham, which could make a difference on the front line.
Now, these traders going down is so instrumental because getting them back up is going to be so tough just because you have to have that gold spend. And yes, you still have a few, but when there's 100 on the other side, you're going to need a bomb the size of Hiroshima to get rid of that trade. And especially when you have Japanese keeps protecting your base, you're not going to be able to do that too easily.
I really appreciated that reference. Now that we're watching Japan, that was very astute of you, Wham, and I appreciate it. We're getting into we're hitting just about the 1 hour mark, but now we're seeing some raids actually start to scratch the surface, right? Some of these elite knights and mounted samurai are splitting the attention of Voldemar and Wham. Now that frontline battle kind of starts, those elite mounted samurai are trying to take down a lot of these springholes and will be successful at taking down one or two of them. Those great bombards out of the back might not have had the potential to do some damage just because of all the springholes and all the culverins that are here. They're trying to hit some of those bombards. Military count, though, for Voldemar and Wham continuing to stay high. 150 military units. That's huge.
That actually looks like they have made a little bit of a comeback. They took an inch of damage, but they pushed a mile. And you see this in the bank right now. Anatan, no wood, no food. He's currently suffering, and Marine Lord's bank is completely down. Now, they do clean up the trade at the back, right? So that is going to be a ticking time bomb for them as well. But who breaks first? You've got the trade set up at the back. Marino and Anatan, if they get the time, they should be able to stay ahead here. But that's a lot of damage that they just took.
Yeah, I mean, this trade is essentially null and void. You know, Voldemar and Wham, they had probably about 50, 60 traders at the height, and now they're down to 11. You know, so it's going to become a little bit difficult, but I think this is the kind of quote-unquote death push that they want. They want to close this game out. They don't want this game to go any further because they're like, well, the trade's gone. They're like, well, hopefully this game doesn't last a little bit longer, so then having no trade or having your trade gone isn't going to matter, isn't going to pay off. A military count 171 to 121. You notice a lot of economic units for Voldemar actually went down. He was at a max of probably about 145 with a lot of traders and the like, but now that they're continuing to go down, Wham sitting at about 90. If they can pop cap and a lot of that ends up being military instead of anything, they might have the potential to overwhelm Marine Lord and Anatan, but they have a Japanese castle staring them in the face.
That Japanese castles is going to need a lot of beating, and they don't have the siege to be able to close this out. We have two trebuchets firing away, but the cauldrons and the springhogs now in danger too, and those are going to be the only answer to the great bombards. This actually looks like a pretty decent cleanup. Marine Lord and Anatan just punishing them for overstepping a tiny, tiny bit. And just like that, it looks like Marine Lord and Anatan should be able to close out this one. I said that, but did I call it too quickly?
No, I think you did. I mean, they had a military mass of about 170, 175, right? And just as, man, you called that so well, Whammon. You called that so well. Reed Lord and Anatan are going to take this game number 3, 58.5 minutes was that long game. Oh my God, was that a marathon?
No, it's actually quite funny is on the other side of the group, they have finally, we're actually at the same pace now. They've caught up because of this hour game that we just sat through. We can see those, the military count up, down as the trades just went through. But in the end, Wham and Voldemort just couldn't deal with the late game from both of their opponents' civilizations. Economy falling apart the moment the trade is raided, and just like that, we close it out. Now, guys, this means we're on both sides. We're going to go to our final round. Now, Cal, I don't know if you have the graphic with you where we show what matches are happening and what the final lineup is, but I did send it to you earlier. So if you can plop it up on the screen, that would be great. If not, you don't have it. Oh, damn it, man. Let me go send Cal the graphic.
And
Sometimes.
you know,
Oh, no, I didn't. It's on me.
we
Yeah?
have a message in chat from Hunter1 that says any more games today. Let me answer that with a resounding hell yeah, brother.
Hell yeah.
We got another series that's gonna hit your TVs, phones, refrigerators, wherever you happen to watch. You have the finals, which have not yet started yet. So there are a lot of games
Mhm.
that are left. It's only now in the American East Coast. It's only 1:30 in the PM. So we got a lot of time in order to play some games. You can take a look at some of these best of 3 rounds that we have today on the left side for round number 3, which is where we are at right now. Louis and Demu/Baltoon will be going up against Beastie and Puppy Pod, depending on the tiebreaker. And Demu ended up winning that tiebreaker, if I remember correctly. On the other
Mhm.
side, Marine Lord and Valdemar will be playing against Wham and Anatan in the pivotal round number 3. So we got a decent. I would recommend you fasten your seatbelts because we got a decent amount of games left.
Yeah, this one is quite interesting though because we've got a little bit of a monka steer. In the last, in the one side, Beastie and Papipo are now playing. This will mean that if Beastie and Papipo win, they're going to be tied 2-1, and it's going to be down to the map scores in that case. Now, Demu here will then also be 2-1, and again, map scores in that case, and then we will see the head-to-head. So there was always going to be a risk of being stuck with tiebreakers. But luckily, we have set out a 6-layer set of rules to be able to break said tiebreakers. Now, out of this, Louis and Voldemort can no longer advance out of these groups. But they have fought valiantly, and they do need to fight out this last one. So they need to make sure that or their teammates need to make sure that they motivate them to try their hardest in this one. Because the other groups are where it is really, really tough right now. So Marine Lord being up 2-0, Demo on the other side 2-0, they haven't secured their spots just yet. It's all going to matter onto this final game, and it's going to be a tough one. So, yeah, Voldemort and Louis at the bottom side now. I'm actually quite surprised. Voldemort did do a good showing here, but this is a tough group. These are the best of the best out there. And guys, these guys have all come together to just raise awareness for long COVID. So, guys, one more time, just remember that long COVID is something that affects so many people out there. And we want to make sure that people know what it can do to those around us. So, yes, thank you to everyone who's participated and Tim for joining this event up until now. So let's go see what we are going to do next. I think we're going to take a small break, but we'll be back with more games in a little bit. We had the same thought, Tim. I was
I
spending I love it. We didn't even say anything. I just wanted to sit here and be quiet and look at the
I
camera.
looked. See, I looked because I thought you were gonna intro, and then I saw you staring into the camera, and I'm like, I know what this is.
This is a takeover. Tim, thank you for being here with me today. It's really nice.
Oh, it's my pleasure. I mean, this event, I always say this, and this is probably the time of the stream when I usually give you praise, like I do every stream that I have casting with you. But it just uh, the ability of what you do for the AoE4 community and doing events like these for such a really good cause. And I know people say thank you all the time, but a lot of times doing the background stuff, especially like what Cal does and produce and what Arcane Tommy does, and what we call and who I call Thomas, back in doing the administrative work. They really don't get enough praise for doing what they're doing and sitting here observing and admitting, because you're doing that stuff too in the background. So it's amazing what you guys do all the time. So I really do. I appreciate being here.
Always, Tim. It's always so awkward. I'm like, oh, that's a compliment. Let me just cringe quickly and not run away. No, it's a pleasure. I think what we're doing here is, and I think a lot of you guys have seen these channels that are live, and some people are just covering the games on their channels. And that's exactly the whole point of this channel. We want to create or make content so content creators can use it, that players have something to practice for. Even if it's not these big events that EGC hosts, at least there's something that they're already mentally preparing themselves for. And I think it's important. We keep the ecosystem alive, and that's what I live for. Hell yeah. But Tim, what these people are living for right now is their tournament life. And Bald Lord and Anna Wham, they're on. This is a big game for them. We might have tiebreakers after this. That's the problem we have here. So, Tim, where do we land? Japan HRE, JD Abasit.
Oh
Whose
my
side are
god.
you on, sir?
I'll tell you what, when I'm playing Jean d'Arc, this ex-wife never leaves me alone. Playing as Jean d'Arc, annotated as the opposite in the color blue. Probably some sort of Knight Archer combo that we've been seeing over and over again. You know, uh, with Anatan and the opposite having composite bows and getting military wing, you can really set a tempo, right? HRE and Japan is a combination that I think we've seen a couple times. Not maybe not today, but yesterday in some of these games we've been able to see. And both of these civilizations, because HRE, they have the ability to get a little bit feudal. They can have the ability to get a little bit dark, and that's exactly what Valdemar is doing. Getting with the barracks, getting the Dark Age Spearmen out that move just a little bit quicker than your average Spearman might be coming out here and doing some damage.
Now, Bald Lord, they're playing what Marine Lord does every single game. Feudal of Dark Age aggression. And we see those spearmen queued up already. This is going to be a tough time for JD. And I think the whole point here is to slow JD down, right? You want to get her off of goals so that you can stop that first knight that will come and slow you down, as one of you might be going up to Fast Castle. So Voldemort being the man of choice here, the one who's actually going to put down the pressure. Marine Lord, we'll see if he tries to go for that fast castle, because like you said, it's the only thing they get to do. But with Anatant, he has that early army that will pop out the moment he sees that his ally is in danger. And the military wing might get called, which just forces you to react so much more. Voldemort getting a few good hits off, though, with that beautiful spearhead, impaling villagers as he can. One gets pulled back, and now keep in mind, that is going to be a villager that's very susceptible to a knight raid or a mounted samurai raid in a little while.
You know, it's kind of it's kind of funny because you see that one spearman just like poking all of these villagers, and it always makes me picture a real life instance of somebody just getting stabbed and they're just mining gold like nothing's happening. You know, I mean, getting that little bit of gold, and I think it was really important because you probably saw on the top left part of your screen that Wham was at 200 gold for a while, like 220, 230, something like that. and he kept mining. He's at 305 now. And there's a reason why he did that. Obviously, School of Cavalry, that costs 200 gold, but he wants a knight out as soon as possible. So it leaves that little bit of extra gold to make sure he's able to do that. And just with one spearman, they're not that, even though they're Dark Age, they're annoying. It's essentially like a gnat, though. It's not going to kill your villagers. It just might idle them a little bit for exactly like you said. If a mounted samurai comes in and gets a charge off, all of a sudden you might have a dead villager. So that little bit, and when we're talking about pro games, every little bit adds up. Marine Lord is going to be next to Feudal Age, going to be adding Kira's Storehouse, and Anatan adding the military wing for that little bit of tempo. And Valdemar's Aachen Chapel will be appearing last as he went for the barracks. And honestly, Waven, I think it's really impressive that the HRE can do things like get a barracks, get a couple spearmen out, and then go for the Aachen Chapel at not too much of a delay.
Now, keep in mind, Marino just, I feel like he was a little bit slower than usual. That might just be because of the wood he's gone for a little bit earlier, or the upgrade. I don't know. I know why. It's the water, most likely. He got himself his eco upgrades so that he has that advantage from Dark Age. But it does slow you down quite a bit. But yeah, that's the impressive part of HRE. Because your villages are inspired, you aren't that far behind, even though you just spent 150 wood on building a production building, and another 80 resources on getting those spearmen out. So, very big investment, but it also allows you to have those spearmen on the map, like we saw last game, where the Japanese just needs that little bit of support to survive and get the castle themselves.
Yeah, and I think just creating that tempo with the Dark Age, you might have the ability to do that. Anatan, though, might have something to say about it, because the fact that his military wing has been completed, Valdemar doing a little bit of micro, spreading those deer out, which is really nice, but with Anatan hitting Feudal Age, and Wham just hitting Feudal Age right now, he already had the gold for the knight, so he put the knight in queue pretty much automatically. Jeanne d'Arc, I would assume that she was building that landmark majorly by herself, so maybe she'll get to level 2 rather quickly. But Anatan with those 2 archers and those 2 spearmen, you can see the macro. You can see how much wood he has. He can plop down a ram right now.
Now JD is running around a little bit, needs a little bit more building time, but getting a ram out this early will be so good, and just force an overreaction from their opponents. These spearmen are not something that can take down a knight this early on, but they can do a decent amount of damage. The Anatan with his archer, though, just putting that pressure down as well. With Voldemort having that much on wood, though, he is showing us he wants the feudal play. So when you're playing against an Abbasid on 2TC, that's definitely something you need. You want to fight in feudal, you want to punish them for what they're doing, and even while your opponent while your ally is going up to castle themselves. So the question is just, is Wham gonna let them stay in feudal, or are those knights gonna do a lot more work?
Yeah, and I think for Anatan, I mean, obviously he has those military wing units, but Wham, with those couple of knights, is going to add that little bit of firepower that can help delay you. It's funny because the very last game that we saw, Marine Lord was Japanese, and we were kind of doing the same thing. There was a Valdemar on the other side as the Abbasid dynasty that went for a little bit of a push. So it's interesting to see now that the players have been flipped around, some of the civs have been flipped around, stuff like that, how each team deals with it a little bit differently. And one of the big differences is Wham going with Jeanne d'Arc as opposed to Voldemar Jeanne d'Arc that we saw before. She's going with the Hunter. So she's going to be able to deal with Spearmen pretty well. She's going to be able to deal with individual units with her Divine Arrow, just providing that little bit of damage. But the thing of it is, with Jeanne d'Arc being the Hunter, even though she can get some XP rather safely, she doesn't have any armor. So if she gets surrounded, there's a lot of archers around, stuff like that. She could go down really quickly, so Wham's going to need that micro to figure this out.
The problem is she's very far away from base, and I feel like there's a lot of reinforcements here, especially with Voldemort being HRE. You're just able to pump out so many units, and this is going to be quite tough. Even though your ally is trying to go to Fast Castle, you're probably going to be able to put a lot of pressure down on this, although the knight numbers are increasing, and this is starting to get a little scary. We need a lot more spearmen here, and that one archer from Anatan doing amazing work. JD is snacking on all this experience around her.
Yeah, and for Wham, that's what those are the knights that you needed, right? You'd add there's probably about 3-4 spearmen out for Voldemort. But if you have the same amount of knights as spearmen, knights are gonna win, just because of their how much they cost, how much health they have, and how much spearman braces or spearman hits they're able to take. Now Marine Lord again suspending that gate in midair. He's going to be going with the floating gate, probably near his town center, and trying to get some mounted samurai. To be honest, for Wham and Anatan, they tried to get offensive with against Japan, trying to get that Castle Age timing to be a little bit delayed. I really don't think they delayed them at all. I mean, JD got some XP, which is great. Oh no. Voldemort. That house isn't going to do anything if it's a blueprint. It needs a roof, my brother.
Oh, and it's not just the roof. You can see the TC has been idle for quite some time, and he's not losing any military units. He does not realize that he is housed. So if he loses, he realizes now, but that is a lot of idle time on the TC. That's probably the loss of a villager and a half right there. Poor guy.
Yeah. And for those HRE villagers, they're usually inspired. So it's kind of like 1.4 villagers because of their 40% increase of gathering speed. But Marine Lord is Castle Age, and he puts that Yorkshire in the stable. Jeanne d'Arc gets saved just for the time being. Gets a couple +8s on some of these archers, on some of these spearmen. She's got to be close to, I would imagine, maybe about a third of the way there, and it looks like she is just about. But now that mounted samurai are going to be coming out, Marine Lord's gold and his food have been relatively spared. Not a lot of villagers went down. He's at 33 the total, second highest out of the 4 players. So his food is safe. He probably has some sheep left over. His berries might be running out at about this time, but Cura Storehouse is adding some farms that are really going to help him out. So now for Marine Lord again, with this Castle Age timing, like any civilization that tries to get some kind of fast castle going, you have a nice little timing window to really do some damage. And Anatan's going up to Castle Age right now, minute 45, because it's the Abbasid Dynasty. So you still have that little bit of time to get there if you want to.
The Abbasid being on 2 TC, like we saw in the previous game from Voldemort, having that 2 TC was so impactful and helped them survive that point of the game. So the Abbasid being on 2 TC, getting that fast castle will mean that they have units to deal with this type of army that's coming towards them. But as I'm saying that, the numbers really don't look that they're going to be easy to deal with. And that's the thing about HRE, you can quickly switch over and go for a medium castle yourself. But those samurais, they're looking scary.
Yeah, and they're starting to accumulate, right? He's at about 5. Mounted Samurai right now consistently having 1 in queue. Probably getting relics at the same time as well, which could be beneficial to him, obviously, in the gold department. So just because of the way that he has his economy macroed and why Fast Castle really works for Japan is you need food, gold, and all that kind of stuff. It turns out that the units that you're going to make cost food and gold also. So you really don't have to do a lot of management. You know, you can keep them on the resources that they need to go and continuing to get that Mounted Samurai 6 with 7 in the queue. I think Wham and Anatan are just buying a little bit of time because once Castle Age hits, for Anatan, they could do something like crossbows or something like that to really take out those heavy hitters that Marine Lord has.
Now, we'll see if Voldemort can actually do quite a bit of damage here, because this is a big attack, but these units are very, very squishy. The Knights, though, they don't look like they're going to be able to defend this, but JD might like a good little bunch of experience. She's halfway there. So if the TC can knock down enough, she might be able to get something to deal with that army, but looks a little bit far off. Anatan right now, he has queued up a bunch of crossbows, but I don't think crossbows are the answer to this big army we've got right here. Yes, they'll deal with the mounted samurais, but once those units, once the archers look at you even funny, those crossbows are going to go down in a second.
Yeah, and I think you're exactly right. I think Voldemort has enough archers that he can pick off a lot of those crossbowmen that end up getting made. Anatan now, he has crossbowmen in the queue, which is very all well and good, and he's starting to add some gulams as well, which I think could help, you know? I mean, you just need a front line that's sturdy, that can work with the Knights that Wham has, because Wham has no intentions of going to Castle Age soon, and usually for a lot of Knight civilizations, you don't end up doing that because of how expensive your units are. And even though you have opponents that are in Castle Age, your Knights can still kind of go toe-to-toe. I mean, it becomes a little difficult, and they're not exactly that all-powerful unit that we see in Feudal Age, but they can still kind of hold their own. But Wham, decent amount of idle time, you know? they're doing a really good job of picking apart one particular civilization. I mean, they know that Anatan, he's on 2 town centers. He's on Castle Age already. It's going to be difficult to kind of take him out. Jeanne d'Arc and these Knight Civs are the ones that you really got to pick apart and dive onto. Villager going down. There is Jeanne d'Arc right next to Valdemar's Archer Mass. Doesn't quite see it, however. Trying to take down some of these villagers. It looks like he will do so. It's probably about 4 total that end up getting taken down. Mounted Samurai doing a good job of that deflective armor. Jeanne d'Arc with her Divine Arrow over on the western side trying to take hits. And those Mounted Samurai, every one that goes down is plus 24, so might be something you want to focus on.
The fact that she's getting this much experience is very helpful and all, but Anatan doesn't have any units that can deal with this army. He does have one singular Gulam now. And unless he gets a Mangonel, I would say, with a very juicy shot, but I don't even think that will be enough because the Mounted Samurai are just going to be able to collapse. So Marine Lord now with the raid starting, wanting to get some idle time because he knows what makes a player fall apart, and that's when you can't produce units to deal with their chunky units. So they do get cleaned up, but that is still a lot of idle time to happen. Now, Marine Lord here with the Mounted Samurais, he's got a few on a bit of a low HP, and he doesn't want to lose them. And they just take one hit to break that shield. So JD would not mind walking a little bit forward, breaking a shield, and sniping one. And that's exactly what it looks like she wants to do. 25.
Huh, you called that perfectly. For the XP and the amount that Jeanne gets, for every 10 resources you spend on the unit is the amount of XP that they get. So Mounted Samurai having 140 and 110 gives them plus 25 instead of a normal knight having plus 24, so I apologize for that error. The Knights now for Wham trying to keep Jeanne d'Arc safe. You heard Jeanne d'Arc just hit level 3. She's going to get that shiny new white horse, which she does. A lot of these spearmen are going to be making up the front line for Valdemar, these feudal age spearmen. They're going up against castle age spearmen, however. Archers are going to have to try to snipe down some of those spearmen. I think the archers just have too many targets to try to take down right now, because like there's Jean's champions, there's some castle age spearmen that he's got to take down, there's crossbowmen that he's got to take down, but he's doing a really good job of keeping these alive.
Now, these definitely are going to be looking a lot scarier now, as Jeanne, even though still stuck in feudal... Oh, hello, Shinja Priest. I mean, you are carrying a box there, sir. So, Jeanne being in feudal doesn't matter too much when you have this type of army, and Knights do pretty well here. The archers are doing a good job at focusing down these spearmen, but keep in mind, her champions are shredding these spears on the other side too. The crossbows, though, very low in numbers and not able to take down these samurais in a timely manner.
No, Jeanne, I think Valdemar kind of hit all of his targets, right? I mean, he was able to take down the spearmen and the crossbowmen. The military mass from Anatan is trying to reinforce over there on the western side, and just the fact that you're trickling spearmen and crossbowmen, that's really not going to help you. Jeanne d'Arc kind of left alone over there on the northern side, so Marine Lord might be able to try to get a snipe, but Jeanne d'Arc ends up backing up. I mean, we say this over and over again, Wayman, but like the synchronicity out of both of these guys, Marine Lord and Valdemar, they have both of their masses of units. They're together like glue.
They are really sticking with one another and trading in well. Although this Knight Mass is really scary, and if Valdemar makes too many mistakes with these spearmen, that could be very, very damaging. But now, with Valdemar hitting that Castle Age, he'll be getting those relics too, because we saw it is the Cathedral, and I'm guessing Marine Lord will be doing a little bit of a relic delivery there for his ally. But they haven't been able to find a way to punish Anatan for going for that 2 TC. He's sitting there on 81 vills right now and hoping that they leave him be so that economy can start pumping. We see more Gulams in queue, more spearmen, and a camel archer to deal with the knights that may be coming from Marine Lord, or mounted samurais at least.
Yeah, I mean, that's pretty interesting. You're leaving, that's a second TC Abbasid. It's not like you're really going to take it down at this point. Like, the TC's paid off in spades, you know? So he's sitting on 83 villagers. I think right now they're like, well, I mean, if we go after Anatan, it's kind of a lost cause, right? Because he kind of already boomed and did everything that he wants to. There's a weak player here. You know, I'm not saying Wham's a weak player, but his civilization right now, the amount of vills he has, the amount of knights he has, the fact that he's still in feudal, he's the only one in feudal, he's kind of the weakest link to try to attack, and that's exactly what Marine Lord and Valdemar are doing. Those archers did get the Castle Age upgrade, so those crossbowmen might be easier picked off, and it looks like they're running right into where that town center is. Gulams and spearmen are making up that front line for Anatan Wham. Going to be adding in some of his knights that he's got a lot of. He's sitting around 21 for being constantly under duress, the fact that he has 21 knights is actually really impressive.
Well, the question is, are you going to need those knights, or are you going to need to get yourself to castle as well at some point? But the thing is, even if you do, you'll get royal bloodlines eventually, but not with the amount of gold that you have. So I guess the right answer is just to keep making units, but it's so difficult when both your opponents are in castle and they have castle age upgrades, and they're looking quite scary here, because this push, I don't think this is going to be a push that they want to take. The army mass being in the favor of the players who both win castle is something we don't usually see, but this is just going to be the battle of the micro, and Wham and Anitan need to micro a lot better than Voldemort and Marine Lord.
Yeah, I think so too. And Cal obviously pointed out that the spearmen are of a feudal descent and have not gotten upgraded yet. So hopefully when he does get that castle age upgrade, he probably spent a lot of them on archers, because the majority of his army, or a lot of his army, the damage producing part anyway, is based on archers. So getting in castle age upgrade is obviously very valuable, and we'll be getting the castle age spears, I would imagine, at some point, and it has gotten in. Now they're ready to take that fight. Anatan having a little bit of a walling session going on in the northeastern side, but there are way too many torch dealers. That wall goes down quicker than I could actually finish that sentence. And now we are seeing the fight. We have crossbowmen, it looks like, on the backside of Anatan's back line, trying to make quick work of the mounted samurai. A lot of these spearmen from Voldemort doing their best, and I think this is just showcasing some of the HRE eco as we're seeing. You know, he had a military mass of somewhere around 70, but couldn't quite get to that choke point. You know, he took down the Palisade Gate, which is all well and good, but Anatan did a really good job of keeping those spearmen and gulams, making the front line, making it that impenetrable force. So Marine Lord and Voldemort got to back up.
Now, if I'm Wham, I'm asking myself, what is the right move here? And he's already asking himself that, and it's going castle. The problem is, the right move I'm talking about is, are we going to go for the Royal Institute, or are we getting a guild hall? Now, if you're playing against Marine Lord, you don't want to play the late game, but Wham is probably the kind of guy who can deal with the Marine Lord late game. So we'll see what they decide, but this is going to be a very critical choice for them. Voldemort as well, floating a lot of food right now. It looks like he's going Imp, and HRE on Imp, just as French needs a little bit of time. HRE loves to take that time.
Oh yeah, I mean, oh no, we didn't. The spearman got the surround on her, and obviously with that horse you get that bonus damage, so Jean d'Arc goes down rather quickly. Take about 500 food, but Wham adding a second town center, which I think is really going to benefit him, is consecrated as well, so that's going to help. JD did come back with 500 gold, but again, that's 500 gold you'd rather spend on upgrades, because he's going with the Royal Institute. Royal Bloodlines is 490 gold, plus, you know, the Castle Age upgrade for the Knights to get veteran Royal Knights, plus things like the blacksmith upgrades that are for Jean d'Arc, some of the companions getting stronger, Jean getting stronger. It just feels like you need like 1,500 gold before you hit Castle Age with the Royal Institute, because of how much it is. You can see Royal Bloodlines does get in the queue, but that looks like the only thing. And this particular juncture, canceled saddles as well, 140. Ordnance Company, another 245. Thank you, Cal. He noticed me struggling with the direct numbers, so he's like, why don't we help a brother out? Companion equipment, 245 gold. It's so much gold.
Yeah, these knights need to get a little bit of time as well before they get decked out, but unfortunately with Voldemort hitting Imperial, they actually have the time. So I say this unfortunately for Voldemort and Marine Lord, because with him not just using the resources to make units, they're not going to be able to close out this push right now. They have an HRE that wants to wait a little bit, that needs a lot of gold to get these Imperial Age upgrades too. But look at that gold. It feels like they're a little bit desperately gathering around that small little gold inside of Wham's base. And the next one is probably quite far out on the map. Do we not have a House of Wisdom?
I think there is one over there on the center.
Oh.
I think it's just a...
Okay. I just wanted to show us the beautiful bug. Nice, thank you.
Yeah, now we're derailed. Yeah, we're derailed. But you're absolutely right with Swabia. You have a little bit of time, right? He has the potential to basically crank out all the vills he wants. He'll be at 120 very quickly. Looks like Wham and Anatan were dealing with some sacred site issues. You know, he does have a keep next to that stone. Anatan's going to continue to get that stone to get some medical centers, right, to make sure that some of his villagers and all of his military units, they're going to have the ability to get healed around that keep as they're taking fights. And it looks like there's a good keep spot right next to that middle sacred site as well. Marine Lord and Valdemar don't want many more keeps to happen in this game because they want this game to end. Military count 134 to 95, making that quick push. And elite upgrades have come in for Valdemar. He's got elite archers. He's got elite spearmen. So he's looking to really do some damage.
Now the problem is you're putting that many resources on a keep, securing him with a stone, which is fine, but you all have run out of gold. And this is now the problem that I feel like both of them are going to be experiencing. They don't have an answer to getting gold. That gold at the front house denied. There's another gold right to the right there. And this fight looks like it's going okay for Wham and them, but only for now, until those archers can close in as well. The Royal Bloodline's not sure if it's kicked in just yet, but JD taking a lot of damage alongside them as well. She is very close to level 4 though, so that's going to be a very nice bonus to have, but you need army to survive before you can get there.
Yeah, it's all about if she stays alive, right? Because she hits level 4, she gets a couple more champions, and she gets a baby cannon that pops out. But if you don't have the front line to keep the cannon alive, I mean, what's the point? You know, the front line for the Royal Knights of Lamb, just because of the fact that Royal Bloodlines exist, it helps deter some of these mounted samurai. Overall, I thought Marine Lord and Valdemar were going to actually push through it, but because of Lamb and these knights, his good micro on JD, he has Anatan backing up with some of these crossbowmen pretty good.
The problem here was Voldemort did have a lot of archers, and those were all armored units. So the archers, even though while they were elite, they just didn't melt through these units. They had to back off, and the units just ran right through them because those ghulams, yes, those ghulams are just doing a lot of work by staying alive. And JD, we just heard the alarm. She's about to kill herself. She needs full HP. He's gonna buy her back once he has the gold, and bring a cannon to the fight.
I mean, hopefully soon. You know, let's get her back in there. That's exactly what she does. Wham buys back 500 gold, ends up going up to level 4. So it's super nice now that you're going with Hunter, right? As you can see her as a markswoman, dealing a decent amount of damage, 28 damage per pop. She has the ability to not only that upgrade for level 4, Valorous Inspiration, making sure that all of the units around her shoot almost essentially like Network of Citadels, a little bit worse, but it does have the ability in most fights if you wanted to take it. It's a moving area of network that you're able to use, and also getting that cannon, getting the siege apparatus is going to be very beneficial. So for Marine Lord and Valdemar, I mean, you're somebody who plays HRE, you've played an Imperial HRE a lot. What area, now that you're Imperial and the other ones aren't, how are you going to try to exploit that advantage?
I think a lot of what makes HRE strong is their defensive ability. I feel like at these lower level games that we're used to, we usually know that, oh, I just did Imperial, my opponent is going to attack me. You wipe out their army, then you push back. But at this point, I don't know if Wham and Anatan are the kind of people to fall for that. HRE's strength is in its ability to defend and outproduce and have that huge income. But because both of them went for that second TC, that economy lead that you usually see from the HRE is just not as apparent and as impactful in this case. So we do have a very pressing question though. Is it Wham that is trading, or is it Anatan that is trading? Because we need to see if the meme is still alive. That is a Wham trade. Guys, Wham is trading. We repeat, Wham is trading. So that, yes, with Valdemar, I don't know if he has that ability to close it out, because you're not that far ahead. Your opponents have kept up with you quite well, especially considering you're playing against a Night Civ that can punish you for moving out.
Yeah, they absolutely can because of the Knight's mobility, right? Anatan now trying to do some kind of damage to the quote-unquote Night Civ they have on the opposite side. Marine Lord has a decent farm economy going now. I don't think he has Shogunate Palace, but while Marine Lord is dealing with what's going on back home and that little bit of a raid, Baltimore's getting 2v1 here. These spearmen, even though they're elite, they're going to end up going down. You see those +8s hitting all over the place. These spearmen will go down just because of the pseudo-imperialistic ability that those Royal Knights have. And now Marine Lord coming in on a flank over here on the northern side, trying to take hits on some of those crossbowmen. And for how many that there are, I think these crossbowmen are going to end up going down. JD and those Royal Knights that have 310 health have to back up just a little bit. You know, Valdemar was getting 2v1. He had his army kind of caught out. Marine Lord saved the day.
The Marine Lord's transition over to his opponent's side really just showed good timing. The thing is, I'm guessing he reacted a little bit late and Baltimore didn't plan to lose as much, but that is just the problem when you're playing with someone for the first time, and that's exactly what these guys are doing. They're playing with these top players for the first time, and they need to be ready with it. A desperation keep coming down now from Wham, but this is going to cost him a few villages as well. Luckily with that second TC, he can afford a few of these, and it should be able to save his life for now. Although, those samurais don't look like they're taking too much damage. They don't mind a good beating. Is that only one? Wow. Marino didn't even bring his relics to his ally. Oh, there's one more. There's one more. The poor man is not drowning in gold as you'd expect.
Oh, he
Oh.
did. Yeah, because there's a look at right next to the go back to the Shinto the temple there. Right next to it is an HRE monastery.
Oh.
Look at that. Right next to it. There's 3 there. Tithe Barnes is researched as well because he's Imperial. He's the only one that can get Tithe Barnes. So super heads up play for Marine Lord given the relics of Voldemort. And that's what's nice about Marine Lord going to Castle Age first and getting that the Shinto priest before all the other civs do, because you have first crack at all of these relics. You know, Wham doing the best he can to shore up the trade, trying to make sure those mounted samurai don't take down too many traders, and I think those Royal Knights will have the ability to. Anatan hitting Imperial Age, Marine Lord soon to follow with the Gunsmith. I think we're gonna see another long one. Wham it.
It's Marine Lord's power spike, like we talked about the last game. Japanese just explodes in Imperial for a little while because of those free units that they can pump out instantly. And shutting down the trade here, I actually think Marine Lord and Voldemort will have the ability to do a very good slow push forward. We don't see Wham looking at Imperial at any point now, so he's just not going to have that ability to defend once the push begins. Now, the question is, from the Gunsmith, what does Marino choose to go with? And I'm expecting there to be a cannon.
Yeah, I would, probably diversifying a little bit instead of just a Sutsu, which a lot of people end up doing, and how they're so good at taking down buildings. Honestly, just having their ability to do that, they could take down outposts and stuff in a blink of an eye. But maybe if he goes for something a little bit different, and I see Voldemort actually adding a couple bombards as well. And just because he's been Imperial first, he has his economy pretty much figured out. Marine Lord also has his economy figured out from how many town centers that he has. He's got an economy now of 134. You can see there's an overwhelming economy lead for Marine Lord and Voldemort. It's 260 to about 200. It could mean that Wham and Anatan have a little bit more army. We'll see how this battle unfolds. They're trying to get this keep up as best as they can, but I think there's only 1 villager, 2 villagers. We gotta do a, one's two's a party and 3's a crowd, I guess. A lot of the villagers are trying to build this keep, and I don't think it's gonna end up going up because of it. It might end up getting deleted. Wham and Anatan did a really good hold just to make sure, because that keep could have been devastating.
So the towers at the front line, they are there to support, and you can see he doesn't cancel the keep because he realizes I'm getting towers here, and I will be able to push this back and go finish that keep off. And the moment that keep is finished, that's just going to be a very heavy push. Now, Marine Lord's army is not as big as you'd expect it just yet, but he does have a lot of resources to spend pretty soon. So the man currently floating about I didn't see the 3,500 stone. We have about 8,000 resources just floating around, but not max pop yet. So I have a feeling Marine Lord is about to pump something out that Wham and Anatan are not good.
Yeah, I mean, he needs to do something. Honestly, I'm at the point for Marine Lord. I don't really care what unit he makes. He's just got to make something. Keep trying to go up from Voldemort, and it might end up going up eventually. I don't think he has the potential to have emergency repairs on it, and he does not. So that keep is going to start to burn at about 1,300 health. Maybe he might try to get a bombard in placement if he's able to keep it alive. Baltimore basically 2v1 this army. You're seeing the military count continue to drop and drop. There's elite men-at-arms with heavy maces that will be able to put these knights down, even though those knights have a lot of health. Jeanne d'Arc is pretty much the only unit that's left, and her poor baby cannon that ends up going idle because Wham and Anatan are quite done with this game, and Marine Lord and Voldemort will be taking game 1. I did not expect that game to end right there, actually.
I could expect HRE to not be able to break them in half like that at that exact point, but honestly, very commanding game from Marine Lord and Voldemort here. Japanese HRE just showing that these two civilizations can really support one another in their mission for the relics, of course. So HRE just being able to constantly push out so many units, letting their ally get to that castle age and start picking up the relics to eventually transfer to them. So very big push, very difficult thing to defend here. But this now puts them up 1-0 in this group. And yeah, this is looking like a pretty good game here from Marine Lord. And I think this is maybe what Voldemort needed from a teammate to be able to just fill in what he can't do with the civilization or support a very strong player with a very heavy raiding potential. We see Voldemort also drowning in gold during that game, thanks to Cal. Appreciate it, Mr. Cal. That was a destruction, as
Yeah,
our wise man once said.
with Wham being Jeanne d'Arc and how much Voldemort and Marine Lord really took the battle to Wham
Mhm.
in Feudal Age, I think it was just enough damage that Wham couldn't really come back from it.
Mhm.
I mean, he had a decent amount of knights and he had royal bloodlines and all that kind of stuff, but it just kind of felt like he just wasn't able to get to that late game trade popping elite royal knights with 364 health and all that kind of stuff. Like he just couldn't get there.
And this is the problem that you forget when you play these knight civilizations. Knights are so good at running their opponents over, but or when they do get shut down, it's pretty. The decline is sad, and you watch the knights falter one by one, not being able to reach the opponent. And I think that's just what happened here. JD just couldn't break that barrier. Now we do have Himayama up next, and on Himayama, you have a map that is quite raidable, but also quite wallable. So it's an interesting map because it has big holes on the side where you can instantly slide into and punish your opponents for being a little bit greedy by going on those external resources. So Himayama, I feel like, would favor a team like Voldemort.
Mm. And I probably would have agreed with you before I saw the picks.
Saves, brother. What's that? But the Ottoman Dark Age play, and Rus Kremlin should keep them safe, right?
Yeah, I think I hate like Himiyama has been in the ranked pool for
Mm,
a considerable amount of time,
yeah.
and I don't think I've ever chosen or wanted to play Roos on that map. I never ever did
Makes
because
sense.
the wood lines are so different and they're a little bit out of the way. So like, is your Kremlin as effective later in the game? Maybe not. Your food resources are all the way out in front. So if you want to get those now, it might be a little different because you have professional scouts. But back then, before this last patch, I was like, don't. I would never touch Roos on that map. But hopefully, this is going to be a learning experience for me. I want to see what Roos does on this map. I mean, a lot of the times in just about every game we've seen so far, the water in the middle of Himiyama is a pretty considerable bait. Uh, nobody, nobody is going for it just for the amount of fish that are there, which is rather surprising. I remember when I first saw this map and when they first came out with it first came to the map pool, I was like, oh, there's water, so let's just focus on the water the whole time because that's how every other map is in AoE 4, like stuff like Golden Heights and all that kind of stuff. But the fact that you don't have the deep water fish, you have such a finite resource there. Do you want to
Hmm.
delay your Dark Age? And the fact that it's right smack dab in the middle of the map, how are you going to defend it? All that kind of stuff. It's difficult. It's difficult. So now it's just a nice, pretty lake that we can look at.
With a few fish, maybe if you walk closely, you see something exotic. But the problem is with all these Dark Age shenanigans, and I think that adds to it. Himayama, it's bit of bait, but it does give you a little bit of a boost in that early game if they let you do it. But these guys, they haven't been letting anyone do anything sneaky and greedy because we have Dark Age aggression, we have Feudal Age death everywhere. It doesn't feel like the lake will ever be touched in a 2v2 tournament on Himayama because there's just no space for it. And especially with this matchup that we're seeing right here, the Ottomans, we've seen them use it with the Dark Age barracks and a lot of spearmen, and then with the Rus being able to age up and then follow up with knights, it tells exactly the same story as we've seen before. But French and Mongols, exactly the same story, but from a different angle. You have the Mongol rush, and the French ages up, gets the knight out, and puts that follow-up pressure. So honestly, I I don't know. I don't know which way this goes. It feels like a battle of the knights, a battle of the Dark Age shenanigans, and I do want Anna Wham to take this game, though. I want a game 3.
I think
Calling it now.
with you're talking about the Dark Age shenanigans, and I remember how Ottomans and Mongols used to kind of play. Because with the Mongol barracks, so you get the Uvu, you get the 2-time spearman production. A lot of times, I'd see Ottomans make a military school and a barracks. So the military school helps you churn out those extra spearmen that the Mongols are getting with the stone, while you're able to use your barracks to continuously churn them out. So I wouldn't be surprised if we see a battle for the lake right in the middle of the map with all of these spearmen just like tinking at each other, trying to take each other down. The con could be obviously beneficial. There could be, with vizier points for the Ottomans. I remember sometimes they're going imams to heal their spearmen and all that kind of stuff. So they're wild. They are wild games. When Ottomans used to be that quote unquote overpowered civ and we saw them all the time, them going against Mongols was a lot of fun, and a lot of games actually ended up pretty quickly. Now that you have knight civs backing them up, these spearmen are kind of just acting as security guards for their other civ. It's, do I have enough security to help my teammate get up? And I think
Hmm?
Go ahead. No, you go.
No, I think it's actually quite funny that the whole spearman shenanigans is about denying the knight civ, but at the same time you want to help your knight civ be able to pump. So that's what I'm getting at here. I think the ability to actually allow your ally, but at the same time to deny your enemy, that is maybe the balance that we're going to be seeing this game. Do they go across the map, or do they go and support their ally to get the knights out? You tell me, Tim. You're the Knights of player. You dirty harasser.
Yeah, a lot of times because I've been playing French a little bit more. A lot of times when I see a Mongol on the other side or a Dark Age civilization and they put a tower down, a considerable amount of time I usually just leave. I'm like, you know what? I just don't want to do this. I'd rather go to the next game. So, but it just goes to show when you are playing a Night Civ how vulnerable you are in the first couple minutes. So, we'll see for both of these players, both Ottomans being played by Marine Lord and Mongols being played by Anatan, if they have that potential. But it looks like Marine Lord in the color red. I'm not seeing barracks. I'm not seeing military school as of yet. I don't think he's going for that at all.
And I think that is exactly what we mentioned earlier with the caster curse. Marine Lord not going for the barracks just shows us that apparently the man is adaptable and he doesn't need no Dark Age shenanigans. He's just going to go for the fast age up. And that's actually quite funny because I don't feel like his opponents would expect that. They're waiting for the spearmen to come out and raid them. But now Anatan going for those spearmen, he's going to be a little bit delayed in all this. And what could Voldemort do? He's Rus. He could just get a little bit of extra gold. He could just get it from the bounty, and he's still going to be able to get the knight out on the map.
Yeah, and one of the main differences between Rus and French, and one of the reasons why Rus for a very long time wasn't a civ that you tower rushed, because where are you going to tower? And their landmark that they make in Feudal Age is a gargantuan 5,000 hit point outpost that has castle turret, that has arrows that fire better than yours. So a lot of the times tower rushing just didn't make any sense. And Valdemar now with 2 minutes flat, just about going up with the Kremlin. So it's going to be going up pretty quickly. Whoa! What fresh hell is this? That Kremlin going right next to that sacred site. Look at how many resources that protects. I'm kind of a fan. I like this.
Confusing because it makes me feel, it gives me Barbican vibes, but it's definitely not a Barbican. And I feel like this is a very creative, nice play that we're seeing out here. Maybe we're learning something, and you're learning your Rus strategies going on forward. But we have some shenanigans. arriving with no viability, unfortunately. The gold was denied. Voldemort, he's just gonna get his Kremlin out in the middle of nowhere and ensure that his opponent cannot get in there without being punished. The problem is he's next to the Knight Civ, right? And Knights do okay under a Kremlin. So the Kremlin not being in the base leaves his wood lines pretty exposed.
Yeah, it's pretty interesting, and especially because a lot of these wood lines, there is one right next to his town center. You can see it a little bit northwest of that yellow town center, but for the other ones, they're farther out there, and that's kind of how Himiyama plays. You know, that first wood line, you have a small bushel that's near you. The other ones, they're kind of a little bit in harm's way. They're a little out there. TC isn't going to help you out. And this Kremlin isn't really helping you out in terms of wood supply either. There's no wood line around it. I thought it was really nice for Voldemort, however, to put it on a deer pack. Because remember, Bruce Bounty, it's different now. You know, instead of just getting 10 gold for hunting down a deer 45 seconds into the game, you get a yes, cow. I see the whole. Thank you very much. I'm on a rant, so can you just let me go? Thank you. The deer, instead of 10 gold for the pelt, you're getting 35 gold for every, well, for 350 food. It's every gold for 10 food. So getting that is shoring up a lot of resources, and Marine Lord going to be going up with the Sultani Trade Network just to make sure he can get that little bit of passive gold per minute with those traders.
He actually did this in a previous game as well, with the Sultani Trade Network not making any other traders, but just letting the passive gold drive his upgrades, drive his units, and eco everything. That little bit of passive gold kept him alive and kept him producing, so he wouldn't need to think about any gold going there. So I don't know if this is maybe just a 5-head play that we don't know about yet, but Marine Lord maybe just creating the Ottoman meta for us here and making us understand that, hey, we can just invest all our resources, all our villages back onto food and wood and outproduce our opponents significantly.
Yeah, and I guess you got to be thinking about what Marine Lord's going to go for anyway. You know, his teammate is Roost, and most likely going to be going Knights. And a lot of the units that he's going to make in terms of production buildings and all of that kind of stuff, how much is he really going to need gold for? You know, he could use gold for economic upgrades, he can use them for blacksmith upgrades, but other than that, it's not like he's going to be making units out of them. You know, his spearmen and archers, they're food and wood. So does he need people mining gold? Not really, because you have those traders providing that little bit of income that's going to help you out. And now you can create that kind of offensive foothold with the Kremlin. You know, it's really nice with that Kremlin being on the sacred side and getting the deer and the resources and all that kind of stuff that we talked about. But you gotta remember, these Knight Civs are the ones you want to attack. And Wham probably, just because he's a Knight Civ again, for game number 2, he's got a bullseye on him. But now, with those Gremlins, remember they spawn at the hometown center, not at the Kremlin. So every time you hit one of those tickets, it goes right back to your hometown center and making sure that Knight doesn't kill any villagers. Roost Knights are going to be coming out, trying to get those Royal Knights to back up.
Now, when you have the Knight versus Knight fight, you always need to keep in mind that French just has the ability to pump out a little bit more because they do have that starting landmark that gives them the ability to produce knights, right? And you're just producing from your stable, so you're always going to be one knight behind. And with the French knights, you need to be careful not to lose any of these bad boys because, you know, there's a Kremlin out there, but like I said, the Kremlin is all the way in China, so you're not really struggling to run around it. You don't need to navigate around it. You can now just look for damage on the wood lines, and you know there's nothing to keep the roof safe except for their knights. And now, as we see, there are some wham walls coming from Voldemort, which means very early feudal walls to protect him.
Yeah, and he kind of has to do that, right? Because of the fact of where the Kremlin is, and he also, to get that boosted wood income that the Rus like to get, you would have to put a wooden fortress over there by your wood line as well, because obviously the Kremlin, its field of influence is quite far. I'll give you that, but it's not going to extend to a different area code. Anatan loses his con to some spearmen, some Ottoman archers, and Marine Lord gonna be bolstering up this count of feudal age units. Voldemort continuing to get raided over there by the gold mine. This becomes kind of similar to a mirror now because the Kremlin isn't helping you out. You know, he's going to put a wooden fortress near his gold mine. He might get influence, depending on how much the influence that wooden fortress has. He might be able to get a little bit on that wood line to the north side. But right now, it's all about keeping his villagers alive, and his goal is getting idled for a long time.
And keeping in mind that wooden fortress does also take a little bit longer to produce, so it's extra idle time, but you have Wham over there with the extra villager production, so that TC is taking. Although Marine Lord, though, he stays up with the villagers. I guess he just hasn't gotten raided yet. Marine Lord's walls just securing him against any early aggression. We now see that that Kremlin is just allowing these villagers to move between whatever resource they were thinking about. Anatan, though, there's a lot of bodies on the floor, so those archers definitely got their value. 11 archers now and more in the queue, I say, as he cancels the one in the queue.
Yeah, I mean, he has to compete with the Ottoman archer count, and Mongols, if they can get a decent amount of archers early, just because of the fact you're using your Uvu stone, right? You can produce archers 2 at a time, and they'll pop out of that archery range like Noah's Ark coming in pairs. But Marine Lord is going to end up getting the advantage over time, you know, because if he gets a decent amount of military schools, he can make more archery ranges because they're less wood. He can, make more archers because he has a little bit less wood that he spent on those archery ranges. So he'll be able to help out a little bit. Plus the meta giving him a little bit of an attack speed. Making quick work of those spearmen from Anatan. In Feudal Age, Valdemar Knights now have free reign on this archer mass. I think Anatan's going to get cleaned up.
Yeah, and losing an archer mass like this, even just as Mongols, you are able to reproduce, but not this many, especially not with the wood on this map. The problem with this map is your wood lines are really, really tiny, and once you move out, it's going to be quite difficult to get back control. But now, this is looking a little bit better, but the Knights are out of position, and they're not ready to help their archer friends there at the back, and the Knights are just having a field day with them.
Yeah, and I think Marine Lord did a good job with his spearmen at first, making sure his archer mass stayed alive, but a lot of those spearmen just ended up getting hit by Mongolian archers. Borg getting in the mix, we're pulling that pork, trying to get some of these archers for the Mongolians, but ends up backing away. Valdemar with a good charge, decent amount of knight micro, but a disturbing lack of spears on both sides. Looks like Anatan just had his second spear come out of the barracks. Marine Lord doing the best he can. I think he only has one. There's Spearman right now, so this is going to rely on a lot of times for both these players, both Valdemar and Wham. It's going to rely on how many knights you can pump out.
And you can see Marine Lord still staying true to not getting any gold. He's just letting the trade landmark do its work. Every little bit of gold that he gets, he spends back into upgrades, and he's not going for any. He's letting the Castle Age timing tell us when it's ready. He doesn't want to pressure it. It's a very delicate situation. He's letting it do the talking for himself. So we'll see if Marine Lord ever decides to go on gold or if he lets fate decide. Now, Wham's army, a little bit scary, especially with the Wham walls covering most of that side, and the Kremlin forced him to get those walls because it just doesn't allow him to run back and forth without being punished.
Yeah, you're exactly right. I mean, his food and gold are relatively preserved. Knight count for Wham at 13 to Valdemar's 9, but Valdemar does have some in queue that are going to be popping out at any moment's notice. It's quite an interesting build for Marine Lord playing as the Ottomans because it's almost acting like Delhi in a way, as these Knights get a good charge on a lot of these archers. Again, there's no spearmen out here, so these Knights, they'll just rain their special version of hell all over these archers, try to make quick work of them. But interesting for Marine Lord because it almost feels like Delhi in a way, because you're getting that gold passively, and you're getting, that 65 a minute, or depending on how many traders he has, it looks like he has 3. Does get Anatolian Hills, and you can see some of the imams that are healing them up as well. These look to be more feudal age in terms of the Vizier points that he's going for. But for him, it's like your blacksmith upgrades and your upgrades to do things, economic upgrades for the gold department, they're kind of free, because you're just waiting for that gold to kind of pop up. It's like Delhi with a sacred site. It's pretty interesting.
Yeah, I think the thing we have to consider is, when do I go for this or when do I go for food? Marine Lord having enough food to sustain him out here will get a little bit monka as time goes on, because you don't have all the berries that you used to be able to fall back onto for the late game and mid game when the pressure starts to go a little bit up. But Marine Lord, we haven't had to think about that just yet. Right now, we're just thinking about producing, but those villages might be in a little bit of danger.
Yeah, they
I'm sorry.
absolutely. They only have. You said one ego word, and I shuddered. Those archers, I mean, they are still feudal age archers, and they might have their upgrades, but the knights might make quick work of them. Valdemar only had. There's only 2 yellow knights I see here on the northern side. Looks like he was trying to get some flanks over there on the southern side, but Wham doing a good job of picking that apart, making sure that he knows knight count on both sides, 16 to 15. Military count total, 60 to 50 in favor of Wham and Anatan. Decent amount of archers coming through from Anatan. And now, when you're dealing with knight v knight, because there's basically no spearmen except for a couple that are going to get quickly sniped down, I like the French knights here. You know, they get that charge, which means they get +3 damage for 3 seconds after they charge. It means they can do a little bit more damage to those Roost Knights. Plus, with the chivalry, pound for pound, I'm taking the French and feudal.
Well, the problem is French also has more here, so when you have that amount of knights, even if it's just 2 more, you can change the fight completely just with that extra damage boost. But this doesn't look to be the game just yet. Both of these guys are just making sure, or both of these teams are just making sure that they're backing off at the right time. But now that Kremlin has run out of food, and I think the Voldemort Rus Knight Pain Train is in a little bit more danger than it was earlier.
Oh, and you're talking about food. Look how much Anatan has. You got this deer pack here. You got a boar. You're gonna be able to rally your archers over here with an outpost. Oh my, that's like around. Taking a look at all of this, that's got to be, well, it's a deer pack, so 350 times 7. I think that's 2450 if I remember correctly, and 2,000 for a boar. He's got about 4,500 food just hanging out.
And that's going to be quite a pain train if you're thinking about what the Mongols can offer up with all that food. The thing is, he might offer up a castle age instead of some units, and Anatan is floating all the gold. And I'm thinking we're going to be getting a Kurultai gameplay pushing forward here because they've had a little bit of trouble being able to consistently just do damage and then move back and keep punishing. And I think this is now that time. This is what they need to probably get that damage boost and be able to heal their units back into it and then do the push again. And Voldemort, again, completely untouched just because of that Kremlin, throwing you off completely. So you're just focusing on Marine Lord, which is the Civ, but you're just going to want to punish every single time because you know that they're going to run out of food at some point.
And they are, you know, they definitely are going to run out of food at some point. Doing those kind of farm transitions for both of those civs proves to be a rather daunting experience. Anatan could be going up with the Kurultai and Castle Age. I think one of the disturbing factors, I think, for Anatan right now, he's playing as the Mongolians. There's no trade. You know, I mean, a lot of the times for the Mongols, they do all of this damage and they can make a decent amount of units in feudal, you know, and they're trading behind it. He's not doing that. So that economic bonus that the Mongolians are supposed to have around this time, it's falling short.
Yeah, the advantage that we see from Mongols being that far ahead. The thing is, you're playing against 2 guys who have shown to be quite aggressive. And when you're playing against a Knight Civ, it's so much harder to keep that trade alive. And I think him having to then invest in all those towers to keep the trade going, it would be so risky. But now, this is a fight that he wouldn't mind taking. This is an even military count. You have the Khan arrow flying out, and you have the Kurultai to heal these boys back up when they take some damage. But you want to wait and make sure that you get those upgrades. I say wait, but the Royal Institute is also clicked up, and Marino and Voldemort are on a time clock here.
Yeah, but Voldemar's doing, you know, he's trying to preserve himself. You know, you said the Bruce player was relatively untouched, basically until that raid happened, which was just a few quick seconds ago. So a lot of these external food sources, again, for Voldemar are going to end up becoming raidable. This is, I mean, for Anatan, this could be a death push. You know, he has Marine Lord essentially isolated over here with a tech advantage, with the Kurultai, with the Khan and his arrows, with the Khan Hunter adding that little bit of range, and he's like, I don't even want this. Anatan's gonna take this game basically against the Ottomans.
And that just shows the power of getting the age up. It's about ego. It's about commandingness. They know that there is a pain train coming for them the moment that age up kicks in, and the walls were there to just delay that night fight even more. So even when they did have the opportunity to fight them. There was no opportunity behind it. Mongols just has such a strong ability to fight the moment they hit castle. And just giving them a few extra seconds to get upgrades, that was enough for them to know that it's time to tap out. But that was a destruction
You know
against
what
the Lord.
I think was
Hmm.
interesting that Anatan did is, I think, is something that I probably don't take account of is how big of a tempo swing that the curl tie actually is. Like
Hmm.
even without the upgrades, a lot of those archers, you just plop a curl tie. One side had like both sides have feudal archers, right? One side has a curl tie, one doesn't. So who do you think's gonna win? And even you might not even have to worry about the upgrade. And that's exactly what Anatan did. He was waiting for that upgrade to come in. He's like, yeah, I don't got time for that. I don't give a shit. I'm just gonna go ahead and plop that curl tie down, and we'll take game two. How's that sound?
And that is actually a very scary thought to think about when you're playing against Mongols. Mongols, I feel like the moment you see that cruel type plopping down in front of your base, you hear the mage up, right? You're like, God, let it be the stupa. It's never the stupa. It's never ever the stupa. And when you find that cruel type right in front of your base as well, while the archers are running around there, and you're just like, oh, great, I hit them. They're healing up. What do you do then? But this is Gorge, and this is going to be Byzantines Ayyubids against Delhi Malians. Now, guys, the people who go through have been decided. And now we know Beastie, Demu, Marine Lord, and Wham will be the ones advancing. But based on the outcome of this game, we will know who is going to be advancing in first and second place, determining who their final partner is going to be. So Demu definitely coming in hot. He was not considered to be one of the favorites to make it all the way to the finals. So very big upset, I would say, especially outperforming Papipo here as well. So Papipo did not make it through on the map score, and Beastie goes through in second place, but it was a tight one at that.
And
So yeah.
you take a look at this because the left side, that bracket that had, let me see on the group stage, I have it right in front of me, or I did, with Puppy Paw, Louis, Marine Lord, Wham, Kiljardy, who I think is an impressive player. Like these players, like this was a tough bracket, you know?
Mm-hmm.
And plus with Demu on his side, he was able to kind of eke out that fourth on his side with Anatan, Beastie, and Valdemar. He was able to get rid of that tiebreaker with Baltoon. And a lot of times for these tiebreakers or these like play-in games almost
Mm-hmm.
that get you into finals, you're thinking, well, yeah, he'll win the tiebreaker, but like you're basically like, okay, I'm playing to lose to whoever the top seed is, because you're playing in. Not so much. Demo was 2-0, it looks like.
Mm-hmm.
That one with Louis and Puppy Paw and Beastie, I think it's still going on, is it not? And
Actually, Demu went 3-0 in the end. Demu
oh,
goes through in first place 100%.
okay.
So, yeah.
Yeah. I mean, and he was a rather impressive display in maps. I think a lot of he had some 2-0. He had a 2-0 against when he was with Beastie playing against Louis and Puppy Pod. Those are absolutely insane team games because you have, and I think what separates the wheat from the chaff in terms of these really good 1v1 players as opposed to really good 2v2 players is the amount of variables on the map are doubled.
Mm-hmm.
It's you got to be dealing with so many different things. Number one, you have to be coordinating with your teammate, and when you're playing 1v1s, you obviously don't. So having the ability to coordinate with your team, if you are that leader of your team usually, and you're with another leader who's going to
Mm-hmm.
be button heads, right? There's a little bit of coordination, so it's nice to be a chameleon in your team, and you just kind of, if you want me to lead, I'll lead. You want me to follow, I'll follow. And I think Demu's proving to be an excellent teammate.
I honestly would say the same about Marine Lord. Marine Lord, we thought that he was just this person who could only, lead, be aggressive, constantly charge, but he's shown also he knows how to adjust to his teammate's style. And I know we didn't see that in the last game, but Tommy messaged me with a little theory here. We had Ottoman and Rus, a very unlikely combo, leaving the best for last. Byzantines and Ayyubids on Gorge. So this could have been a way to say, hey, let's play our shit civilizations. It's fine. Let's leave the best for Gorge that we know it's going to work. Because what makes Byzantine so insanely good on Gorge as well is their Rams. And I would love to see how that plays out. And I think we're hearing game sounds already. So, guys, it's going to be a Byzantine bonanza against the Malian Shads that love that big gold pit mine. So let's see if the Delhi can outmass and actually let their Malian teammate survive and boom against the dreaded Byzantine Rams. Ayubits can just do anything they want.
Yeah, Gorge is one of my favorites just because of the way that people spawn. I'm seeing everybody in chat saying that BC sent you. Congratulations, you have dodged the permaban for today. And I hope all of you enjoy this casted game number 3 between Marine Lord and Valdemar playing as the Malians and Byzantines respectively. Wham and Anatan on the other side playing as the Malians and the Delhi. That glorious pit mine with all of those houses and mining camps that will be around it. And I know that you're a Malian enjoyer. I came to start to enjoy it a little bit when I was playing it. And just because they play so differently with their passive income, providing all of that income, or most of it, I would say, having that pit mine right smack dab in the middle between 2 town centers, and you're able to get some of those houses and mining camps, it's a Malian player's dream. Because how many times, Wayman, when you've been playing, how many times have your pit mines ended up getting raided and you're like, God, I just don't want to deal with this right now?
Well, this hasn't happened to me yet. My ally griefing me for my houses, and that's exactly what Anatan is doing here. He's like, I know Malians loves this position, but actually, let me just quickly show you what would piss you off. And that's, uh-oh, he gets called out. He gets called out. He realizes, okay, but that's quite a bit of a delay there as well. So we were about to start drama here. We almost had a feud between these players. So Wham will get those houses up and will not be denied by Anatan. But as a Malian player, I love this map as well. It's just so safe. But those outside golds that you need to go for second, they are so vulnerable. This map is great for when you need to fight in feudal, when you need to survive in feudal. But when it gets to the later stages, you are struggling to get that gold secured.
Yeah, you really are. I mean, taking a look at how Gorge is kind of designed, you have this. I like to call it a crevasse instead of a gorge, but I guess a gorge is the more correct geological.
We got DC'd, boys. We're back, but we got DC'd, I think.
Oh, it wasn't me. Pog.
It wasn't. Oh, it wasn't you. It wasn't
Pog.
you. Oh my god. Wait, oh, we're still live, right? We're still live. We are live. What just happened? It was, yeah. It also wasn't Scadilocca. Demo, thank you very much for the raid. Appreciate it and well played today, going all the way to the finals. Guys, Demo is shown to be a team gamer. Tim was actually giving you a wonderful rant earlier about being adaptable, so...
Oh yeah, actually, Demo, I legitimately said before you leave to play your finals, just look at me for a sec. I said that you are showing to be an amazing teammate to whoever your other teammate is. Hearty congratulations on that 3-0. I really hope that gives me brownie points in your good graces going forward. But we're back into the game. Demu's raid did crash our potential game, but we still appreciate you very much, Mr. Demu. With Marine Lord and Valdemar, we're going at lightning speeds. Everybody, buckle up and keep your hands and feet inside the vehicle at all times. We're going back into our... Wait, are you gonna fast cast?
Yes, we're gonna fast cast. So basically what's happening right now is Marine Lord is just going for the normal AU bitch A's out. And we're gonna see how this is gonna play out, if he's gonna go for the fast castle, or if he's just gonna stay in feudal and fight this thing with Valdemar with those amazing little ramps that he will push out on the rest of the map.
And as you can see, going into the Grand Winery, has about 4 villagers on it, and I think it will be able to get those berries, get that second group of berries, going to be able to get those longbow and javelin throwers if they necessarily want to, and I am out of breath. You take over.
Have you ever thought about being an auctioneer after listening to that?
You know, here's a fun fact for you. Until I was about 20 years old, so about 10 years ago, I was tongue-tied, and I actually got it removed. Yeah. So the fact that the ability that I could talk so fast, I would like to appreciate and give a hearty shout out to my dentist from a decade prior. Thanks, man.
Did you have this in your Tinder profile, by the way, that you can speak really fast? Because I feel like this is one of those rare skills that definitely reflects into real life as well.
Well, I mean, maybe something else about my tongue on my Tinder profile. But anyway, with Feudalade, gonna be going with This is why you just I don't know why you bring me on here, dude. I have no idea.
This is the unhinged stream, Tim. We can be a little bit unhinged here. So
Hello,
we're-
this is the finals.
This is the final. This is the game before the finals, guys. Don't worry, Tim and I are putting our professional hats on for the finals, and you can see the culture wing coming out early from Mr. Marine Lord. Now, why do we get the culture wing this early, Tim? Do you have an analysis for us?
Yeah, with the let me see for the culture wing coming out. I think did he get the yeah he did get the 2 dervishes. So you have the ability to once you hit Castle Age as quickly as possible, and it looks like Marine Lord will have the ability to do that. He's got about 700 food, 400 gold. He's going to be able to instantly send those dervishes out to grab those relics.
And that's going to be so powerful, because when you get those dervishes out there, you're not just getting the relics for yourself, you're also stopping the enemies from being able to, react to this at a healthy pace. Because both these civilizations, Delhi is just not cut out for dealing with pressure from or splitting up their units, I would say. You want to keep your army together and push as one unit. So the dervishes being out there on the map, definitely going to make a huge difference. Now, we have been seeing this several times on this map. On Gorge, we've been seeing Aeobits, and every single time they just have their dervishes ready for action. So the Ghazi Raider, though, getting a little bit of idle time, and that doesn't look like a lot of food for Marine Lord. So he's going to get castle, but he needs to be getting a little bit more to be able to produce some units and getting those lances that he wants.
Yeah, it's kind of about, once you do hit that Castle Age button, as Marine Lord does, by the time you get there, you want to be able to have enough food and have enough resources to actually essentially using what your mama gave you. Going up to Castle Age, making sure you're getting those Castle Age units to get yourself that map control, and then you get yourself some safe food. I see AJ Ram in chat saying fix the age up, and I know for the Ayubid House of Wisdom cow, if you want to hover over that House of Wisdom, it's very difficult. Sometimes you don't see it when, he highlighted it, but when you're hovering over it and you're actually seeing it, sometimes you can't see the production bar, but you can see it. One where that you cannot is actually on the Dome of the Faith. If you go to Anatan's Dome of the Faith, whether he's producing a scholar or not, you still don't see the production bar. So now that I have this platform to talk about it, I would hope the developers end up changing that.
Okay, so developers, if you are on the chat, please listen to Tim's rant about the Dome of the Faith, because he's not the only one who has posted at every single place that they find a spot for. But guys, Voldemort has a lot of units, and I feel like we're not focusing on the fact that those are some very scary units, because when you're playing against Delhi with the Dome of the Faith, it is not the same Delhi as we know. Tim, is the Dome of the Faith Delhi gonna pack the same punch as we're used to?
Well, this is the second time I'm going to say it this stream, but everything's better with a little bit of Dome, number one. Number two, with the Dome of the Faith, having those half-price scholars, even though they take a little bit while to get produced, not having that Tower of Victory, not having that 15% attack speed on those archers, on those spearmen, and all that kind of stuff, I've come to a point where usually when I go Dome, I'm feeling like my units don't pack the same amount of punch, essentially, just because of the fact that attack speed isn't there, For the Dome of the Faith, and able to pack that snow, it just takes a little bit for you to generate that snowball originally, right? But once you do, you're going to be able to roll it downhill pretty well. You're going to have a lot of scholars. They're going to be able to heal your units and all of that kind of stuff. But in the beginning, that pivotal feudal age fight that you really expect the Delhi to kind of snowball into an avalanche, sometimes it falls a little flat.
Now the problem is going to be if you'd let the Malians get that free gold up top, because it doesn't look like Marine Lord and Voldemort are that active on denying the gold. So while the Delhi might not be back in their snow, the Malians, they don't mind waiting a little bit to get that snowball rolling. And you know how devastating a Malian snowball can be. That is something no civilization can deal with.
And, this is the great thing about Delhi and Mali being together, is Delhi, just because even though they went dome or otherwise, it doesn't really matter. The fact that they are able to produce all of these feudal units, you can see right now his military count, he's hovering at 27, which is making up the majority of the military units. Wham essentially doesn't need to make any at all. He has 4 to a couple javelin throwers, a couple donzos, because he was able to get those cows going at first. And then now that he's able to get those cows going, he's got 18 of them. You know, he needs another cattle ranch in order to get that full 20, but he'll be up to Castle Age lickety split. And you're exactly right, Wayman, with that Malian Castle Age power spike. It's one of the spikiest spikes out there.
Yeah, the fact that Marinot and Voldemort haven't been able to do anything with their lead just yet, except we'll gather some relics. They've been... How many relics are we on right now, Mr. Cal? So we can see what these guys are drowning in, and if it is going to be gold. Ooh, and number 4 coming right to the base. That is going to be very helpful later on. And this game being very important for getting seed number 1 and seed number 2. Anadan says, I need the food if I want to get to the top, so he's killing them deer. Or Wham, yeah. At least. Yeah, he's pushed Wham up there.
I do love that build. I do love that build for Anatan. Like, when you go Dome of the Faith and you have some scholars, you can get that professional scouts out rather quickly, you know, and you're able to get that food. Because a lot of times for Delhi, you get to this, like, late feudal, early to mid-castle kind of area where your food isn't really safe anymore, then you're going all over the map to do that, you know? Once you have professional scouts, you're able to get that stuff back home pretty safely. You don't really have to worry about it. You know, you have those deer, and you're going to be able to, just because of all those scholars, get survival techniques as well, and that's going to help you out. Anatan going to be adding some archery ranges, maybe adding some archers, maybe adding some crossbowmen later in the future when he gets to Castle Age. But Wham, his Castle Age is not something that we're going to have to predict anymore. Those corrals and those cattle ranches are going to start booming with food, and the only thing that's going to stop Wham is the wood to get all those production buildings. Once he gets all of them, he can just make this unstoppable force.
Now the question is Voldemort and Marinot, are they going to wait and let the Malian cow boom talk and just go for castle themselves? Because it looks like it. Voldemort is floating quite a bit of resources. So I don't know if they're fully committed to what the plan is. It looks like they're pretty split on this. No. Voldemort decides, I'm going castle myself. I also have those passive units that will just pop out, just not at the pace of Malians for now. So Voldemort following this up with his own age up, and this is going to be good because Marine Lord can make siege in the field, remember? So Voldemort bringing rams, Marine Lord bringing things that deal with rams. So they're going to be able to have quite a heavy force to push with. Now Malians, though, they do have an answer to a lot of what Aubitz has to offer. They have those Donzos that deal pretty well with the Camel Lancers, but we'll see if they can get those numbers up there. And we see a lot more Javelin Throwers just being queued up. So, Javelin Throwers and Donzos, that's going to be our army composition for the next while.
Yeah, and I mean, with the Javelin Throwers, he has the gold from the pit mines, right? And he has the food for corral, so he can continue to make those. Wallow coming out from Marine Lord over there on the northwestern side, trying to catch some Ghazi Raiders, but we'll fall a little bit flat. It's such a nice first world problem when you have to build more mosques because of how many relics that you have. You know, that's what we saw Marine Lord doing before. Remember, he had first crack at these. He was Castle Age, and he only went at Castle Age for a considerable amount of time. Look at that. He is a holy trinity of mosques over there, Wayman. 3, 2, 1 at 6. He was trying to get number 7 over there. He might end up getting a little bit more. A little bit later, Camel Lancers trying to save that Dervish, ends up coming a little bit flat. But now, the rest of the game, the rest of the players are now on the same. We got Castle Age coming out. Voldemort going with the Golden Horn Tower to get himself some free units. It went for Longbowmen, which against the Malians, I feel like, has got to be the move.
Now, the problem with Longbowmen, sure, they do get countered by those Javelins, but only up until a point, because Javelins, you do overkill so much, so you need to make sure that you micro those. And with this amount of units on the map, we're seeing that microing those Javelins were just not as easy as it used to be. So, in 1v1s, I feel like a bunch of civilizations are just showing a lot more different abilities than we see in 2v2s. In 2v2s, you can really see how some compositions are having their strengths, but these camels are very far out of position, and that's a big chunk of what Marine Lord has on his enlistment list. I don't know what that thing is called. Oh, you're American, do you know?
And look at, I have a different point. Let's just move on.
Okay.
the about the sheer mass and what kind of astounded me, the mass of the Malians right now. You know, I feel like Wham was at 4 units and then I blinked and now he's at 40. You know, the military countdown of both these players is 94, 97 to 52. And Delhi, because they had a decent mass in feudal already, they're able to continue to bolster that in Castlades. They're going to be adding some of those Castlades units like crossbowmen. He can add some knights, some lancers, and that's exactly what he is doing as well. So the crossbowmen are going to be able to take down the camel lancers of Marine Lord, or just using Ghazi Raiders to do it. I guess if you have enough Ghazis, you can figure it out. But with a military count this wide for Wham and Anatan, I mean, it's got to be time now. You got to be doing something.
You're saying it's time, but what is it time for? Marino and Voldemort are both looking like they're macroing up to Imperial. So I don't know if Wham and Anatan know this, but they're about to fight against a very, very heavily invested army, or a very heavily invested economy into Imperial, if they so decided. The resources are floating, and I don't know which way they're going. Marine Lord now a lot on wood, so it feels like he's maybe just not able to spend all his resources. He has a bunch of Gulams in queue as well, because that 13 military count is just not going to carry them through. But Voldemort not fully producing. We do see the Varangian gods popping out now. Never mind. They realized we should probably make units, because Malians, they love castle, and they're coming, boys.
Yeah, and I mean, one of the things that's so devastating for the Malians, and the reason why I think that power spike is so good, as some Anatan scouts end up going down on your screen, is the fact that that he's getting a lot of his economy from things that aren't taking population. I mean, obviously the cattle, you know, I'm pretty sure, Wayman, you'd have to correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm pretty sure they do count. The pit mines do not, however. So all of that gold income, this is not taking up population space to do it. And that's why the Malians, they only have 50 villagers, but look at how many units they have. 77, 78, continuing to climb up. And you get to that point, that devastating triple digit mark, and then all of a sudden, it's an unstoppable force. And even though people say Malian units pound for pound, they're not that great, you know, whatever, you get 100 of them, you probably start thinking differently.
Oh, definitely. The thing is, they're very susceptible to, you know, mangonel shots, because they love moving in packs. But Ghazis, woof, those Ghazis are getting out just alive, with baiting the rest of those camels right into the Donzos. And again, that's expensive. Marine Lord doesn't have a lot, but he does have a mangonel. He says, I know what beats Malians. I know what beats clumps. And I'm ready to respond to these clumps. So, are we going to see those Springals actually do the work that they need to do? Because Anatan has invested in them to make sure that the mangonels don't get the damage they need to take down this heavy mass that you mentioned. That is a very scary Malian army.
Yeah, and it's only going to get bigger. You know, it's sitting at 90. Anatan is also doing that kind of death push kind of thing at 87, and he's going to be adding some Springle. It's super nice for Delhi, because I'm not sure if he actually did this back at Anatan's base, but you could put a scholar in one of those siege workshops, and all of a sudden you could pop out those Springles like nobody's business, right? There isn't a lot of... There's some Ghazis that are creating some kind of raiding potential, but there's no horsemen or knights or anything that's really making up the front line. So with a lot of these foot soldiers, you're going to need the Springles in order to deal with it, and then it becomes who has more Springles.
And I feel like when you're looking at the micro, from what we've seen with Anatan as well, I feel like he's a man with very dangerous Springles in his hands. However, Marine Lord is the man on the other side with the Springles. So honestly, I put my money on Marine Lord every single day. The man knows how to control his units. But let's see if he actually can outsmart Mr. Wham. Because we know that, I believe Wham beat him in the last tournament in a 1v1. So let's see how this translates to 2v2. The boys are cooking, and they're cooking rams right now. The Springalds creeping a little bit closer. They want to make sure that they circle their eyes on top of those mangonels that Marine Lord will be so famous for.
Yeah, and honestly, Voldemort has a rather impressive military count as well. You know, a lot of it comes in the form of longbowmen, which is going to be really good against some of those Malian troops. But Springles from Anatan coming around the back. It looks like they might be able to take hits on mangonels. It looks like Marine Lord has about 3 Springles as well, but I think in terms of Springle count, Anatan's got 6, and Marine Lord's got 4, so he's going to need to micro something fierce, and it looks like he doesn't have that ability to. A couple Springles already get popped before I finish that sentence. Mangonels trying to get their rocks off on some of that range mass, but it ends up not happening. They go down as well. Now with no siege, this is a gargantuan range mass out of both of these players, from Anatan and Wham. Javelin throwers, crossbowmen, archers, whatever you want, they got it.
The problem is, it still looks like Marino and Voldemort are doing okay in this, even though the military count is still favored towards Wham and Anatan's side. These spring elves are doing some good work, but those golems are not being taken down fast enough. The crossbows are doing a lot of work. But look at this raid here from the back as well. Wham trying to get those javelin throwers to do some work, and they do pick up some kills on the side, but keep in mind, Marino and Voldemort do have a slight equal advantage with the DCs and so on, because the longer this game goes, the less the cows mean for this economy.
Yeah, it's kind of heads-up play for the Malleys to add a second town center, a little bit delayed. And I know a lot of people are experimenting with that second TC right out of the gate, but it ends up that it feels like it ends up that cow boom is just a little bit better in terms of economics. But adding that second town center in the back is a little bit delayed after your food and gold are pretty much figured out. It seems to be really nice, and it kind of evens out that economy count, and you get this unstoppable economy. It looks like Marine Lord's trying to do some stopping with some Camo Lancers and trying to take down that palisade wall, but there's still that big ranged mass in the middle. Anatan continuing to make springholds. He's got about 4. Marine Lord continuing to produce. He's got 2. He's got 2 in the queue. Valdemar has to do the best he can to try to get this military mass higher. You know, a lot of the times for the Golden Horde Tower, it takes you a little bit of time, even though they're free. With these mercenary units, it takes a little bit of time for them to come out of the gate. I'm not sure how much time he has left, though.
The problem is, with these siege battles happening, you know that siege can just decide a game so quickly. These springholds are moving a little far forward, and they go for the other springholds, but there's more on the side of Anatan, so you need to be careful. The range units target fight the springholds as well, so this is going to be so difficult for him to fight. These guys do need to close in on one another. The camels are doing some work, but the Mangonel might get a juicy shot off. And he hits, but not too hard. The thing is, Voldemort's army is almost just not able to clean this up, and Marine Lord behind all of this, he's struggling. He's at 16 right now, and he doesn't have any resources to produce.
Did you see, I mean, the micro in that battle was rather impressive, because you had Wham with his archers and some of Anatan with his crossbowmen taking hits on springholds, so they were one tap. And then Voldemort just brute strength took down a Mangonel with a bunch of longbowmen. You know, just having the ability, you shoot that thing 150 times or however much health those Mangonels have, it'll end up going down eventually. But Wham getting a little stealthy with those Musafati warriors trying to get a little raid over there on Voldemort, making sure he can't get as much olive oil as he might necessarily want. Military count 125 to 60. It looks like Wham and Anatan are essentially doubled. Marine Lord continuing to fight, trying to get those military units, but he just, it's just not coming up for him.
And the problem is that Mangonel is pushed so far back, so it doesn't feel like Marine Lord and Voldemort's siege is going to be able to make a difference here. He's trying to get a few shots off, but it is so difficult with those springholds watching from above and from the side. But now the Mangonel gets broken down, and now the question is, who outproduces here? Does Marlian, do they die right now, or do they survive, and are they going to be able to catch up? Because it feels like Marine Lord and Voldemort just haven't been able to match that. And right now, Wham is ahead in villages, right? He got that second TC, but also he's got the cows, he's got the trade. Oh, the man is cooking. He's going to be so far ahead economically, but we know what they always say. Marlians just doesn't scale that well into the late game. We'll see about that with that trade.
Yeah, and you know, I think they got a decent amount of map control with this. You know, it wasn't essentially that end-all be-all game-ending push, but they have all 3 sacred sites. You know, the sacred timer, I'm not sure what time it actually is at, but it's still ticking. I think it's the actual UI is covering it. I think he's got 4 minutes and some change. Yeah, 4.5 minutes. So a lot of the time when you're dealing with a lot of these sacred site victories, sometimes the best defense is a good offense, and that's exactly what Wham and Anatan are doing. They get all of these units, they're pushed up in the middle of Marine Lord's base, taking all these fights, because Marine Lord and Voldemort are so concerned with Marine Lord's base, they're not going to be thinking about those sacred sites.
And with Wham's constant raids, you can see another one from the bottom going to sneak into Voldemort's base yet again. This is just going to constantly divert that attention. Now there's a keep being dropped here from Anatan too, and they're securing every single sacred site as much as they can, but the army is now split. And now the question is, can they actually stop this? We do see that those archers are going for the villages, building this keep, but it's going to be just too late, and they need to find a way to get that keep down, or they're not decapping that sacred site.
Honestly, I love that play from Marine Lord and Voldemar. You know, they created a little bit of a diversion with that top sacred site that ended up getting attempted to be neutralized with a couple of Ghulams, and Wham sent a lot of units up there to try to deal with 3 Ghulams, but now that they're back together again, military count 146 to 110, and a lot of these are ranged units, and they could sit and defend sacred sites, or they can sit and take down enemy units. I think as far as mangonels go, there's one from Marine Lord and Voldemar. Marine Lord is doing the best in crafting them, essentially, on the battlefield. So for Wham and Anatan, make sure you got enough Springolds, and they do. Make sure your ranged mass stays alive, and they have been. Shore up your defenses. He's got keeps all over the place. Both Anatan and Wham have designated keeps and sacred sites. I think Marine Lord and Voldemar, they're going to be battling uphill.
The problem is they need to find a way to get somewhere, and right now Anatan has villagers forward. He can just slow down every single push that they may think about. The stone wall does not get up too easily, and they will be able to push through, but there will be army at the bottom that they need to take care of, because this keep is just going to keep firing away. And just like that, we know the mid is covered in keep, we know the bottom is covered in keep. What do you do in this scenario? And you don't have a lot of time. There's almost 3 minutes on the clock, and you don't have any siege to deal with this.
Yeah, I mean, what are you going to do, Imp? You don't have time for that. You have 2.5 minutes. You know, Marine Lord's starting to make a bunch of rams, because that's the only thing that you can really use to take it out. If you make a siege workshop, maybe you can get Trebs, but again, that's time. Time you do not have. Wham is going to be going up to Imperial Age right now with 2.5 minutes. And I think one of the reasons why he does go Imperial is because of the fact that it is a keep. He's going to be going up with the Fort of the Huntress, which is really going to help him out. Lots of Springles in the back from Anatan. He crafted a lot out of that siege workshop. Let's see if they're going to be able to take hits. A couple Springles go down on both sides. You're seeing them pop, essentially like water balloons on either side, and it looks like Anatan is going to be taking... I think it's going to be close in terms of the Springgold count, but the Mangonels stay alive, which is the biggest problem. Wham and Anatan do still have the military count lead. Fort of the Huntress continuing to get built. At this time, Rams trying to take down that keep from the Malians on the southern side and decapping the sacred site essentially at the same time. Because it is considered a unit, Mangonel from Anatan in the back trying to get hits. There is one Springgold that stayed alive that has about 20 to 25 health. And the fact that that Springgold stays alive means that Marine Lord and Voldemar might continue to take this battle because their range masses end up being safe. But oh my god, the amount of fire, Wayman, from all of these keeps is just, it'll light a ranged mass like this, like Marine Lord and Voldemar have. It'll light them on fire.
They need to find a way. They might break the whole army down, but Wham is drowning in resources. Every single time he just sends a little bit to Anatan. Anatan, I guess he wants to go in behind this, if the time presents, but Wham just constantly at 200 pop. And he's able to continually do this because of that cow boom he's got at the back, because of the trade he's got. And there's just no way for them to break this right now. Poor little Byzantine's horse, trying its best, but these are 2 Springles that are moving forward. They're going to stand right on top of the sacred side, hoping for the best. They need to kill the units on here, otherwise it's not going to start to decap. And as they're moving, it looks like they're trying to catch the army off guard here. They need to try and cap this now, and it's through 1 minute and 34 seconds, and the winner of this gets the first seed and gets matched with Beastie for the finals. The loser gets Demu, which is not really the worst prize to have. But we know that Beastie is a little bit more of a team gamer, so we'll find out what is going to work out best.
I think those Musafati ended up being MVPs. You know, just how speedy they were, and they were able to stealth in there, you know, to stop that neutralization and come in and start to take hits on the Varangian Guard and the Horsemen, making quick work out of them. Marine Lord has a decent amount of Springhold, so we're not going to see a lot of anti-siege coming out from Anatan as he's going up with the Hizar Academy, but this is another good defense. This is another good hold from Wham and Anatan. We have 1 minute and 5 seconds left against, you know, trying to get these sacred sites against 2 Imperial Age civilizations in the Mali and the Delhi. 1 minute, tick, 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 ding, ding, ding. You're hearing it in your headphones right now. And the fight, they can't even get to one of these sacred sites. They're just fighting in a random field.
At this point, they've exhausted everything, and it feels like Wham and Atlante just keep pushing with this pain train. And just like that, Wham secures the first spot in this group and will be going to the finals, where he will be facing off against Marine Lord again.
Yeah,
Disgusting.
crazy battle. That last one. I think this is the first time in a couple days that I've casted, and actually this weekend maybe, that we saw some kind of sacred site victory. I don't remember one that was yesterday. You might be able to. You would probably know better than I did, but the ability to push while getting those sacred sites really can't be understated. You know, taking battles at your opponent's base while you have all of the sacred sites, man, that gives you so much time. And we were so focused on the battle, Whammon, that the first time we talked about those sacred sites, there was only 4.5 minutes left.
This is something people really underestimate about Delhi. The moment those sacred sites starts ticking, you think about them, oh no, I'll deal with them in a bit. And I think they had an opening to deal with them for a while. They just couldn't close that out at the right time. And maybe they were also not focused on the sacred sites because of that thought that you have in your mind constantly. But yeah, this was a pretty intense match. And I think most of Twitch chat also enjoyed it, guys. We will be heading into the finals here, and we see that Wham graph growing economy pumping, and that's just a hidden economy that we don't always talk about with Zimalians.
Man, look at all that gold. Look at all that wood. I think for gold, look at that. He's almost double, of some people. Marine Lord had about 17,000. And remember, Marine Lord had all of the relics, I'm pretty sure. He had all of them. And Wham was able, with the trade, with the pit mines, and all of that kind of stuff, he was able to, yeah, Marine Lord had all 7. So, and you did it all with 93 villager high. It was wild. A wild experience, playing as the Malians and against the Malians, or you could tilt about it, which is usually what I do when I play against the Malians. But anyway, going into the finals of these guys, we have our seeds pretty much completed. Is that right? What do we got?
We have a Wham and Beastie versus Demu and Marine Lord. Now, if you guys know much about Demu and Marine Lord, you will know that those two have the most fake beef out there in the world. They will shit talk each other from the start to the end. And Demu and Marine Lord definitely going to be a very heavy 2v2 team to face because Demo and Marine Lord also have played together in previous team game tournaments. Usually it's Beastie, Demo, and Marine Lord, the band together. But now we'll see if Demo and Marine Lord will be strong enough to take down Beastie and Wham, who is also not going to be an easy group to take down. So, but guys, before we go into that, we're going to do our usual spiel that we're going to talk about why this event is here, and then we'll go to a short break as the baboon does need to have a break because he's Marine Lord and the king needs to sleep a little bit or take a little rest. So, Timothy, can you tell us why are we here today? What is this event about? Now that we have everyone's attention right here. Thank you, guys. Give us
Oh,
5 minutes.
I'd love to. I would love to. Thank you for that wonderful segue. So the reason why we're here and doing the tournament, the stuff that was here last week with the mixed masters and the stuff that's here with the pro circuit, is we're here to spread awareness for long COVID as the HUD gets updated on the northern side. But we're going to take a look and just to kind of talk about long COVID a little bit. And this is something that I did a little bit before in the beginning of the stream. So if you're just joining us, I appreciate the fact that you want to sit and listen to me explain about it. For guys who do not know me, I am a physician. I finished my training in June of this year. So I figured it would be ample time and spread some statistics and some data and all of that kind of stuff about long COVID syndrome. And it's something that I've seen my patients struggle with. I've worked and dealt with COVID from an outpatient setting, from an inpatient setting in the hospital to an ICU when patients are intubated and essentially fighting for their lives because of COVID-19. And when they get out, like a lot of people when they do deal with acute illness, but with COVID-19, they get out and they just kind of think that everything goes back to normal, right? They have that acute illness and then everything's fine, but it doesn't. It's about 80% of the people who do get COVID and are hospitalized end up contracting at least one of these symptoms. One of them being, and most commonly, is fatigue. Obviously, you can kind of figure out the pathophysiology of that. Your immune system, your body was just fighting this, so obviously it's going to take a little bit of a time to rebound. But really importantly, that I want to give your attention to, like I did previously, is the neurologic and psychiatric kind of disorders that come from this. Usually in my practice, I have a psychology and psychiatry kind of concentration. In mine, I love dealing with and helping people with mental illness. It's one of the passions that I have. So 44% with headache, more of a neurological disorder, 27% with attention disorder. So some kind of, and it could be temporary, it could be permanent, some kind of ADD or ADHD. 23% with ageusia, which is the inability to taste, 21% with anosmia, which is the inability to smell. We know that loss of taste and smell is something that's very common in COVID-19. And I think the pathophysiology isn't quite understood in terms of why people get it acutely or why people continue with it chronically. There must be some kind of neuronal physiology to that. But also with 16% with a memory loss and some psychiatric problems as well, 13% with anxiety, 12% with depression, which could stem secondarily to the fact that maybe their life isn't quite there. It's not where they thought it would be, or there's some kind of pathology to the brain itself that isn't quite understood. So most of this, we're just trying to spread awareness, as I appreciate Marine Lord for the raid. And I want to everybody to kind of understand that long COVID is not something that's going to go away, and something that needs to be further understood. So I'm glad that this event, and for how many people that are here, spread awareness for it. And if you guys would consider donating, you can hit !charity, as Clippy has done so in the chat. And also, if you want to read more about some of the generalities, I guess, of long COVID, there's a website and a link for the CDC. I use the CDC a lot in my practice as well. So I'm reading on some of the guidelines. So I appreciate giving the opportunity to sit and talk about it. We know people have been affected by COVID. My family's been affected by it, whether it's acute COVID, whether it's long COVID, all of that kind of stuff. And I hope doing these tournaments and giving me the platform to do it is going to help shed light on long COVID, and I appreciate it. And I will say at the end of this speech, because we just had a couple of people that got permanently banned, and I'm starting to get a little pissed off by it. I've watched people die from COVID. I've seen CAT scans of lungs that look terrible, and I don't really care if you're trolling because it's not funny. I don't really care if you don't believe it because I don't care about your opinions. This is real. This happened. I've seen it happen. I've watched it. I've spent hundreds of hours dealing with it in school, in residency. So I would appreciate all of you people, whether you have your opinions that are different than mine, to shut the fuck up about them. Thank you. Wayman, you're muted.
See, I pressed the wrong button. Okay, I laughed at so much at doing that. But just so you guys know, Beastie's father also passed away from COVID, and this is why this also hits very close to home, because I think a lot of us have been affected by this. And something like long COVID is just that's what the awareness is about. That's why we are here. And we want to make sure that it is spread, not COVID, but the awareness, so people know about it and that they know that there are, people suffering from diseases that they might not know about and see. So, for those of you who stayed around, listened, thank you so much. It was all about the awareness spreading, and it was a really fun event. Our donor also suffers from long COVID, and he wanted to use this event as a way to reach people that would not necessarily always know about these things. So, thank you for those of you who are here and just watching. It's all the support we need. Thank you guys so much. So, yeah, there we go. And now I will continue to permaban every single person here who says it's fake. in Beastie's channel and every other channel that I have mod access to. So I hope you guys enjoy your exile from Age of Empires 4 for being a dick. Okay, and that was it. Fucking
and,
hell.
and enjoy the
Oh,
tournament.
yeah,
Hooray!
exactly. Enjoy the tournament. Yeah, but it's fine. That's the fun part, right? Being able to do the cleanup as we need. And such is life. Sometimes you got to take out the trash just like that. So, guys, thank you very much for being here and enjoying the tournament with us. We will now be back into esports. I believe that they actually did they start their drafting or not yet? Oh, oh, that's us. Oh my God, we're back.
Oh my
Okay.
god.
Oh,
Hello.
it's us. That's us. Oh my God. Oh, yeah, exactly. No, guys, they haven't started the draft just yet. Marine Lord needed a little tea break. Wham is quickly eating some food. So we'll be back in about 3 to 5 minutes and see how it goes. Beast is currently talking about the health of Age of Empires on his stream. So, yeah, we love that.
It's good.
Yeah.
TLDR.
I can't keep a straight face to it's too hot. I can't. I'm trying
every,
to fuck. I'm trying to
every
fuck
time
with Cal.
we do the transition, and there's got to be, I mean, there's a few hundred people. There's like 600 people. They're looking, they're like, what the hell is going on?
Yeah,
Like,
yeah,
what are they doing? They lost their
yeah.
words. Well, we didn't,
We
chat.
didn't. We were just
All right.
fooling you guys.
Oh, it's like
Yeah.
getting rickrolled on camera, right?
We
What a
got
time
at
to,
least 3 people.
yeah, what a time to be alive. We got at least three. All right. Grand finals time. Ladies and gentlemen, we're back with Wham and BC. Apparently, that's Wham Sabi and the Muslim, the Demu, I should say, excuse me,
Yeah.
and Marine Lord being the Lord.
The Lord. What was the other choice? Marine Moo. Marine Moo.
I guess that would be some kind of aquatic cow, and and cow himself would probably there's only one cow in this barn.
Oh yeah, and he is the owner of this stream right now, the man with the driver's seat, and we are purely here for the ride, guys. Guys, and we have a pretty standard map pool. Just so everyone knows, they banned Archipelago at the speed of light. Nobody wants to mess with Archipelago. Now, we are seeing a little bit more of a standard map pool, except for our Golden Heights, but it was limited. They only got to ban 2 of these guys. What was the other map that they banned? Let me just quickly see. Gorge. Oh, they didn't like
Interesting.
Gorge. We
Interesting.
love Gorge.
Yeah, I'm a big Gorge
Yeah,
fan.
yeah, guys,
Um,
what the hell? We want to see some
well,
Aerobids.
yeah, I know. At least like, because honestly, I feel like Gorge is a lot like some of the water maps, like Archipelago and stuff like that, where
Mm-hmm.
like it's just a little refreshing. It just adds a little bit. This one, it's gonna add a little bit of nothing because it's on the driest of Arabias. We got
Mm-hmm.
French, we got English on the side of a Wham and Beastie, a very stereotypical 2v2 matchup, and a Byzantines and Jeanne d'Arc coming out of the side. I mean, since season 0, we've been plagued with French and English on 2v2 setting.
And I remember when we were just preparing for our 2v2 matches as well, Beastie told me French English is going to be the one thing that you see in every single matchup if they allow English through. And this, ladies and gentlemen, is going to be the time that they let it through because there were no bans for this best of 5. And if a player or a team loses with the civilization, they can repeat it because there aren't enough civilizations in the game to do a best of 5 unique draft for every single one of them. So, yeah, we're going to be seeing a little bit more depending on who goes out here. And honestly, with Wham on or Beastie on, I don't know. Wait. Who gets French and who gets English? I feel like Wham is this guy who's known for also playing a lot of French, but at the same time, Beastie is very comfortable as an English player. So, yeah.
Yeah, I think for what I saw yesterday, if I remember correctly, what I saw yesterday, there was he played a decent amount of English.
Mm.
Beastie did. So I think if I were gonna put my money on it, I'd probably put Beastie as English, and we saw Wham as French a couple times now. So I think Wham, the way that he moves his knights and the way that he micros as a cavalry civ, I remember I
Mm.
sang his praises in one of the first series that we had at the start of the day. So I would really like it to see Wham as French yet again. But French is just It's a civ just like Jean d'Arc, where they just get consistently harassed
Hmm.
by some this like kind of dark age pressure kind of stuff. I'm not sure if we're going to see some dark age pressure this time around because English isn't necessarily one to do it except when they do like some cheese or like some Vanguard Men at Arms kind of shenanigans. Byzantines has the potential to, but I feel like they would just rather get their wine and get to feudal.
Yeah, this is one of those instances where we will see what happens with English in their whole shenanigans. And I can imagine that this might be a little bit of a distraction if Beastie tries to cheese with it. You don't want to risk your English pick on a cheese that might go everywhere and nowhere at the same time. Now, recently I did beat my arch nemesis with an English cheese, and I feel very confident in the English's ability to cheese. But I know that Beastie is a man who likes to play games creative but standard. He likes to make sure that he plays for the long game and he knows when to kill a person. And on the other side, though, Demo hasn't been playing a lot of AoE. So honestly, I would have was very surprised to see him here in the finals because this man has been playing Deadlock every single day, and he's pretty much a little bit of a Deadlock addict right now.
Yeah, I mean, I'll tell you, his aim has been pretty good at eliminating some opponents. This particular tournament. How's that for a segue? Do we like that
That
one?
is
Yeah,
amazing.
that,
Damn
that,
them.
that little spice on it. No, the I mean, with Demu, I feel like just because he's been playing RTS for like a decade and a half, maybe even longer. So it's like, yeah, you might have taken a week or two off of playing, whatever RTS that you're playing at the moment. But it feels like for a lot of these professional players, because I remember you talked about this a couple times. It was like BC before a tournament, he would just play World of Warcraft or something like that instead of practicing super super hard. You just get that little bit of a mental break from the game, so you're not so losing the forest in the trees kind of thing. And I
Yeah.
feel like if you do over practice, and I know you probably do that, I do that too. I lose the forest in the trees in a lot of games that I play. So taking a little bit of a break, taking a hiatus from it could mean all the difference. And I feel like for Demo, it's really paying off.
And Demo, let's see if that sharpshooter aim is going to allow him to take down the champions of Beastie and Wham. Beastie now the king of Dry Arabia, and Wham the king of the Rockies, I believe. And just like that, we have two kings standing next to each other, facing off against Marine Lord, who will be playing at the show match for Wallala in 1.5 months. Oh, that's actually pretty soon. Can't believe we're missing out on the castle.
Yeah, that's coming up. I mean, we're going to see that pivotal AV4 show match that Marine Lord got a gracious invitation to the finals. Congratulations to him for making the finals of Red Bull Wolo in Spain. Obviously, just a heads up play that got you there, and it was really, really good. Anyway, the with Marine Lord going with Jean d'Arc as usual, we do see Beastie on the English as we kind of predicted. We see Wham playing as the French as well, and I'm not seeing any. I know we talked about a little bit of shenanigans in Dark Age, but definitely it's not going to happen this time. Everyone's just going to kind of chill.
Yeah, see a very healthy helping of sheep going towards Marine Lord's side. But the thing is, now if you're playing English and you have French on your team, and again you have JD on your team, you want to make sure to get the sheep for those civs because Demo, he's playing Byzantines, he doesn't care about these sheep. Beastie English, he cares, but not as much as a French player would. So I would say that the sheep here will have a big influence on the pace of the game here. Dry Arabia is notorious for having these 1 hour games, and knowing Demo, he doesn't want to play a 1 hour game. So these boys should be able to take the feudal fights quite heavily, and I would be really happy to see them go very one-sided. And I don't care which side. I just want to see some destruction on this battlefield of Dry Arabia.
And I think Beastie and Wham are really okay with that being the French and the English because when this is something, and we talked about it before when the stream started. I mean, French and English was like the no-brainer combination when this game came out, right? French, they got the best knights out there. English, you got the best archers out there. So why not put them together? Because it's a very synergistic combination. But Beastie not going for the council hall this time around. He's going to go for the Abbey of the Kings and coronate him some royalty, Wayman.
Now, the Abbey of Kings has been BC has been a big proponent of this. The longbows have been amazing, but being able to raid alongside your opponent and heal up the knights at that is going to be invaluable as well. Now, the question is just, is he going for a second TC? And I do believe we have some villagers there at the back not minding their own business, but rather mining some stone to get that second TC. And a second TC English is going to be something quite difficult to deal with, especially when you know they don't usually die from anything.
Yeah, this 2TC Abbey of Kings kind of play, it makes a lot of sense because you can use that knight, well, I call it the knight, but you can coordinate that king and end up doing some damage to your opponent while you're getting a second TC behind it, right? It's very frustrating to deal with because usually when they go for that second TC, it's that they're giving up tempo to get some economic advantage to regain that tempo a little bit later. With Abbey of the Kings, you get this free unit that you could use to create tempo while you're doing that economic advantage. So it's very frustrating, especially with the English being such a defensive civ. You're trying to take down that second town center. It often doesn't go too well. We saw even yesterday, we saw a Burgrave timing push against feudal age men at arms in English, and they were like, "Yeah, imagine pushing an English base. Not a good idea." So,
especially not with that attack speed, right?
Oh yeah, with network account. Oh my god, wait a minute! Don't start me. Don't start me on a tangent because I'm gonna go there. Believe me. Now he goes with the Abbey of the King's Wham. Gonna be going up with School of Cavalry. We'll get in that knight pretty quickly, and obviously with that villager production speed, I should say, from the town center of the French. He'll have a couple extra villagers, and just because he's making those expensive units, it's a couple extra knights. It really works out.
Now, this is something that might come into play quite quickly, because we know that Demo, being on a civilization that has those basically free units that come over time, they're going to be quite powerful, but with Beastie and the 2TC, he should be able to match this eco. And we see he has exactly enough stone and wood to already drop down that second TC, so even though Marine Lord's hitting Feudal, that knight is most likely not going to be able to reach there before the second TC drops. And I'm honestly flabbergasted at the fact that you can get a TC for English that quickly. And we see Wham walls being made in Dark Age. And that just tells me Wham does not want to get raided today.
Yeah, we talked about, French and English being aggressive and doing that all in Royal Knight, longbow push, and making a bunch of rams and causing some havoc. Well, Wham says, how about a bunch of walls? And that's exactly what he goes for. Looks like Demu does pull the Akratoy on those villagers. You can see those long spears that they end up getting. They get a little bit of damage. They get a little bit of armor, and I think that's really important, especially against the French Royal Knight, because usually French Royal Knights two-tap, right? They get that lance charge, and then they get +3 with 3 seconds with their normal attack, so they're able to charge and then do a hit, and then they're gone. With Akratoy having that little bit of armor, doesn't work.
Yeah, the Akratoy definitely changes the game for Byzantine significantly, because usually those night raids were so potent with you being out there on berries, but now your villagers can actually survive that first charge. The thing is, Akratoy has a cooldown, so it is not going to last forever. Now, what I love about this is Jean went for the ranged version of herself. And this is going to be a very interesting pacing, I think, because like you said before, she just doesn't have the armor, and she's already taking quite a beating. Now, knights versus knights, you usually don't want to face against the charge, but we can see here that Wham is so aggressive with these, and he does get a little bit of idle time. Now, Wham already getting double idle time with those knights. Definitely not something they'll be unhappy about. And Beastie's King charging in on those villagers at the back as well. They're chased away on Marine Lord's gold, and Cow is completely missing it. There is a king on top of... Oh! The Kingstruction is happening, and Jean is firing back at him. But remember, both of them can heal back up.
Yeah, I was going to say, what's the great thing about that king is you can get it in harm's way. You could not micro it very well as Beastie, although he did do a very good job. And as long as it doesn't die, it just heals up to full, like it never even happened. And so hopefully that king will be able to do that using some of that divine interventions that's bestowed upon him as royalty. And hopefully we'll be able to heal up Demu with his limited A in Feudal Age, trying to make his way to try to find some of Wham's knights. Does get a little bit of a brace on that one knight. It got stuck, has to walk in the opposite direction, but there's just too many knights here, Wham.
Right now, we can see with the knight numbers that Wham is just ahead. And now with the villager count, speaking for itself, I was going to say speaking for itself, but it looks like Wham... Oh, it's because BC's on second TC. I was a little bit confused. I'm like, did Wham lose villagers? The man, the Wham? No, no, no. Wham is simply keeping up with that 2 TC for now, as that faster TC production is showing. But now the night numbers are also very important here. We're 5-5 right now with both of them still having one in queue. But now Limit and A will make this a little bit harder. But you guys can see on Beastie's side, first longbow is out. Now we'll see how many more he tries to get on the field, but he's already re-rallied onto gold. So we'll see if that just stays eco upgrades or if they're going to get some military upgrades to match those longbows fighting against the limited lanes.
Yeah, you know, it's kind of weird with the second town center because it almost makes your opponent be proactive, you know, because you're like, well, they could sit there on 2 town centers. I only have 1 town center, so they're just going to outscale me and then I'm going to die later, you know? So it makes you kind of push the initiative. And it seems like that's what Demu and Marine Lord are doing, you know? There's a decent amount of Royal Knights out here for John Dark, and John Dark has that Hunter form, some first longbowmen come out for Demu along with some Limit Tene. So they're really trying to push the initiative here, while Beastie is essentially just continuing to boom. And I really like how they're trying to take out Wham instead of Beastie. I feel like the common thing, obviously, is you attack the guy with 2 town centers, but because you're English, Wham is a much easier target. He does have some knights over here. His knight count is about 9, equal to that of Jeanne d'Arc, so he doesn't have much of an advantage in that regard. He does lose a villager, one of his extra ones, but they're just looking for some damage. They're looking for something to kill. Wham doing a little bit of raids on Marine Lord on that deer pack over on the northeastern side of his base that's not safe anymore. And there was just a little bit of, for these knights and these Limit Tene and these archers, as long as they find these pockets that Wham wants to go out to, his deer packs and all of that kind of stuff, it can halt that knight production pretty quick.
And just like that, we now see that the 2TC does slow you down a little bit, but it might stay, if it stays around for long enough, you're going to see an expansion on this. The numbers are going to explode. However, there's a golden rule in 1v1s. If you make a second TC against Byzantines, they will burn you to the ground. So I just don't know if that's going to be the case here, because what we're seeing here is you've got an English ally who is on the second TC, but the Frenchman, he is just producing as much as he can. But now the problem is him being pushed off of gold, even if just for a little while, will affect those knight numbers. I say that, but he's still ahead because of those amount of villages that he has extra. So just that little bit of stronger eco around.
Yeah, and those couple villagers in the beginning, like, they just make a difference. You know, 38 to 35, you got to remember Jeanne d'Arc. The civilization actually loses a villager because when Jeanne d'Arc comes to a peasant to level 2, you end up just losing 1 villager. There's one from the French side that must have lost her compass because she's not sure where she's going. Knights getting a charge on Wham and Marine Lord. It looks like they kind of butted heads a little bit. Jeanne d'Arc with a little bit of Divine Restoration, just making sure that those knights, those Limit Tene, stay healed. Longbowmen doing a great job just because of the range they have of taking down those Limit Tene. And you got to remember, you know, as that king gets in harm's way, what's a king without a crown? Ends up going down, and we'll need a second one. The problem is, Demu can only make longbowmen in batches of 5 because of the amount of olive oil that he gets, whereas Beastie can just get them infinitely. So it feels like as long as they're able to hold, Beastie's archer count will end up remaining supreme over a small period of time.
And usually Jeanne doesn't mind these trades because she can just stand there, snipe everything every now and again and get a little bit of experience. That's when she is halfway. But this is not going to be an easy halfway for her. This is a bunch of longbowmen that are able to stand back, and these knights are not really taking as much damage as you would need to get Jeanne to that next level. But now, with Demu moving a little bit back, it looks like they're rotating a little bit. And is this just going to be a rotation towards the English base? That is usually not the best of ideas. One of the knights do go down, but Jeanne was not there to capitalize on the experience.
Yeah, that's a pretty beefy plus 24, you know, that you lose out on every night. Is a really big deal. You know, you lose a few nights, all of a sudden you got level 3 Jeanne to worry about, and you got a problem. You know, I really like what Wham was trying to do. He tried to focus away from his own base and went for looking for some maybe English villagers to raid, some Jeanne d'Arc villagers to raid, excuse me, over there on the southeastern side of the map. It looks like he's gravitating kind of towards Beastie. 5 archery ranges, Whammon, and they are all producing. That's insane.
That's going to be a lot of longbows, and you guys know with enough longbows you can shoot a knight. With 34 on wood, you're definitely going to be able to keep producing those. Now, The thing is, this is still pretty scary, right? Demo is all the way under the TC of Wham, and Wham doesn't really have anything here right now. It seems like they've abandoned ship, the villagers have moved out, but they haven't moved far, so these knights will be able to catch up with them, but it feels like Beastie and Wham do the same on the other side, just like we see here, Wham with that mobility, getting some work done.
Ooh, a couple villagers from Wham ends up going down. It's some cheeky +5s coming out for Jeanne d'Arc, and hopefully we'll be able to get to level 3. There's a little bit hole in the wall, and you know, as I like to say, Whammin, a wall is only as strong as its largest hole, so they will be able to get some raiding potential. Wham doing a really good job against Jeanne d'Arc. Splits these knights up in 3 different groups. All of these Jeanne d'Arc villagers running for their lives. They're looking for the Maid of Orleans to save them.
And this is exactly what happened on Wham's side to him. Now, the thing is, your knights are in the base, and you are actually not taking a lot of damage. These things are mobile. The Libertine are trying their best, but these knights can go back. They're getting healed already, but when they go back and they stand under or next to their king, they're going to be perfectly fine and healed back up in no time. So this is definitely a very worthy raid here coming out from Wham. But the Golden Horn Tower has been dropped for Demu, so that's probably why they're going to start to pull back a little bit, just to allow them to get that age up and get that economic advantage with the active units or the passive units. But now with Demu also banking 1,100 wood, he's just going to farm transition and get a ton of extra units along the way.
Yeah, and I think it's kind of crazy for Demu because with that Golden Horn Tower obviously giving you those free mercenary units, and then you're able to do things like get relics in your winery if you want a little bit of extra olive oil, which sometimes you do. He is going to be the first one to castellate, so he has the ability to do that, you know, while getting that veteran mercenary upgrade, which is so important, you know. I mean, getting those longbowmen from feudal age to castle age, they're really going to pack a punch against those Royal Knights that Wham has. So Beastie not really looking towards Castle Age right now. I know he's on 2 town centers, so he has a decent farm transition, but he's going to be a little bit slower to get there, but we'll get there eventually. It looks like Jeanne d'Arc taking a fight against Wham's Knights. Jeanne d'Arc continuing to stay alive. I don't know, not many Wham Knights ended up going down. I'm seeing maybe 3 or 4 corpses, but I'm pretty sure he took the victory in that one. Looking at Knight numbers, 19 to 18 on both sides, even though Wham has been higher in the economic count and the villagers for the majority of the game. It's that consecrate ability that comes in clutch.
Now, the king actually making some plays as his role as a knight. He targets the villagers. The ball goes down, but now the villagers will pay the price too. And now with Demo aging up, you know it's time for you to move your army across the base or get the castle yourself. But Beastie, he's looking at castle too.
Yeah, and I think he's going to get there pretty quick, right? And that's one of the things that English are very frustrating to deal with is you get a lot of, you know, of 67, 72 total, and with the ability, with that second town center, 15 minutes, and all he has to do is hoard resources for maybe like another minute because most of your resources were a lot of wood, right? So it's 40 food, 50 wood. You can get up to castle. It's just absolutely insane. And he goes with the King's Palace. I know I'm saying and over again because it's just so ridiculous. He goes up with the King's Palace for a 3rd town center. So his economic count, his villager count is going to be through the roof. And now he has an archer mass that would scare anybody in Europe.
And with that amount of archers, anyone needs to fear, but Jeanne d'Arc is definitely standing near to get that experience as they try to pick off some of these. But the thing is, the longbow numbers are just going to shred through these Libertine. They might have that little bit of extra armor, but against that amount of longbows, not a chance. Beastie goes for the greedy play, though. Gets a King's Palace to just further that economic lead he already has. Demu does not get the Wallalor off, because that would have been an absolute destruction, as a wise man would have said.
Yeah, oh no, it absolutely would have been. With Demu being in Castle Age, he has those limits named rather out of place. You know, you can see him on the eastern side. I really would have loved those on some of those Wham Knights, but Jeanne does get level 3, gets her white horse, spawns some Jeanne's champions as well, which are going to be doing a good amount of damage against those Libertine, whether they're Castle Age or otherwise. Got to remember they get that extra damage, and the fact that they have so much melee armor, they're able to absolutely massacre spearmen, and you're seeing Jeanne d'Arc with that divine arrow take a shot at one of those French knights. ends up going down. Lemon today going to be helping her out, but Jeanne d'Arc is continuing to push that initiative. She is just running in there, being full steam ahead. Beastie, with all of those longbowmen making up that east side, all he's looking for is something to hit, and he found some of those limits today. He's going to rain his special version of hell all over those, and those longbows, with how much range they have and how many there are, whether it's a knight, whether it's a limit today, whether it's a keep, like, it's going to go down.
Yeah, this is the problem when you get to this critical mass, but he knows he needs to get crossbows eventually. Eventually, slowly starting now. But I am expecting there to be +2 because these guys are shredding through all of these units. That is so much damage coming down. And Jeanne d'Arc, she might be looking for more experience, but she's not going to get a lot more on her side. We see the army numbers plummeting. Limit and Nate desperately trying to get some knight kills, but Wham, he's just waiting for the right time to engage between those longbows. Goes in as the Limitane are falling, and they should be able to collapse on top of these archers. Even Jean looks like a little piece of paperweight. The ranged armor is not enough against these longbows, especially in these numbers.
Throughout this battle, Beastie's longbowman count has stayed the same. He's still at 75. They just took a massive engagement. Military count 104 to 38. Somehow, they're still around. He's coronating another king. He's going to be adding some crossbowmen just in case there's something else that comes out, Varangian Guard or the like, you know. Jeanne d'Arc is also not long for this world. There she goes. We'll see you later. And I honestly, I have no idea what Marine Lord and Demu could do against this. I think you're going to need siege. You're going to need some kind of mangonel to take this down.
Yeah, this is the problem when you get to the point of this. But this English, right? English gets to this part of the game where the longbows are too much. The vibes from English too much because the towers are everywhere, so they spread the vibes all around the map. There's attack speed everywhere, and that's exactly what Beastie might be doing here. We see he's already floating 1,700 food, and I would not be surprised if he does a proper switch and just goes straight across, or goes to an Imperial. We do see Age Up coming out from, who was that? From Demu, not Demu, from Marine Lord.
Yeah, he ended up going up. He ended up going up with the Guild Hall instead of the Royal Institute. As you can see it there, he will be trying to gather food as much as he can. I think he kind of expects more of a later game. You know, for Royal Institute, it's usually the landmark in Castle Age, but usually you have enough feudal, you have enough advantage that you get in feudal age. Once you get that Royal Institute and Castle, it ends up being that exclamation point on the game that you really need, and that's why we see a difference in landmark choices. Marine Lord going with Guildhall because he needs to back himself up economically. Wham going with the Royal Institute because he wants this game to end.
Oh, I'm using that market just before it goes down. They're desperately going to try to hold on to this, but you need a lot of firepower to take these down, and even if you get a few mangonels, you still have a bunch of knights that will just run right on top of them. And with destroying these houses, you're actually doing quite a bit of damage as well, just so that they cannot keep popping out any units. The longbows are just overextending without it being an overextension. They can walk forward. They don't care. Varangian guards are melting in front of them. And that is just the problem when you get to this mass. The knights coming in now, making things fall to the ground. We see bodies on the floor. Jeanne taking a bunch of arrows. She will go down yet again. And only the English monarch will stay alive.
Like, those longbowmen, all it took was like 2 or 3 volleys. And there was some crossbowmen in there too. You know, so you got a little bit of bonus damage on Jeanne. And, you know, we talk about the decrease in range damage that she takes. Well, if you're getting hit with 1,000 arrows, you take a percentage off of them, it's still about 700 arrows. You know, so it's going to be difficult for you to deal with that. English in the absolutely unbelievable English fashion with 116 bills, 21 minutes into the game, is going to be the first one by a wide margin to go with the Berkshire Palace. And I'm very interested into where he's actually putting the Berkshire. Is he putting it into his base, or is he making it more of an offense? Oh, my dear sweet Jesus.
He's looking to end the game. They don't want these stereotypical long dry Arabia games where we sit here for an absolute hour just waiting. That is exactly what Beastie's going to do. He's going to close this game out with Berkshire. He can get one bombard or one trebuchet and slowly start firing down, and there's nothing Demo Marino will be able to do to this.
No, I mean, if Beastie hits Imperial, I think this is probably the time where if I'm playing in this game, I just leave. I see that Imperial Age coming out, and you're just like, yeah, there's nothing we can do about that. I mean, he's got 50 longbowmen that will get upgraded to elite status very quickly. And then with the incendiary arrows upgrade, we saw it before, right? Where those longbowmen with that network as well, the Berkshire providing that network, 13 damage a volley for each individual one. The Berkshire firing at that mill is just looking for something to hit. At this point, that mill will go down probably after another 550 arrows, but it will stay locked on for the time being. Wham, all the way in the back, is going to continue with his Royal Institute. He does have the Veteran Royal Knight upgrade, as you can see. He is starting to add a little bit of trade up north. You can see some of those traders going up. Jean comes back, but I think the only thing she's going to witness is the demise of her civilization.
Yeah, at this point, you can't do anything. These longbows don't care. They're standing under your TC. They're just firing at everything. And I think right now, Demo and Marine Lord are just wondering, what are we going to do next game? And honestly, they have an amazing comp. They could do exactly the same thing, but they're not going to be faced with English. So they will be able to answer a little bit differently to whatever Beastie and Wham throws at them. So I'm actually excited to see what that will look like. But now the longbows cleaning up whatever they can. Wham's Knights looking absolutely fierce. And everything around them just falling to the ground. JD, she's next. And she lives.
Stayed alive for a little bit of time. She's actually halfway to level 4, maybe a little bit more. So a couple more knights go down. It could be quite an interesting conundrum. But I think one of the big issues is Marine Lord's military population essentially hits 6. The front line that he has that's composed of those knights, they're just not as good as Whamp's knights. As a Beastie just uses all of his longbowmen to take down a Mangonel, because why not? And a lot of these villagers for the Byzantines will have to vacate those olive groves and just go right on back home.
Yeah, at this point, you realize I'm not going to have any oil. What do I even have? The Mangonel is the last bit of hope that I'm clinging on to. Look at that king just being active all around the map. Demo right now, a little bit of a desperation gold up front there. But that's just the situation of the game. You've got units in your base, you've got your Jean on the ground. What more is there for you? So economically, it feels okay. You're like, okay, we're still on like above 100 pop. I'm okay, says Demo. Marine Lord's like, I don't know you little shitty. I do not have any villages. And still, they might believe that they're not as far behind as they are. But that Berkshire is going to start knocking at the front, especially when they start to move out.
Yeah, and I think that those keep landmarks, that the English have. I mean, you could use either White Tower or Berkshire in this example, but when you build them offensively like that, it really establishes a foothold in the map. This is such a difficult keep to take down. Usually for the Berkshire, you just end up needing like Trebs or something like that. For Demu, he does have his own longbowmen. They are of the veteran variety, but he does have his own longbowmen. Marine Lord sitting at 48 total population. Just about every villager is idle. He's like, I'm not doing this anymore.
Yeah, they have had enough of this, and honestly, I did too. But one thing that I did have to say about that match is the colors were really confusing, and my eyes hurt trying to understand who's matched with who. Beastie and Wham making it look easy for the first game. Can the friendship between Demu and Marine Lord carry them through and not make this a 3-0? Because this looked convincing. Yikes. English with that economy. Look at that, Tim. Is a distraction.
Oh my god. It's like I legitimately, as somebody who watched this game, I watched BC play English, and obviously he plays every civ fantastically and somewhat optimally, as like some of the most perfect play. But watching that as the English and French together, I'm just like, yeah, I honestly, I don't have an answer for that. I have no idea what you're supposed to do.
Honestly, I didn't know it was this potent. I didn't know what you could do to punish them, and I feel like they did the right move initially. They did punish the weak link in that, because French was going to be the one that's most susceptible to raiding. French is the one that goes outside their base to actually get resources. But when you're playing against English, there's no weakness. They just sit between their two TCs with their beautiful little farms and the woodline on the side. You can't raid there. But at the same time, you just let English snowball and snowball and snowball, and they can pick up the pace that French has left behind when they can't make more knights. So that makes it a little bit harder, I would say.
Yeah, it is the deciding opponent. Well, the two major opponents, I should say, of the Hundred Years' War joined forces and took
Mm-hmm.
down and got a rather convincing game one victory. Game two is going to be on Cliffside, however. We have a couple new civilizations that are here on our map draft. There's a little bit of Abbasid and an emblem I did not plan on seeing today, and that's Zushi's Legacy.
Now, let's be clear, guys. They had to pick every single civilization that was in the map pool. So Zushi was not one of the topics. Let's just quickly go through the topics. So you guys know that Beastie and them still have Mongols, Japanese, Malians, Abbasid, and Zushi and Order of the Dragon, but they don't count. So, and Zushi left. So these are the 5 civs that they can go with today. Or 6 technically, but again, Order of the Dragon. I don't think we'll see any crazy shenanigans today. But on Marine Lord's side, they still have their top picks left. So Zushi and Abbasid are now climbing the ranks, even though these were their very, very late picks. So I will be expecting them to whip out a strong civ with a weak civ. Because you just don't have the ability to use 2 strong civs and still have something left for the next round.
Yeah, I mean, and then I think that sets up, like, say that happened, and Wham and Beastie get a 2-0 lead. They're going to have trouble closing it out, and they could be
Mm-hmm.
susceptible to a reverse sweep, right? Maybe Demu and Marine Lord take it 3-2 afterwards. So they definitely have some strong civs in play here. There's some, honestly, in a team game situation, I think Mongols is one of the best right now. So just because of their ability to put on pressure in Dark Age and all that kind of stuff. So if they wanted to use a strong civ, you can use something like Mongols. But I think what really surprised me in this tournament over the past couple days is how much I've seen Japan. I
Mm.
I really was not expecting to see a lot of that because in 1v1, I mean, Japan was a fan favorite for when they first came out. And then I think people started to realize in those solo games how bad it was. You just like so many times you end up dying in feudal age and you're like, okay, I guess I just lose. So
Mm.
in this now in a team game situation, if you do want to do that and you want to get to that fast castle and you want to do it without making any units, you have a teammate to help you. You know, just
Exactly.
just to make sure that the first 7-8 minutes isn't your complete demise, and then you can kind of turn it around afterward.
Yeah, so you just get someone to support you through these tough times that you face as Japan, where you have nothing on the map. However, Tim, this is Cliffside.
Mm.
It's about this big. So HRE will arrive there by the time the first knight is there. And HRE might even open with spears, which
Mhm.
means that if they open with spears and spawning across from Japan, they could deny their castle age altogether. So this is going to be a tough one. And I think now with the Mongols pick, that's the Dark Age support that they wanted, that they need for this. So I think scouting is going to be absolutely instrumental here to just ensure that they come out ahead. But this is still a very risky move for Japan. The funny thing is, you can still do something crazy with HRE. You could go for that Dark Age push while at the same time just going fast castle behind it to match the Japanese uh, idealism that they have behind all there. So I don't know. I feel like there's just so many choices here, and these pro players, they're figuring it out. And I feel like this is the place to do it, where you're forced to play every damn civilization that is in there. So, guys, your favorite Civ will be on here today at some point, unless it's Order of the Dragon. Then, unfortunately, it will not see the light of day. There we go. Rest in pieces.
Yeah, Order of the Dragon sucks, dude. Like,
I lose to it.
like I play I actually play Order of the Dragon a decent amount because I have a lot of fun making a Dark Age barracks and making one gilded spearman and then my opponent panics. I think it's like it's so much fun just to dent people every once in a while, but it just like the economy just isn't there. It's just not there. The amount of units that you're able to put out in feudal age, it's just I always feel like when I'm playing as Order of the Dragon, I'm a step behind everybody, just in terms of eco and all that kind of stuff. So if I were to pick one civ that was like, hey, out of these 16, which one are you guaranteed not to say? That would have been my pick.
Okay, well that was the words of the wise men as well, as Marine Lord and them did not have they had the second last pick and they chose Ottomans over Order of the Dragon, which honestly I don't feel like is a bad choice. We saw Ottomans earlier today, and those great bombards made it look absolutely disgusting. We actually saw it as a few of the main picks as well. So now the question is just who survives feudal? And why is it HRE? Tim, are you scared of HRE?
Um, you know what's funny is people
Yeah.
would complain about HRE a lot in like the first like 4 or 5 seasons. Still, they would complain about it. So like, oh, it's fast castle, it's whatever. We're going to a transition because Cow doesn't want to listen to my garbage. The HRE, I never really minded because I usually played as a knight civ, and I'm like, well, I could just take them down. You know, they're going to try to fast castle. I'm going to do something about it. I have knights. I'll be able to kill them. Now, that's not really the case anymore. You know, just the way that HRE plays in feudal age now, the fact that they have marching drills and they whatever engagement that they want to take is going to be favorable to them because they have the ability to run away from a lot of fights. It really sets the tone, and I think that's what Demu is going for right now. He's going to get with that Dark Age barracks. He's going to try to set the tone with a couple spearmen. BC on the other side playing as Mongols. Yes, he gets some 2x spearmen. He can use that twice in Dark Age off the gate, but because of the economy of the HRE, they're going to be able to surpass that.
Yeah, the problem with Mongols is you need to now decide who you're attacking, right? So if you run into the HRE, you should be able to have the numbers initially because of the stone that allows you to double produce. But HRE just has a stronger economy with that prelate. The prelate inspiring gives those villages such an advantage in the early game, and you're just able to produce so much more. So Beastie ideally wants to shut down the French, but also not really getting the best gold spawn for the rush. But then having that teammate as well, you're just stopping them from being overwhelmed in that moment. Now, Demu is making more spearmen, so he's not looking at slowing down just yet. He's getting a third one on the field now, and it looks like he's going for more wood, so this means more are coming. So let's see what he decides to do with these bad boys, because guys, they have marching drills. They're running a little bit faster than what the Mongol has on offer.
Yeah, and I mean, look at this in terms of spearmen count right now. BC was deciding to go with the barracks, and he does have 2 spearmen that are out right now. Demo already has 4, and he just queued a 5th, so he's not really stopping. And I think Beastie, he was gonna go and do a little bit of some tower rushing, and that villager just turned around and was like, "Yeah, I'm not gonna do that. I think I'm just gonna stay home and get some gold, and we'll see in feudal."
And you can see what Marine Lord's doing here as well. He's getting a little bit of extra gold for that first night. So when there is going to be trouble, he'll be fine. Even though the trouble is not arriving, he just wants to be sure. School of cavalry being plopped down onto that floor right now. And depending on if he wants Jean to level up with this, we'll see how quickly these knights come out. But I feel like this is where you want this to come out pretty quickly because you want to go across the map and raid Wham. You want to slow Wham down. You need to stop that Japanese fast castle as quickly as possible.
Oh, absolutely. You know, and with Jeanne d'Arc, I mean, if you just leave her to her own devices and building that school of cavalry, it's going to come up a little bit later than, let's say, a French, right? If you do it with French, you're usually up around like 4:05, 4 minutes, something like that, and you're able to get a knight out there. For Marine Lord, if he does choose to go with Jeanne d'Arc, it's more like 4:45, right? 4:50. So it makes it a little bit difficult. BC trying to get something. I mean, he got a barracks. He got a 2x spearman. Actually, he did it twice. There's 4 spearmen on the map for him right now. He's looking to do something. And I feel like for BC, if you're not going to do anything with those 4 spearmen in the barracks or you're not delaying your opponent, why did you do it?
It's just the pressure here. You're at a position where you need to find some damage with them, and you would assume that you could find some damage, but you can see he needs to run around all the way and try to knock on that back gold. So the back gold will be a little bit pressured, but Demu here is ready to arrive and put the pressure back on Wham. And that tower is very, very late. So he has to pull back, cancel the tower instantly, and find a different route for resources.
Yeah, I mean, it's nice because Wham does have a teammate that he could try to take gold that's safe. You know, he might be able to get closer to BC's town center if he wants to get some of the gold. That would be a really good idea. Demu going up with the Akka Chapel. It's going to cover the gold, going to cover the sheep. Creates a lumber camp for himself as well. This is a rather impressive Akka Chapel in terms of placement. His villagers are safe as well. You can see 4 Mongolian spearmen that are on the north side. They might want to try to hit those spearmen, but not only a prelate's there to heal, excuse me, from the Khan's arrow hits, but also if they try to get close to those villagers, they're right within range of the town center. BC can't do a damn thing about it. He could just watch.
And he's trying to do a little bit of damage to the villagers here, and he will get the damage, but the prelate will be able to heal this up once they notice, and they do pull back. The prelate will move in and heal that village out, but it did cause a little bit of idle time, which is a little bit different here at this point. Now, with all these spearmen on the map, especially from Demu, he's running around like wild, and finally they do get the tower up. But Demu is rotating, and he's looking for a new victim, and I think that victim is going to be the...
I think so. Over there on the side. I don't know why. You say it over and over again, but I was still surprised. I don't really understand. But those spearmen, they're going to take some torches. They're going to try to take down that Uvu. This Mongolian spawn, not that fantastic. You know, a lot of spawns that we see from the Mongols, sometimes you have the Uvu within town center range, and you got all that stuff. So it's a very difficult civilization to raid if you get a good spawn. This one, not so much. It does give Wham time, however, to make some outposts. So he finally makes that outpost. You're right, that first one was a little bit too late. Demu was able to harass it and get him to delete it, but now he's got a second one coming up, so he can house all of the villagers that he might possibly want. There is one spearman over here trying to do some damage. Marine Lord now finally has the firepower, taking down a knight in one of the worst pathing displays I've seen so far. Those villagers are going the wrong way around the gold mine to try to get safe. They went around the western side, typical Age of Empires 4 action, and that outpost ends up getting deleted on the western side.
Now that is a very important delete, because this just slows down the Japanese age up, and that's exactly what we talked about. You need to stop the Japanese if you don't want to deal with those awful mounted samurais in your base. The thing is, I don't know if Beastie and Wham have a backup plan here. What is the call of action we've got right now? The Uwu is in danger. We have our archery rangers being queued up, though. And maybe we'll get to see some Mangadai. Oh my gosh, the Mangadai have been chosen, and ladies and gentlemen, we are going to see a kiting war.
So honestly, I think the Mangadai, against what you're seeing from Demu and Marine Lord, he's got majorly, he's got spearmen and he's got knights. Right? There's no ranged units, so doing things like adding Mangadai is going to help kite them. The only thing you really have is Jeanne d'Arc that can shoot a divine arrow every once in a while, but that's pretty much it. The Mangadai do have the speed that are going to help you out. You see them come out and start flinging some arrows all over the place. Beastie's archery range, however, is getting burned. I think it'll get repaired as it scurries on away. These Mangadai, they are going to be effective, but I think they're going to be effective in mass. Just getting those 2 or 3, it's going to take a long time before you can take out a spearman.
The thing is, we haven't played with Mangadai in so long, so being able to micro these will also take a lot of practice. So this is probably Beastie's first time playing with these in a long time, especially since this was on the newest patch. So these guys, they do great, but you need to micro them a little bit differently in these control groups. So we did see that exchange there happening as well. Jean picking up some very juicy experience, but now Wham is ready to go up to castle. But this is not that early castle that we're used to seeing. He's getting the floating gate and hopefully floating a mounted samurai into the base of his opponent. But we'll see what the plan is here. Usually Japanese, very one-dimensional recently. So not going to see too much diversity, especially here in the early stages. The Beastie especially going for those ranged units instead.
Yeah, I kind of think Wham and Beastie can give a little bit of a sigh of relief. Those Mangadai kind of helping you out, and I'm pretty sure there's 1 or 2 Khan's hunters in there as well, providing a little bit of benefit, some extra range. I think they can breathe, you know? Now that Wham has the gate up and is going to be building it, going to be able to get that Yoroshiru into some mounted samurai, that's going to help out. It's going to do a lot better than those Royal Knights that Marine Lord has, as that Khan ends up going down, but all of those spearmen end up going down because Beastie's micro was rather on point. It begs the question, you probably want Demu to get Castle Age now. now that you know that Japan is going to fast castle and they're pretty much almost there, Demu does hit the Castle H button, going to be going up with that Regnance.
And that is the safe play. You don't really have anything to do with the burger, so the Regnus just going to allow them to safely transition into either a late game play or fight harder in feudal. If I say feudal, but that's just because there's one ally still stuck in feudal. Now Marine Lord, on the other hand, though, I think he's still looking for blood in all of this. I say that, and then I look over the production side, and he does not have another knight in queue. So maybe these two are discussing what could be the right move for us. He queues up another knight, and it seems they're gonna keep fighting.
Yeah, he's gonna. This is a weird position for a French or Jeanne d'Arc player when you see the Japanese player hit castle, right? Because you're like, I know my knights aren't as good, but maybe if I make more than him, it might matter. And those mounted samurai, there's two. He's got another one. The Oroshiro is going to pop him out pretty quickly. I think it used to be every 11 seconds. Now I think it's 14, question mark, if I remember correctly. So with him, he's able to get a decent amount of them in a small amount of time. If Marine Lord keeps his foot on the gas with his knight production, maybe it becomes a quantity over quality situation.
But the problem is, it's also quantity over quality here with manga dies, and this raiding is going to be so hard to deal with because you can't actually catch up with these. He gets another villager too. And remember, guys, this is not French. This is JD. They don't have those extra villagers lying around. JD also a little bit out of position here, but look at those manga dies, just doing some damage and backing back off. Now, is that the deer stones? No, that's not. No. I've brought our attention there, and I'm just like, Beastie would never.
No, he didn't quite. I mean, those Con Hunters still adding a little bit of range and kind of. Oh my God, it's moving. Where is it? Where is it going? I think it's. Yep, there's the blueprint. That was the deer stones. Looks like he's gonna try to mount some kind of aggression. Give his Mangudai a little bit of extra movement speed, so they're gonna be able to take care of these knights. And look at them just getting peppered. The only time those Royal Knights have more speed than the Mangudai is when they are charging. As they're charging, I'm pretty sure it goes up to 1.92 tiles per second, if I remember correctly. So you're going to be able to get a charge, and then after the charge is over, your Knights aren't going to be as good. Like, they're just never going to catch up.
The problem is now you also have a shield to absorb that with, right? So these samurais are just going to be able to absorb that charge and keep this Mangudai safe. Mangudai running in and out, constantly providing that pressure, and I feel like I have sinned by saying he would never, but he would because he likes that movement speed, and those Mangudais are going to have even more movement speed. So now, what are we going to do with all these fast units at the front of the base? We're just going to keep killing villagers and keep trying to get knights, pick him off as much as possible. And just like that, they can't connect and keep taking damage. But luckily for them, they can heal up.
Yeah, and this is kind of a choice for Marine Lord. It's like, what am I gonna do here? I mean, the knights that you have are obviously not gonna be as effective against those Mangudai. Demu is actually adding his own knights, Castle HRE knights. So he has some prelates out there trying to get some relics. He went Regnance Cathedral. He has some knights to provide a little bit of mobility, and you see them kind of go toe-to-toe with some of the knights that Marine Lord has. This is an all-night showdown, essentially, from the team of Demu and Marine Lord.
And behind this beastie has so many villagers spread around on those resources, telling me that we might be seeing Castle Age coming in pretty soon. There's a lot of unspent gold, a lot of unspent wood, a lot of unspent food. So are we going to be seeing a little bit of shenanigans here from Beastie before they do that final push? The thing is Deer Stones is all the way stuck over there on the other side of the map. And look at how these knights are faring. They're faring pretty well against these Mangudais. They do take a few shots, but they're the Castle Age Knights from HRE. And I honestly would not have put that on my bingo card today. Just HRE Knights.
Yeah, I was not expecting it either, to be honest. That Deerstone finally ends up being a little bit safe, but Beastie, you can see with these Knights, he's still kiting them, I mean, the Cat's Knights, yeah, they're going to give you a little bit of extra armor. Their chargers pack a little bit more of a punch. Looks like 3 Mangudai ended up going down, but I trust Beastie's micro. He's going up with the step readout, so those Mangudai are going to be of veteran status very soon. He doesn't have any kind of trade developed. You can see that on the top part of your screen. Usually you see how many traders, but they have 0. So getting that little bit of extra gold is going to help him too in that department. I don't know. I mean, I'm usually on the side where I can't bet against Beastie, but I also can't bet against Marine Lord. So I'm really between a rock and a hard place.
The thing about the step readout as well is you're not looking at closing out the game, because usually that's what we see with Kurul's Eye. It's like getting your School of Cavalry, not School of Cavalry, the Academy. So you're getting those nice little upgrades, and the same as the Kurul's Eye, you get that extra bit of healing, the extra bit of damage, and that is usually what we see from these players. But Beastie just says, I'm okay playing the late game. I know we're playing against HRE though. So this should maybe be a very short interval of late game, or just take them out before they can do anything. But they could also just force Demo to stay in Feudal, but that's also so hard when playing against an HRE. Now, both of them hitting Castle, and Marine Lord going to follow behind, as we see now, with 6 on gold and some of the food floating.
Yeah, you know, you talked about the Kurultai versus step readout, and I definitely do agree with you, and I think the Kurultai might not work too well when you're dealing with something like Mangadai, right? Because you got to move that Kurultai basically everywhere the Mangadai are. Well, the Mangadai are going to be moving all over the map. So you're basically just going to babysit the Kurultai, and it's going to consistently stay packed and try to catch up with the mass that you're dealing with. So definitely, honestly, good observation on you, Wayman, because I was expecting a Kurultai to happen, but it makes a lot of sense. Now, Marine Lord, now that Jean is level 3, and she's in Field Age, she's going to be able to call a couple champions and help her out against if there are any spearmen that are coming out from the opposite side. But this is an all-cavalry showdown. Oh my god!
That is disgusting. We just see these guys with so many arrows, the villagers' bodies lying everywhere. They've cleaned up so many. We see that villager difference between HRE and JD, and that's a 8-9 villager difference. And that's how you know those Mangadais are paying off pretty quickly.
Man, I was in just mid-sentence, just hanging out. All of a sudden, 8 villagers were dead. And that's the power of Mangadai. That's what Mangadai can do for you. Now Marine Lord trying to get up to Castle Age himself with the Royal Institute, add some Royal Bloodlines. He does have a heavy knight mass. He's got about 25 knights and adding some horsemen as well, which is going to be very good against some of Beastie's. Mangadai at least will give them a little bit of extra speed. You can see some of the stats that are on them. Those Mangadai doing 6 damage a case on a hit. He does have steeled arrow, so he's got 6 plus 1, totaling 7 if my math is correct. Wayman, the mathematician, can you double check me on that?
Oh, no, I'm not in a math position at the moment, and we're 7 hours in. My brain has gone on to retirement. All I see is a lot of damage, a lot of arrows, and these armored units melting. But just like longbows, you see longbows being able to kite and kite and kite, but now with Mangadai, this is going to be even more powerful. And apparently BC did release a guide on these earlier. So I have a feeling we'll be seeing a lot more of them on the ladder pretty soon.
Yeah, they, as Cal's doing math for it, 6 plus 1 does equal 7. rather fantastic display of math that we have here. Basic arithmetic, stuff you learn on it, twitch.tv/Age of RTS. Mangadai continuing to kite over there with all, oh my god, these horsemen are going down. These knights are going down. And I think a lot of people are going to be wondering, how do you counter this unit? And a lot of the times, I mean, when it comes to cost effectiveness, a lot of people are going to tell you archers, right? Because archers are cost effective. They're going to be able to take down some of the Mangadai. But the thing of it is, the Mangadai still have the mobility, right? If you make them take a fight in a particular area, you make them stop and take a fight, they can't do any of that raiding potential. Willow coming out from Wham! Looks like, oh, he made me go into sing-song mode. I thought he was going to lose a couple Royal Knights. Not so much. Oh my god. So the Royal Knights for Marine Lord will end up staying alive and doing some more damage to Wham. But on the flip side, Wham going knee-deep into that HRE base of Demu. Demu sitting at about 48 villagers. You're going to see that economic count start to dwindle more and more. Those glorious golden Aachen fields are now going to get vacated. And it looks like just because of how many mounted samurai there are, Demu's base is, like, destroyed.
Beastie and Wham just showing that they're a force not to be reckoned with. These two syncing up perfectly, playing into each other's strengths, and Mangadai being something that's very mobile and annoying. Samurais, they're just the truck that hits you really hard and you can't do anything about it. They realize with the step there on top of the hill, the towers protecting all the villagers, there's no way they're breaking this Powerball. And Beastie and Wham are on track to take down two of the best players we have on, on display. Marine Lord and Demo, a killer team, great friends, and big trash talkers towards one another. I would love to have an interview with Marine Lord and hear how he has what he has to say about Demo in this one.
Oh man, to be a fly on that wall, let me tell you. You know the the stuff that you could hear out of both of these players, and you could see. I mean, I do think BC's Mangudai ended up reigning MVP because it just felt like we had this game for. Oh my God, Wham had 7 relics, unbelievable. And with the Regulus Cathedral, Demo only had 1, so that's a big issue. You know, also with those Mangudai, I feel like we just spent 20 minutes watching the opponent chase them.
Mm.
Like this was essentially like a game of tag.
We've been seeing this on ladder as well. People are just not sure how to handle these Mangudai because at some point you're just like, I cannot catch them. I have a bunch of archers, but in big numbers, they just overrun the archers as well. So that is where the wonderful thing of wall is created and also many, many towers. So when you do see the Mangudai coming in, you just garrison everything. They kill all the Mangudai because they're squishy as hell. But this is not something these people face in tournaments often. It's not like you're going to walk into a match when there's a bunch of Mangudai that you need to chase down. So I think pros will eventually figure out how to deal with these and probably find a more optimal way than I had just described.
Ugh, but I hate walls.
Yeah,
I
I
mean,
know, Tim. But sometimes you just
no,
got to let them happen.
yeah, I mean it's a good idea. You know, I mean, the we actually saw firsthand. I think it was one of the series that Voldemort was in when he was the Abbasid. It was Abbasid and Wham was the Roos, I believe, earlier
Yeah.
before. How those palisades, whether fortified or otherwise, just personally, I mean, everybody, if you've watched my channel or heard me talk for more than 5 minutes, you know that I hate walls. But the reason why is it just gives you time to react to everything. The amount of hit points that they have and the amount that it's able to stall your opponent while they're trying to be aggressive with you is frustrating to deal with, because your army was caught off guard or something like that. They're in a different position and you're not getting punished for it because you have that wall that's delaying, right? So I don't know. I mean, especially with Roos and those fortified palisades, it really stopped I remember Marine Lord had mounted samurai and they were trying to raid, and it was really difficult for Marine Lord to actually find any kind of economic damage. So honestly, I hate that I'm saying this, but you should probably be building walls in your games if you don't.
Yeah, that's the thing is the stronger the walls, the better, right? Now, I don't know about the raids that we've been seeing today. I feel like the raids that were constant, there was a very little opportunity to shut them down. And I don't think people respected what the amount of knights could do to a base. And now we're seeing that. We're seeing the mounted samurai, they TC dive completely because yes, they're taking TC fire, but they have the ability to soak up that first hit as well, and it makes them just that much more chunkier. So we've been seeing a lot of knights just TC diving. We've been seeing a lot of plays we don't usually see as much in team games because of the sheer power of having two players to jump on one. So splitting the opponents apart is something that is very easy to do on Himayama as well. So Himayama Yo Mama, definitely one of the more split apart maps because it has two ways to spawn. You either spawn close-ish to your ally, but not that close. It's not cliffside close, and it's a little bit further than Dry Arabia even. But at the same time, there's the other option where you spawn completely on the opposite side. And this makes it so hard for some teams to actually be there and back them up. And I feel like Wham and Beastie, Wamsabi, just honestly keeping them on their toes. Demu and Marine Lord just not able to come together and take them down. So I'm hoping to see a hurricane from Demu and Marine Lord. But Wham and Beastie are just looking really, really strong right now. We do have our Civ picks, though. And Tim, I think we need to add a coin to the "we were wrong" jar, and
If there's
maybe
Order of the Dragon, I'm gonna lose my mind.
we need to add a coin to the "we were wrong" jar so that we can fund the next tournament at this point because we were wrong, Tim. We
What a
were wrong.
ridiculous display of a tournament this is. That fact that we're Order of the Dragon. All right, so let's just okay. How am I
Do you need
gonna
a
weave?
moment?
Right, I'm
Do you need
just
a
trying
moment?
to figure out how to weave this web. With Order of the Dragon now, if they do win, just everything that I said before about like their economy and all of that kind of stuff, just like throw it away and just like don't remember it. How's that sound?
That
That's the
sounds
best I
great.
got.
So what we see here, people are saying OOTD is basically HRE, so Beastie will cook. The thing is, Beastie needs to cook a very expensive meal here. This is not normal HRE that you sit down and you just spam a few arches. This is expensive HRE. And even though they do have the best units, those best units, when they fall, you pay. And especially when you're playing against JD and Byzantines, because remember, Demo and Marine Lord, they can repick their civs since they have lost with them. And honestly, the civ pool looking pretty one-dimensional at the moment for them too, because they know that this is the only way they take the game is with Byzantines and JD and forcing their opponents onto their much more weaker civilizations. So I'm a little bit worried for Wham and Beastie. This might be the composition might just be too strong. But if they cannot shut down the Malian boom, we'll see what happens.
You know, with the Order of the Dragon and you know, a lot of the times when you watch HRE in Dark Age, because they
Mhm.
have a prelate, it means their Dark Age economy is very good, obviously. But they do things like get a barracks and get some spearmen and create that kind of tempo. So you have your teammate trying to boom. Let's see if that ends up being the case for Order of the Dragon. And it does. There's a Dark Age barracks from Order of the Dragon. I love it. Let's just get a spearman and start denting some boys.
The problem is that Spearman is so expensive, but you want to slow down JD, and that's exactly what I expect them to do. Now, looking at the spawns, they did spawn close-ish to one another. It feels like a pretty mid-spawn here. And looking at the spawns themselves, that is a pretty Marine Lord spawn with a little wood line there and a gold that is quite safe. On the other side, Demo also getting a pretty nice Marine Lord spawn over there. So this should be pretty good. But Beastie, he's looking at scouting, and I can hear him yelling from the other room. It sounds like they're cooking.
Yeah, I mean, they just might. With this outpost that's coming up, Jeanne d'Arc is going to be building, and it's one of the first things that she does, actually, and doesn't go for the mining camp. And that makes a lot of sense when you're playing against Order of the Dragon. You can't just, as you see this gilded spearman work its way across the field. A gilded spearman, like, even though it's Dark Age, even though it's just a spearman, the amount of damage that it does, the amount of health that it has, it's not something that you can just say, oh, okay, let me just outgather it, and then I'll get my 200 gold and go up. Because those Order of the Dragon Spearmen, just because there's one of them, doesn't mean you shouldn't be scared.
Yeah, they can definitely pack a punch. They do a lot of damage, and they forced a very expensive reaction. Beastie stopped producing. He made one, called it a day, and now he knows it's time to go and start working towards the age up. But that one spearman caused the reaction of getting a tower. It delays the age up of JD so much, and this might just put them in a very good position to let his ally get that cow boom going.
Yeah, and I mean it could be potential too. Also, I've seen a lot of clamor, I guess, about builds from Order of the Dragon involving Burgrave the Palace and adding in some military academy with it as well, just making sure those units come out really quickly. And they are, even though they're expensive units, hopefully you have the economy to continuously pump out of Burgrave Palace. So it's something that I have lost to on the ladder a couple times. Order the Dragon going for Burgrave, and I just ended up getting too greedy and ended up losing the game. So could be a potential of that happening. And it also could mean that if they do get aggressive, Wham could get that cow boom, just like you said. Now, Demu going with Grand Winery. It's about a little under 3 minutes in the game, so it probably should go up at a pretty good time. And that Order of the Dragon spearman that you're seeing over on the gold mine and it's taking down the gold mine, it could be used to harass a berry bush or two also.
The problem with that spearman and denying that gold, Order of the Dragon didn't lose much here, right? So they're able to just continue their age up. They're still gonna have a slow age up. It's all good. But Byzantines needs their upgrades. And by this time, usually you have enough gold to get your wheelbarrow as well. And that arcane is right on top of the gold and a pretty juicy wood spot, but not really protected by the TC. So a very greedy play here by Beastie, very harassable as well.
Now, there are some, even though Order of the Dragon does have the same landmarks as the HRE, can we do a favor, Cal, and just hover over the Aachen Chap before Order of the Dragon just to show the differences of it? Because you might not see Order of the Dragon too much. Because of Aachen Chapel and those gilded villagers having 28% increase in gathering speed, the Aachen Chapel, even though it doesn't need a prelate for inspiration, that radius only creates 15%. So it is a little bit more than the average HRE villager just because it's gilded, but that Aachen Chapel, just because of how many resources that it gets, it's going to operate somewhat similarly to how the HRE Aachen does.
Now that is actually something I didn't even consider, and that makes them even spicier. I'm a little bit intrigued right now, Tim. Order of the Dragon, are we going to see the usual Beastie, when Beastie plays HRE, it's always a distraction. Can he do the same on Order of the Dragon? But we'll see now what he decides to go with right after, but we haven't been seeing a lot of men-at-arms. Even last game, when we saw HRE on the field, there were no men-at-arms, they were just knights. So I'm excited to see what Beastie decides is best for him in this case. And if it's just going to be trying to go fast castle against a civilization that loves to fight in feudal.
Yeah, you know, it's kind of weird because you're exactly right. I mean, obviously, Jeanne d'Arc is going to love some feudal engagements, right? You take down a couple gilded units, all of a sudden you're almost level 3 because of how expensive they are, right? But Order of the Dragon makes you play a little differently because you can't just brute force your way through a unit. And what I mean by that is, Order of the Dragon, it does have a spearman right now. It is upgraded. It is a feudal age spearman. You can't just throw 2 knights at the problem because the spearman is going to end up taking them down. So you kind of need the counters.
Yeah, that's definitely going to be a bit of a problem for Demo and Marine Lord to respond with. Because both of them, they play civilizations that are very straightforward with what they built, right? You have knights and you have limited A. And the longbows do take a while to get going. And by the time they do, it might be a little bit scary because Order of the Dragon will have a bunch of units here. But JD doing some work, though. She pushes him off of gold here, but the tower fires back, and JD is taking a bit of damage here. Luckily, she will be able to heal up. That's one thing I can say about your ex-wife, Tim. She knows how to keep herself healthy if Voldemort isn't running her into the enemy base.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, for somebody previously in a relate, and it was pretty messy, you know, the lawyers got involved and stuff like that, but I just hope she's happy, you know, and being on Marine Lord's side, I hope that they'll be able to take care of Jeanne d'Arc as he sees fit. She is the Maid of Orleans, after all, so hopefully we'll be able to get some XP and maybe get into level 3, but we've got some spearmen coming out here from BC, and that's pretty much all he's making. You know, he just has 2 or 3 spearmen, and against something like the Malians who have a potential to go Musafati, maybe those feudal age men-at-arms aren't the move. You know, you keep making spearmen, you keep making those chunky units. You have a potential, if you're Beastie, to go for gilded archers, which are fantastic. And the rate that they fire is so insane, very good against the Malian Empire. We might see an archery range switch even.
Now, what we're seeing here as well is the focus is on the Malians. They have pressured Beastie a bit, but at that point they just said, okay, just let him cook, and we'll deal with the Malians first, because you have 2 civilizations that you need to shut down. Malians being the one that just plays basically Zerg, and seeing as all these players come from StarCraft, this is something they're very comfortable doing. But Beastie civilization, once you get to Fast Castle, that's also going to be something that's quite hard to deal with. But it looks like Beastie is, yeah, he's staying on gold. This looks like a Fast Castle for Order of the Dragon.
Yeah, and he's backering to it, right? Wham, on the flip side, his teammate trying to protect his pit mine, but he's up against 2 different civilizations right now. You know, with these limited A, he does have some javelin throwers in the back. and some Donzos are trying to take hits on some Limitsine. Donzos versus Limitsine are a rather interesting attack, with both of them being unique spearmen. Has some javelin throwers, which good base damage, you know, against some of those knights. Might be able to take some hits. Jeanne d'Arc getting a good divine arrow on another unit and getting some XP. I gotta think she's probably up to, I want to say maybe about 30%. A little less, probably closer to 20.
She's enjoying the experience, but I feel like this is a very good hold from Wham. Behind all of this, he was against 2 players, and it didn't feel like Demo and Marine Lord had enough punch in that push. So this is going to be really tough on them once Beastie hits Castle now, because if he goes for a Knight, that would be absolutely insane to deal with. I can't even imagine if they have any answer for that. Even Spearmen will melt in front of it. So we'll see what Beastie clicks up with, and if this is going to be a Burger or a Regnus, but it's a Regnus Cathedral, and Beastie knows that he wants that extra gold to just keep producing. He's not going to get the Burger for the cheaper units. He's going to make sure to get the relics and take this game to the next level with horses, for certain.
Man, if I see a Gilded Knight, I would demand a zoom in because it's such a chunky unit. Jeanne d'Arc getting a little divine arrow on one of those Malian units doesn't end up going down. However, Donzo versus Limitsine, again, Marine Lord going to be using his knights, maybe trying to get a little charge on a javelin thrower, but has to back up. Again, you talked about this Malian Empire making their cow boom, making their pit mines, and Marine Lord's doing a good job. And I think that's something, if you do struggle to play against the Malians, for the people at home, this is something that you got to think about. Raiding their villagers, not as important as raiding their buildings.
The problem is, if you don't raid the villages as well, you just have the economy that can rebuild itself. Now, Beastie is Castle Age, and we see both of them heading down towards Beastie. Now, as he's going to try to pick up some relics, this is going to be the one spot that he's quite vulnerable. But I don't know if Beastie's going to be greedy enough. We do see the first prelate coming out, or the first prelate being in queue, and this is going to mean that Beastie tries to pick up a relic and forces them to focus their attention onto him, while getting his first Gilded Knight. The Gilded Knight going to make this quite difficult to deal with.
Oh yeah, that thing is that thing is a moving tank. Probably the closest thing to a tank we have in the medieval era. And you're gonna see it ending up moving around, trying to take hits on some of Marine Lord's knights, but he has a lot. You know, he only has one Gilded Knight, as we can take a look at that. 400 health, and my god, does that horse have a dump truck. 400 health, 36 damage without the charge. Oh my goodness. What an absolutely monstrosity. And hopefully it will be able to try to defend itself a little bit. We have some knights of Feudal Age coming in, gets a good hit on one of those knights. Some Gilded Spearmen are going to be around the backside, trying to help as much as they can. And actually, with those 2 Spearmen and the 1 Gilded Knight against all of those Feudal Royal Knights, I think I would take Beastie.
Definitely, because there's a prelate behind this as well. This is not a prelate for relics. This is a prelate for healing, because when your units cost that much, you need to make sure that you support them, and his ally has arrived. Wham is here. The prelate has brought a relic very, very close to base, so that one will be an easy pickup for Beastie in no time. But now the Malian army are here to deny, and JD is already half HP.
Yeah, it's funny with the javelin throwers. You just have like 4 or 5 of them, and you're targeting Jeanne d'Arc, and all of a sudden she's gone, right? I mean, you had just had maybe 1 volley, maybe 2 volleys, and then she's at half health, has to back up in the opposite direction. And I think, you know, now that we're seeing BC in Castle Age with Regnus Cathedral and trying to get as many relics as he can, when does the opponent follow suit? And it's going to be soon. Demu, if you look at the macro on the top left part of your screen, he's about to hit that button to get that Golden Horn Tower.
And the reason you want to make sure your Byzantines gets this is because they have the ability to produce prelates quite quickly as well without much investment. So the Golden Horn Tower taking up a few farm spots, as Cal is very confused about hovering his mouse. He says, "That's a very good position. What were you doing? You're taking up your farm spots." But Demu is confident. He wants it right there, right now, just to make sure the pathing is a little bit weird for the raids and also farms.
yeah, sure. That's probably a good idea. A couple of Gilded Knights, a little bit of a raid, taking down 2 Jeanne d'Arc villages, which is so important as Jeanne d'Arc, because again, most of the time you are on one town center, you know, and you're trying to get map control and you're trying to get aggressive, you know, in the Feudal Age. I think it's really interesting to see the amount of, because Beastie has 36 villagers, and you got to remember that they're gilded. A lot of times in a 1v1 situation, you're starting to think about, if you have villagers or an economic count that's somewhat similar to your opponent, and your Order of the Dragon, you got to be in a good spot. And now that Beastie is starting to get some of these relics with Red Cathedral too, even though we talked about how bad Order of the Dragon was, I really like his spot.
He is looking very comfortable where he is. And behind this, he's probably on 2 relics already. And even though he had to be very, very conservative with those, he's able to pump out units and constantly move around the map. We see that 1 relic disappearing from the ground where he was close to his TC, and these Gilded Knights keeping them at bay. 2 more prelates walking forward, and these guys can be used to pick up relics and just to heal these expensive units. Jean screaming at the skies, probably inspiring another building, but she's just not able to level up.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to take her a little bit of time. And I think it's just because how many units or lack thereof that actually went down. I don't remember in recent memory Beastie actually losing a single unit, so that's obviously beneficial in terms of getting Jeanne d'Arc or limiting her XP. But on the flip side, Malians and Wham, he's the one who's been undergoing that aggression for the majority of this game, and now he's against a Castle Age Byzantine player who has Limited that are just strictly better than your Donzos, and along with some archers that kind of pepper that in. And Marine Lord on the backside has knights for your jab throwers. I think BC's going to have to help Wham out a little bit.
Now, this is that point where you need to re-rally your army to assist your ally, but it does look like Beastie is doing something on the other side as well. JD is snacking on experience here. That bar is so close to being full. Donzo is doing an amazing job at keeping these knights at bay. She's leveling up, and she is going to call her champions.
I'm very surprised, and I guess just because Marine Lord did a good job of Jeanne d'Arc micro, making sure that they weren't, able to get raided, but Marine Lord is getting raided himself. A lot of these villagers are going to end up going down. Those spearmen, even though they're not necessarily a raiding unit, are going to be good. That outpost had to get deleted so those villagers can actually get the hell out of there. And even though Wham took a lot of hits, he has an idle economy. His army, essentially got wiped out. BC has been doing a good job of eliminating Marine Lord's economy. He's down to 26 villagers and dropping.
Now, you might think that, yes, your ally just got punished, but Wham, he might have lost a few villagers, but it didn't matter. He's actually perfectly fine with that cow economy under his TC2. He's got a bunch of extra cows just waiting around there to get farmed. And behind this, he might even be able to go for a quick castle soon enough. He spends his gold pretty quickly. He wants to make more units. He doesn't want to lose those cows in their pens. But Beastie's Knights are here to help, even if they arrived a little bit too late.
Oh my god, every charge with that Gilded Knight just takes a longbowman out and kicks it to the curb. A lot of these Royal Knights now from Marine Lord trying to get a little bit of damage on some Gilded villagers. Rather difficult to raid, actually, just because of the amount of HP they actually have. If Beastie did get textiles with his Order of the Dragon villagers, they have 98 health, which is rather insane. So these Gilded Knights providing, that little bit of damage. Beastie, I think, maybe lost a couple villagers, but how many relics does he have now, Cal? Can we hover over to the cathedral or outpost, see what he's got cooking? Okay, there's 1, 2, 3. 4.
Oh my goodness. That's a very happy Beastie right there.
Oh yeah, and for Order of the Dragon, when you have an economy that's sometimes lacking, you can spend a lot of your Gilded villagers on getting food and making farms and all of that kind of stuff, while the gold is going to help you out with a lot of units that are rather gold expensive, like those knights that take 200 gold each to actually get on the battlefield. Spearmen aren't taking anything. Beastie's actually adding some crossbowmen as well. Just getting a little mishmash of everything, because I think with Demu and Marine Lord, he's going to be dealing with a little bit of everything.
Now behind this, Wham is still trying to get that cow economy perfectly working. We can see he's spending every bit of resource, and it looks like he's spending that gold. There's a lot of cows on the floor, and he probably just needs to focus on getting that back up. Now, this is still usable food, so even though it did go down, it's still pretty fine for you as a Malian player. These Donzos need to take care of these knights both, but we can see now the villager difference between these guys. Keeping in mind that Beastie on 44 villagers is not the same as someone else being on 44. Marine Lord on 42, Beastie is miles ahead just because those villagers are so much better in a one-to-one comparison.
Oh yeah, without a doubt, Beastie's economy is number 1. right now out of these 4 players. And we didn't even talk about the 4 relics that are there. Now Demu trying to take another fight with Wham, Castle Age versus Feudal Age. A lot of limit Tene. Some spearmen are trying to get together in their hoplite fashion, I guess, to try to take hits on each other. Some javelin throwers in the back, creating a back line, but for the majority, that's pretty much it. Marine Lord and Jeanne d'Arc and those Royal Knights are going to try to snack on a little bit of XP. Might have been a little late to the party, but we'll end up getting a little bit of XP. Level 3, she's got about 40% of the way there in her bar. She's just hanging out in front of that town center, absorbing that town center fire. Wham trying to get Jeanne d'Arc specifically down, but isn't going to quite get there. Now targeting some of those limits today as Jeanne d'Arc gets out of range. Marine Lord only has about 2 or 3 knights in that particular area, so it's going to be difficult. But the fact that he has 20 on the battlefield, he probably has them split up in multiple groups. You can see a group of 5 or 6 there. You can see a group of 2 or 3 there. He's trying to make his opponents react in so many different ways.
Marine Lord going with the guild hall tells us that they are not confident in closing out the game right now. Beastie's sending so much gold to Wham as well. Get more cows, he said. Get that economy up. We're gonna be fine. You just need to hold on, sir. And that's the thing about Order of the Dragon. The later the game goes, if they live, they're really, really tough to kill. But now this composition from Beastie is, there's a few men-at-arms here. We've got a few spearmen, and we've got 1 gilded knight. So not a really scary army, but an army that needs to be ready to help Wham, because Wham right now is just getting focused constantly.
Yeah, he really doesn't have a second to breathe, Wham, and you're absolutely right. And as soon as you finish that sentence, we have the Demu and Marine Lord going at him again. And, you know, another +9s coming here or there and all that kind of stuff. Wham is the only one who is still sitting in Feudal Age. I know we got a lot of gold from Beastie, and hopefully he would be able to replenish some cows, try to get his cattle farms going, but Demu and Marine Lord have something to say about it. A lot of these knights, Wham trying to use the choke point there by the town center, create some kind of pathing issue for Marine Lord and Demu, but I don't think there's enough units for it to make a difference. The only thing I'm really seeing is javelin throwers back there now, and knights are going to be making a quick deal out of those javelin throwers, but now BC adding in those reinforcements. Going to be adding some spearmen, walking their way around the town center, looking for a knight to devour. He has some crossbows as well, and even though, I mean, obviously they're going to take down Marine Lord's knights pretty easily, but even limit Tene, shield wall or otherwise, those crossbowmen, they hurt. And you can see, the BC just cleans up Demu and Marine Lord's army, letting Wham at least attempt to breathe again.
Now, the question is Wham going to go for that second TC? Because we've been seeing so many of those for Malians, especially when you need a little bit of a comeback mechanic. He's got a ton of cows stacked up, but he doesn't have that villager presence anymore. So this is going to be quite tough for them. And Demu here at the back just trying to keep the pressure down. And the second TC gets dropped down as the comeback mechanic here for Mr. Wham. But again, I feel like Beastie hasn't been able to help Wham get out of this or survive this. So either Wham's Castle Age economy is just going to sustain him against both these armies, and Beastie's raids are going to make that difference. But this is a dangerous point for both of them.
Yeah, I mean, it could be a potential where BC just tries to win the game himself. You know, I mean, look at the amount of resources that he has. He just hit the button to go up with the Palace of Swabia. And I know we talk about how good the Swabia is with the Holy Roman Empire, but with its variant, with Order of the Dragon, the fact that you can get those gilded villagers as quickly as you can get them is rather insane. Getting that villager count very high is really going to help you. You can see a lot of XP from Jeanne d'Arc right now. We're hovering over, and we'll see how close she is to level 4. She's up to about 80%-ish. There's a lot of longbowmen that are going to try to take care of those gilded crossbowmen that Beastie has, but they just pack too heavy of a punch. It takes a big critical mass of longbowmen to kind of one-shot some of those crossbowmen. Not going to happen. Beastie hitting Imperial Age, those men-at-arms providing a tanky substance around and dealing with those limits today. And now that Swabia is up, we're going to see that villager count go up faster than you could ever believe.
Now, that villager count is going to be so critical in staying in this game. We did see Beastie 2v1 the previous week on, what I think it was Rus, but he was also playing with a Malian. And sending those cows over to feed the HRE, the moment the Swabia is there, things change. And now the question is it going to change enough for Beastie to carry this through? Because Wham, while he's done an amazing job at staying alive, this is still so risky. If you lose these villages, They are so costly to replace, and you need to be able to find a way to help your ally live. Wham is still stuck in feudal. He has no chance of getting out anytime soon if these attacks keep happening, and I see a purple army moving closer yet again. So this is going to be quite a tough one. Cal pointing out that there are elephants at market too, so could be in for quite a game.
Yeah, if they do choose to do that, Demo can do that rather safely. There's some gilded crossbows that get caught out just because there's way too many knights. You can see that other trade post on the western side. A little bit of Sippy, a little bit of Arbaletrier. You got some Royal Knights, some Horse Archers. You could make just a little mishmash of everything. Musafati and Camel Archers as well on that eastern side, which isn't safe. But Demu, again, right into Wham's base. We've seen this time and time again. Some men-at-arms that are in front, some gilded men-at-arms trying to provide some sort of shield for the front line. And you can notice what Demu is doing. He doesn't even care. He wasn't even trying to hit those Donzos at first. He was just trying to burn those cattle ranches. Stall Wham out again for all of this cow poop. You can see all of the cow carcasses on the ground. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 total carcasses. The other cows are kind of running for their lives. Wham continuing to fall. There's 8 total, actually. Apparently, I don't know how to count. I don't know how I got through medical school, but the fact that he has all of those cows on the ground means he's got to eat them before he's able to make more. And those cows are running for their life ranchless.
And the villagers are ready to snack on them. All of the villagers attacking that poor little cow, just eating a lot of beef today. And it just doesn't look like Beastie has the firepower to actually help his teammate here. More cattle ranches going down. The cows all moved quite far away. And at this point, the question is, do we just move the cows to Beastie's base and H-up over there?
Yeah, I mean, those cows really don't have a safe place in the Mali area. You know, maybe moving them to the Order of the Dragon area is better. Now, there is one civilization, that is the Order of the Dragon, because of the fact that the Swabia exists. He has the most amount of villagers, and remember, they're all gilded. I think it's just how big is Beastie's backpack. You know, he is going to have to Wham. He's not necessarily out of this game. He still has a lot of villagers. That second town center in the back is obviously helping him out, but I mean, BC's gonna have to do a lot of heavy lifting, especially against the level 4 Jeanne d'Arc.
The problem is, it's not just the level 4 Jeanne d'Arc. You have a dead teammate. The cows are being migrated, and now it's a level 4 Jeanne d'Arc at the front of your base. Now, he doesn't have anything that can deal with the cannon that she summons as well. So we're gonna see what the Jeanne decides to do. The cows really trying to fight for their life. They've been rallied towards the safe side. You hear the bell ringing. How cute is that?
Yeah, I thought this game, I really thought this game needed more cowbell. And I'm really glad that we had these 4 or 5 cows ended up coming out here now. We do see Marine Lord trying to take a fight against BC. There's a decent amount of men-at-arms, not so much spearmen. And I think just because how tanky those men-at-arms are in Castle Age, it can prove to be some benefit. BC's trying to get as much gold as humanly possible. They did find the cows and slaughter them. So they will be remaining as those carcasses. Remember, in AoE 4, those carcasses do not expire, and they do not start going down and spoiling. So you're going to have to harvest those. And I don't know if you're going to be able to actually get there. I know Wham won't, because his base doesn't exist anymore.
Wham needs to migrate. He needs to find a safe spot, but luckily there is an Order of the Dragon keep to keep him safe for a little while. Although Beastie now, he's getting to that point where your army, the numbers are not big enough to handle 2 armies, right? We've got 66 here, 60 of those on Beastie's side, and if you look at the numbers, that's just a few men-at-arms. And I feel like with these crossbows from Demo, he's going to be able to handle those.
Yeah, I think it absolutely will, and I think, you know, just because it is a 1v2, you're just going to use brute force. You know, Order of the Dragon does play like HRE, however, in that their base is, I should say their base is rather defensive. They have an easier way to defend than some other civilizations, and there is an outpost over there with a relic in it and a Springald upgrade that's going to help you out. But Demu's going to Imperial with the Foreign Engineering Academy, and I know we talk a lot about these static defenses. You're probably going to need some siege to take those down.
The problem with the Foreign Engineering Company is you can even get the Hui Hui Pow, which shoots all the way from a different dimension and just completely overruns you. And I feel like this might be the case where Beastie and Wham need to realize we cannot keep this fight going against the Imperial Age Demu on our front lines. JD just shooting a shot constantly. And these days, you can see he's drowning in gold, but he doesn't have much more. There's no food. He's struggling.
Yeah, and a lot of those, I mean, obviously the gold is coming from relics. Cow is motioning to us. If he's struggling for food, there's about 5 cattle carcasses right there that he can pretty much take. BC trying to sling, giving Wham some gold, some wood. So Wham is going to be able to go up with the Grand Flolani Corral, and he's putting it in Beastie's base with some cattle ranches. So, you know, you kind of have to. You know, your base isn't safe. And Demu is essentially beating a dead horse or beating a dead cow, I guess, because all of these buildings that he has, the houses, the production buildings, all that kind of stuff, he really wasn't going to make anything out of them anyway.
Now we see the resources per minute, by the way, and you can see that while Beastie has all those relics, the gold per minute is not as impressive as we have there from Demu, but keep in mind, he also has that wonderful liquid gold on his side as well. Now, with this TC being spotted, Demu is going to need to pop down another one on Beastie's side, and honestly, I think that might be the only choice he has.
Yeah, I think the issue is he's running out of time, though. You know, this is another age-old thing that me and you like to do as casters together. We forget about the sacred sites, don't we? You know, we take a look at the sacred site timer. He's got both of them. They're sitting at about 5.5 minutes. You know, so Wham, he can cow boom and try to get that stuff to pay off, but he's only got about 5 minutes to make it work.
And the Red Palace is just going to force them to react to this even faster. But it does look like there is a yellow unit on top of the sacred site. So this should get decapped, but Red Palace now, we see Wham just going to eat the carcasses of those cows. Poor guy.
Yeah, I mean, he kind of has to. You know, I mean, in order for that corral to pay off, BC trying to do a little bit of raiding damage. You know, there are some Royal Knights over here that might be able to help Marine Lord out. Marine Lord did use the Guild Hall most likely to get the Red Palace. You know, a lot of the times when you're playing as French or JD, you use that Guild Hall to give you the 2,400 food that you need, and you just go ahead and get yourself up there. Marine Lord is also trading on the backside. You can see those donkeys moving from west to east, and they will be going down rather quickly. Marine Lord going to be trying to get his knights in there, trying to get his horsemen in there, but there are spearmen that are gilded. They are level 4 spearmen, and they're going to be going up against them. Plus 48 for a hand cannoneer. Jeanne d'Arc using her glorious level 4 ability just to get those knights to hit at 30% in increase in speed, but
that's deceiving. That's the problem. It's the problem when you play against OOTD. You think you're winning, and all of a sudden your whole army is dead. So if Beastie can somehow find a way to survive this, because now the cannon is knocking at the front door, Demo not going for the quick bow, just going for the responsible French cannons. Now we have 2 people able to produce French cannons, so this might be a little bit hard to deal with, but that French cannon is a little bit greedy, very far forward.
I mean, look at the military count right now. I mean, I understand that, you know, both these players are Imperial Age, and Beastie's the only one in Imperial Age on the side of Beastie and Wham, but military count is even. You know, Beastie's got 118 villagers, and they're gilded villagers, so they're operating very well. Beastie's doing a good job cleaning up where Demu is over on the north side of Beastie's base. That cannon goes down as well. It looks like Demu trying to get a little bit of a raid with some Limit and, you know, some other miscellaneous units, but they end up coming a little bit short. This looks like a keep for the Malian Empire over there on the eastern side, maybe trying to shore up where his second town center is. Now with those towers, that corral is going to be safe, because I would imagine all of those towers, or most of them anyway, are going to get bombard emplacements.
And they will be ready to protect anything that dares come close, because you have all the relics as well. You can just plop them in, feel safe, and Wham will be okay. Eventually. He does need about an hour to get back into this game, though. So Himayama definitely keeping us here engaged for quite a while. Now the question is just, how is Beastie going to deal with this Red Palace in the middle as well? This thing is, the sacred sites haven't been capped again, right? So it fell. Oh, Beastie sending us some gold. I was like, where did it go? Where did it go? Beastie sending it to Wham, and Wham might be going for the age up as well now. Or is that just more TCs?
Yeah, he could. I mean, he could have a little bit of time. I think you know, if he wants to make TCs, he can. He has a decent amount of food and a decent amount of gold. So, you know, might there be a Fort of the Hunters in this game? I have no idea, but I do know that Wham's military count is 6. So it's going to be proving to be a little difficult. Beastie did get some upgrades on some of those outposts. You can see how they make a quick work out of some of those limited aid, those lance connect and all that kind of stuff. Bombard and placement on the keep is going to be proving to be interesting. But Beastie now seeing that trade from Marine Lord, a couple of traders are going down. There are pings all over the place, Wayman. It's so difficult to keep up in this game, and to the point where I'm actually surprised this game is as long as it was.
To me, it just seems like Beastie is trying to put Wham on his shoulders and carry him through until Wham can get back on his feet. Right now, trading from both Byzantines and Marine Lord. This is going to be a tough one to keep up, and I don't know if this one has emergency repair. It does not look to be the case, so this keep may go down, especially with these bombards just smacking down upon them. Beastie just doesn't have the military to fight this, but he does have some horsemen in queue.
Yeah, I think those horsemen are really going to help him out, and it looks like I'm not seeing too much. I mean, although Marine Lord does have those knights and those horsemen, he queued up a decent amount of men-at-arms. It looks like he's got about 14. He's going to add some spearmen as well and some horsemen. Again, he's up against a little bit of everything, so that's what he needs. And that's exactly what he's going to be trying to go for. He tries to get a surround on that bombard, or that royal cannon, I should say. It ends up going down. Nest of bees over there. Remember, those horsemen, because of that bonus damage to siege and their base damage in general, they can pop those things rather quickly. And when you stall that siege out, you kind of stall the push out. And it looks like with a lot of these elite royal knights that are coming out for the French, they're going to be trying to get on that production of a Beastie, trying to make sure those horsemen aren't there. Those lance connect, oh my god, they're just slicing and dicing through all of those gilded villagers, and whether they have increased health or not. Lots of good raids coming out here, and even though Beastie does have the Palace of the Swabi, you can see those gilded villagers at 98 health. Even though that there is a Palace of Swabi, it does take a little bit of time to get those villagers back and get them to produce something. It looks like Beastie adding some rams, just trying to take down like some stables, maybe take down like school cavalry or something like that. Wham doing his best to try to clean up where the eco is on that side. Now he's got about 15, 16 archers. I think Wham just needs a way back into the game. And, you know, if he stays in castle, I guess it's fine. You know, I think Beastie would just prefer him to make any kind of unit at all to try to help him out, because Beastie, I think the backpack is starting to get a little too heavy. Does get a surround on that royal cannon, so that one's going to end up going down. It looks like Jeanne d'Arc is not long for this world either. That could be 1,000 gold if bought back, and I think that Marine Lord bought back pretty much instantaneously. A lot of these villagers are going to end up going down. That keep not strong enough, even with that Red Palace Arbalest in placement. And now Marine Lord switching to predominantly horsemen against these gilded spearmen of the elite variety that they're not going to be doing well.
And this archer switch here from Wham is absolutely amazing. The fact that he's able to just keep their base slightly clean is going to give them a fighting chance at this. Now these guys we see the horsemen just focusing on the rams, but it seems to be the case that Beastie's units don't care about these rams going down. They just care about the collateral damage along the way. So behind this, Wham is trying to catch up at 63 villages now, hoping to claw his way back into this game, but the rams were not able to kill this keep over here. Not yet.
No, but look at how much damage is getting done. I think that keep is going to go down eventually, because Marine Lord is just throwing a bunch of horsemen at gilded elite spearmen. You know, so maybe those rams end up staying alive for just a little bit of time, but the cost effectiveness of this trade for Marine Lord, I really don't think it's there. Demu on the backside, however, he's like, oh, Wham, you have a little bit of life. Let me just squash that really quickly, and we'll try to take you out. He's over there on the eastern side, way behind Beastie's base. It seems like they're not really going for Beastie's base anymore. They're just trying to go around.
At this point, they are trying to find some damage. They know they should have killed Wham at that moment, and they thought they did, but he is like a cockroach, just staying alive. And now, kiting with those archers at an amazing pace. The problem is, they're knocking me at the back, and the food bank is going to drop from Wham too. He is trying to get a few, look at those sieges, trying to get a little bit of resources back up. He tried to boom back into the game, but the siege here is just going to clean up everything. Oh, and Beastie gets shut down here at the front as well. The keep might not go up. He has to pull more villagers.
Man, that would have been a really good keep to go up too. I mean, he does use some Gilded Knights, and there's a lot of horsemen here, so they're gonna make a little quick work. Marine Lord trying to get some raid over here with a couple horsemen. I say raid, it's his base. The the gold that Beastie is trying to take is, in fact, Marine Lord's gold. Demo has a nice keep right next to where Wham's base normally was. It looks like a lot of the production from Wham ends up going down. These outposts might not be able to take this many units. Beastie's got to call over and get a little bit of help. Military count surprisingly similar, 100 to 87, 85, and continuing to go down. However, hopefully those bombard towers have some real explosive cannonballs at them.
At this point, it looks like those French cannons are going to take the fight here, but Beastie did an amazing amount of damage to this army at the same time. And now, with losing those villagers in Marine Lord's base, he might be a little bit of danger, because we see that resource bank not looking too healthy for him.
No, and that corral is finally gone from Wham. He tried the best that he could to do that little bit of reboom, but now all of those cows, I don't know what the count is in terms of dead cattle. One you shot with a cannonball, I think that's wildly unnecessary, but a lot of these cows are going to end up going down along with the production building as well. And Wham, do you start from ground zero again, or do you just go to game 4?
I don't know if Wham is able to give up, because Beast is the kind of guy who's going to say, don't worry, I got this. I still have 160 population. So, I don't know if Beastie is holding Wham hostage here, but it might be the case.
Yeah, it actually could be. We're talking about it. That sounds relatively correct. And Beastie trying to get some raids on trade. Wham on the southwestern part of Beastie's base, adding more and more town centers. Oh my God, this is like, I mean, you kind of nailed it with the whole cockroach idea. And I mean, Wham might be cockroaching against his will, but still doing nonetheless. He's sitting at about 57 villagers and has a little bit of passive income, I would imagine. Beastie does have a little bit of safe gold with this keep and a couple outposts that are going to try to help him out. Looks like some hand cannoneers from Demu as well are going to be trying to really provide some firepower against Lord of the Dragon units that can take a lot of these, like archer fire, even like these cannonballs and stuff they're dealing with a lot of. So these knights might be able to make quick work of the siege because there's only a couple longbowmen here to help him.
Now these knights are doing an amazing job at getting to the back line, though you would think that these things melt under the right amount of firepower, but it just seems like they are made of stone. So Beastie able to keep the siege back for now, but I don't know if Wham has the ability to crawl back here. Oh my gosh, and the keep at the front here is in danger. The towers went down too, and JD is firing her heart out right now. This TC of this keep is in a lot of danger, and I don't think Beastie's army is anywhere near defending this.
No, I don't think so either. I mean, I know that keep is trying to get the bombard in placement, but he's going to be losing a lot of villagers to do so. You can see that economic count is starting to tank a little bit from BC. He's down to a little bit below 100 that we've not seen since before the Swabia. Keep is going to end up going down. That's plus 90 for JD, like she gives a damn at this point in the game anyway. This is going to be, I mean, BC might be saying to Wham, hold on, hold on, hold on. I don't think there's much left to hold on to.
The other strategy they could use here is to tire Demu out. Remember guys, Demu is not a player who loves to play these late night games, and dragging this game out for another 10-20 minutes could mean the difference between a very tired dad and a very awake Wham, because now this is midday for him.
Yeah, it is midday for him, but nobody thinks about the casters when we talk about this kind of stuff and how tired that we could be 41 minutes into this game, hovering on 42 minutes. Beastie doing the best he can with these rams, trying to take down one of these Byzantine outposts, but I think Demu does a really good job of shoring up, you know, when he gets that front line, right, and he establishes that little bit. He's able to get stone walls around just to make sure that he has a foothold over this, and it looks like a lot of villagers will be trying to take down Submarine Lord horsemen. Some hand cannoneers might be able to help out as well. Now that they know where Wham is, even though Wham is sitting on 70 villagers, I can't imagine they're going to gather much in the way of future resources.
the problem is you want to find a way to kill Beastie, right? And the HRE and Order of the Dragon just makes that so hard with these relic empowered towers. They're going at them, but keep in mind that thing can still get emergency repaired. And if Beastie just rallies a few, oh, never mind, the bombards are here. This should be the last push.
Yeah, and I mean, there's a decent front line that's going to help out. Wham does have some archers here that are poisonous. There are some outposts. There's a keep here as well. He can use emergency repairs if he wants to. If he wants to use it on the Regnant's Cathedral, it might be a good idea for him to use it. The way that Gilded Knight just ran past 20 limit today is rather insane. He uses the emergency repair on the Regnant's Cathedral, so it's going to buy him just a little bit more time. He's got an army count and an army mass of about 90. I just don't know where they are on the map. I think they're closer to Marine Lord's base, if anything. As you can see, he's got all these culverins. Oh my god. All these culverins. He's got horsemen. He's got spearmen. He's got a little bit of everything to try to take these things down. Culverins look like they're trying to get hits on Jeanne d'Arc because she's considered quote-unquote siege cavalry, but she took a decent amount of culverin cannonballs and she backed up.
This is actually insane. Beastie knows that the way to eliminate these guys is to eliminate one of their players. And this could be the play that he's hoping to make this happen with. But the Bombard is firing away at this TC. TC taking a big push, but in those culverins, just not able to end JD either. And more will go down. And this is a very expensive loss for BC. I don't think he can come back from this. This might be the one. They do get the TC though. Oh, I say that, and they do not get the TC. I apologize to Beastie as the caster curse has struck again, and we are going to a game 4. So, ladies and gentlemen, me and Tim's medical exam, we are going to a game 4, and this is going to be a very long night. Poor Cal, poor Tommy. This is a Sunday night, and a very long one at that.
Yeah, it absolutely is. We're about 7.5 hours of the way into this cast, and we have guaranteed one game, maximum 2 left on this one. Game number 4 is going to be coming your way shortly. Let's take a look at some of these graphs. Demo did a really good job of making sure he was consistently pop capped throughout the duration of the game. Beastie, with how much we talked about Order the Dragon and how much we talked about their economy, blah blah blah, he was the one that was carrying the weight in this game for about 45 minutes. So it was difficult because he couldn't really help Wham too much against the Byzantines because he was getting up to Castle Age and with his Regnant's Cathedral and all of that kind of stuff. But him fighting 2 civs on his shoulders is rather impressive, and this is the second time I've watched that from him.
Now, we talked about, like you said, we mentioned the HRE of Order of the Dragon, how that plays out, but what we are not touching on too much is the whole idea that we are going to see Marine Lord and Demo have to play different civilizations. Now, they've been hammering on the Byzantines and they've been hammering on JD for a while now. So they do still have HRE in this mix, and the UI does not show exactly which ones have been eliminated, but they should move up in a bit. But we are going to get some Prairie. And after watching Wham and Beastie raid, I don't think Prairie is the map that they're going to be losing on.
No, I think it's going to be pretty tough for the team of Demo and Marine Lord. And I'm very curious because we saw, for the majority, we saw Byzantines and Jeanne d'Arc. We saw them for 3 out of the 4 games. So I'm curious what they want to pull out now afterward. This is the first time we will see Marine Lord not on Jeanne d'Arc. So
he's been very consistent.
Yeah, no, he absolutely has, and stayed true to his heritage. And I commend him for his work. And this is something that a lot of times in team games, obviously having different metas from solos and 1v1s, you don't really see Jeanne d'Arc in a lot of tournaments anymore, because the tournaments are 1v1. They did a good job of essentially nerfing Jeanne d'Arc into the ground, so nobody really picks them in solos. Now with teams, just because of the fact that you could use knights, and then Jeanne d'Arc being, a good bolster and a good amplifier of your entire team and not just yourself, it just makes it that little bit better.
Yeah, the fact that JD can just adjust to exactly what the teammate needs, I think, made her a very viable choice here. Even last week, when we were playing with the woman and the men, we saw that JD and French were very, very high valued picks because the presence of knights just make this so much harder to control. Now, we do see some of the picks here on Prairie. And like I have moped, oh, I don't know, like I've mentioned, I was going to say like I moped about before, but that's just tired women talking. Like I've moaned about before, HRE is being picked on Prairie, and they are going to be very susceptible to some raids, especially with HRE being on Demu and Marine Lord's side. But they do pick a civilization to help with that, and that will be Delhi. So Delhi will be able to support Atari in getting that death push that we hope to see on a very, very aggressive map like Prairie.
Yeah, I think Prairie is honestly a fun map. Whether whenever it's in the ranked pool or just in general in a team game and kind of situation, I like the ability to, you have a little bit of it's weird because you have that little bit of time where you have that giant gold vein with you, you have this small woodland which kind of close, you get a lot of sheep, so you can like hang out a little bit in your base, and then it just kind of devolves
Yeah.
afterward. You just don't. Your gold vein runs out after a little bit of time, and then you're like, oh, I don't have anything anymore, so I need to move out. And there are some civilizations that do it very well. There are some civilizations that don't. I mean, HRE, they like sitting in their base for a little bit of time, because they have that gold vein, they have the sheep, they can get a nice Aachen chapel and all that kind of stuff. And then they get their farms around the chapels. They don't really have to go out for food that much anyway. But for gold, they might, to bolster their Regnant's Cathedral. So it helps them gain a little bit of a ground. And then Delhi, obviously, by the fact that they're outside running around map from essentially second one, it makes it difficult for your opponent to do those things. So I kind of like the pick. And then BC going with Zushi's Legacy, which I didn't really expect to see today either. So here we are.
Now, Zushi has been pretty good on this map if you can get, the farms up and running. But the problem is the raiding constantly. We don't have a Knight Civ this game. So I think the OOTD, we saw that that is not the civilization you want to be playing on Prairie. And I do see that Tim now is an angel. And yes, he is an angel in our hearts. Thank you, Cal, for adding those special effects. Guys, Tim, in your living room today.
And, because of the halo that I have, I'm in everybody's living room now. I've graced everybody with your presence as your guardian angel for this grand finals. Is the game? I'm done. Is the game ready yet?
I hear Beastie quickly going to the bathroom for the
Oh,
first time. He is taking a quick pee break. Looks exhausted, but ready to clap on the sushi. So let's see how that goes. If the man is going to be cooking enough. Now, guys, before we head into the game, I just quickly want to touch on what we want to announce for the female gamers happening in 2 weeks. We have a $1,000 tournament kicking off in 2 weeks for the Whammons by the Whammons. And that will include an FFA tournament, which will be with $500 prize pool, and then the next day into a 1v1 event. So for all the ladies in the chat, get your socks on. We're going to be playing a lot more games, but these events are going to start a little bit earlier as we have a few Aussies in here, and it's already late for them. So hopefully we do get a few more Aussies to participate in these. And it's actually kind of nice because we have a semi-pro scene in the women department, which actually means that a lot of these women who are competing, they are actually making more money than some of the semi-pros in tournaments. Which this is what happens if you put a woman in charge. I do it for the women by the women. Hell yeah, brothers and sisters.
hey, I mean, that's. Am I reading that right? That's 8 a.m. Eastern time.
Yes. We'll
Oh
start a
God.
little bit early because we have a few women who want to participate from the US, but also from Australia. So we gotta find the mid ground, and they're on the opposite side of the world. The one is the upside down part, the other one is straight up. So at some point, you gotta just make a compromise. People are gonna have to get up a little bit earlier than usual.
Hey,
little
I
bit.
mean, if you live on the East Coast, set your alarms and get in here because we're looking for you in the 1v1s, in the free for all. Hopefully, a lot of female gamers come out to play. And I always say this too. One of the my most favorite events that I've casted so far is the Women's Cup with you
Mhm.
and going through. We're just and that was the first one, so we were learning about all
Yeah,
of these
exactly.
female players, and now we've been watching them play for almost a half a year now.
It's absolutely amazing to me that the women have just been able to stand their own ground. We've had stories of redemption, of growth, and I'm so happy that we get to share that with the world. But guys, it is time with the colors of Demo and Marine Lord that I'm not a big fan of. Purple and teal, guys. They just want to give me a little bit of a heart attack. And that just means we're going to be seeing a game on Prairie on a very strange biome that we never get to see on Ladder. A lot of green going on here. No dryness.
Yeah, there's a lot of green. This is very nice. The foliage is absolutely perplexing at this point. Enough talk about the trees and the bushes. We have Beastie and Wham, Demu and Marine Lord. A pivotal game for. Remember, this is match point for Beastie and Wham. Wham going on the Malians yet again. Going to be able to get that pit mine. Honestly, Wham, I'm kind of curious because you're more of a Malian expert than I am. How do you feel about Malian on Prairie? You get that nice, like, giant gold vein where you can get a pit mine around. It seems pretty nice for them.
Don't know if I care that much about just the singular gold vein. I know people always yap about the gold vein being great and big, and that's great and awesome, but you're raided so easily. The other golds are so far spread out on this map. It's just not hard to just hard to keep up going once you have that initial gold vein. Yes, it lasts a while. It can last you into castle, but against very aggressive civilizations that have mobile units like Delhi, it is quite hard to get out on the rest of the map.
Yeah, I mean, trying to it's funny because I just fell into the age old trap. I was like, oh, you have this big pit mine, how good is that? And you're like, no.
No, I might be
Actually,
wrong, Tim. I'm trash.
well, so am I. That doesn't but he will, I mean, he will try to get those. He gets a decent amount of houses around there. He goes for 6 to start off, and he will have obviously a decent amount of gold to get up to feudal age. Zushi's plan, however, playing with the Malians, I'm curious how spicy he wants to be. Because Zushi is not a civilization, even in 1v1 situations, Zushi isn't played. Zushi isn't played in solos. Zushi isn't played in teams. And I remember a while ago, you were somebody who liked to play as Zushi, did you not?
I loved sushi. But I think in the current meta, they just don't have the same firepower they did. Back in the day, I felt like a lot of the civilizations did not they didn't punish you that early on. And now we've seen a lot more aggressive play coming out of people. And I think Zushi gets punished by that. Zushi is also pretty good at bringing their own aggression to the table, as we know that they are quite destructive with Juganu. But that's also not the best little meditation garden. That's getting a bunch of berries, a bit of gold, and a tiny, tiny bit of wood. But I also think they got nerfed quite a bit, and that took away from their power. I think the farm's cost got increased, which made it a lot harder to scale into the late game as well, or the mid game. So Zushi just not as powerful as it used to be, but I also just think the meta has evolved, and now you can punish them quite easily.
Yeah, it always struck me as a civilization that takes a little bit more time than you wanted them to actually get going. And I know we talk about that with Japan a lot, but once you do hit Castle Age, right, with the Yoroshiru and the Shinto priest that you get pretty much automatically, you end up kind of the sacrifice of tempo that you had in Feudal Age, you're able to recover it back in Castle Age. For Azushi and understanding their game plan and what they want to do, I still think you gotta protect your Malian teammate. You gotta make sure they can get a cow boom. You gotta make sure they can do that because you're up against a Delhi player, a Marine Lord, going with Dome of the Faith that is not going to let you sleep without a Ghazi Raider in wherever taking down your villagers.
The problem with Dome of the Faith is that we've seen the Ghazi heavy play, like you mentioned, and just a bunch of prelates to support them. So they go in, they do a little bit of raiding, they come home, get healed back to full, and then they go again. So Dome of the Faith, definitely the landmark you want if you're going for a possible late game as well. And when you're paired with HRE, that's not something you mind thinking about.
Yeah. No, it definitely isn't. And Cow is signaling to me what the Beastie is going to be doing, making me look so good up here. And you can see that how he's macroing. You see he's at about 20 villagers, about 800 food, and about 400 gold. And you got to remember when you're Zhu Shi and they're starting Dynasty, your landmarks are a little bit cheaper, right? So you're going to be able to get there. I think it was at about 1,000 food, 500 gold, something like that. So I know we talk about the HRE fast castle being very fast. I can probably think of one civ that's a little bit faster, and that is the Zhu Shi's Legacy. He just put the blueprint for that landmark down, 5 minutes, 14 seconds.
And that is going to be absolutely crazy to deal with, especially when you're playing against HRE, right? HRE is a civ that is so used to getting the fastest castle in the land. This one, going to stand feudal, we see 12 on wood, but I don't think they bargained on this, and I don't even know if they've scouted anything about this, so the Shaolin Monastery is going to be a very nasty surprise for them, because they barely have any units out on the map, but they are making them as quickly as they can.
I was going to say, I mean, you're talking about the fact that they know it or not. I don't think they had time to even get over there and figure it out. You know, it's like it's under 6 minutes, and Beastie has hit Castle Age. So we're gonna see some of those Shaolin monks try to pick up some relics. Remember, they are pretty expensive. They're 200 food a pop, but they could do a decent amount of damage against a lot of melee units. A lot of melee units that we're seeing. I have Demu and Marine Lord. Demu now starting to add in a little bit of archers, which is going to help you out. But just the fact that the attack that they have is very similar in attack speed to Onabugisha. So if you're dealing with units like Spearmen and stuff like that don't have a lot of melee armor, they can go down pretty quick.
Now, what I would like to see is the Shaolin monks, because they did get a little bit nerfed, and these boys aren't the same firepower as they were before. But I want to see how Beastie supports Wham this game, because Wham was just left out to die for so long, and I don't think Beastie is gonna let that happen again. He's already gotten his first Shaolin monk out. Now the question is he coming to help? And a Lancer as well in queue. I guess he's coming to bring some Lancers to the party, because Lancers, they don't do too badly against any of these units.
Yeah, no, I think, honestly, I feel like for Beastie, just because he's Castle Age, if there's any unit that he can make, he should probably get it. You know, it could be anything. It could even be Palace Guards. It could be, you know, whatever. He needs something, because Wham, his pit mine is now finally getting burned to the ground. The Mansa Quarry is going to be adding a little bit of that passive gold. Remember, it hangs out at about 75 gold per minute. So hopefully he'll be able to help him out and try to get some cattle to try to get some of that cow boom going. But I feel like Wayman, for somebody who plays the Malians a lot, such as yourself, this is kind of just stereotypical Malians. You're trying to boom, and somebody's trying to stop you.
And the problem with that is he may have been okay at stopping him. Beastie now, we saw some of the relics disappear from the map, so Beastie's not sending the reinforcements here just yet. He's going to need some time to get these units out there. And Wham, now with that gold pit mine just being shut down, he's just not able to get the amount of javelin throwers that he needs to fight this. And you can see he's switching to archers already.
Yeah, I think the archer transition is going to be well. Look at that. Oh my god, look at that Shaolin monk. Just do a little bit of, I don't know what martial art it is, but being able to take down that Ghazi Raider if it didn't run away. So it's really nice when you have these religious units that can actually do damage. You know, Shaolin monks, warrior monks, that kind of stuff. It really helps you when you're out there trying to get those relics. It's going to make it easier for Zhu Shi to be able to. And now that he does have a little bit of food production to get some of those Lancers, you know, he does have a couple Shaolin monks. I'm glad he isn't going too heavy in that Shaolin monk, because think about how much food per minute Beastie needs to make Lancers and make Shaolin monks. That's to make one unit each, it's 340 food.
Yeah, the problem now is the thing we've been missing the whole damn time, and that's sacred sites. The sacred sites are going to be in a little bit of a Monka-esque situation here, because they're capped, yes. Beastie and Wham might be thinking, oh, this is not a problem right now, we can move back, we'll deal with them later, and that just snowballs. That passive gold from Marine Lord will start ticking, and it honestly looks like Demu is looking at Castle. Oh, never mind, he's got 21 on... I keep saying that, but he's spending his resources just not as many as he can. We see another Shaolin monk trying to go all along, and he will not be successful today, but he does bring that relic a little bit closer to the base.
Yeah, in the most unique Wololo that this game has to offer, Shaolin Monks operate at a different pitch for some of those. It's a little bit of a lower pitch of a Wololo, so you know it's a Shaolin Monk if you're hearing something like that. Those Gazi Raiders had to back off. Now, with Demu and Marine Lord again continuing to make units, they could have the potential to go to Castlight, honestly, both of them, if they really wanted to, but hacking that pressure on. You know, they tried to give it to Wham. They took down that pit mine. Now they're kind of eyeing Beastie, and I feel like both the Malians and Zushi, they are both civilizations that could crumble in the form of pressure.
Oh, definitely. There's no static defense. This is not China. This is not where you have a nice little barbecue you can hide behind. These units are actually going to put you in danger. And Wham doesn't have the resources to help yet. You can see now they've split them apart. Again, they go into the middle, split them apart, and it's so hard to get back into this. So Marino now garnering a little bit of food in his pocket as well there. It does look like he's stacking up a bit, but at the same time being so aggressive. But if this village goes down, that's a very big loss for Beastie. That's a very, very expensive thing to rebuild, and he realizes he's going to try to defend this, but Wham is here to back him up. He's learned from his partner's mistakes, and he will support his ally under pressure.
Wow, that Wham came in at such the perfect time because I thought Beastie was pretty screwed, and I don't think he's that screwed anymore. You know, this push by Demu and Marine Lord essentially got called just because of the fact of Wham existing over there with some Jab Throws, some Archers, some Donzos, and it looks like the Lancers from Beastie trying to catch up to those Gazi Raiders. Only one of these Lancers from Beastie trying to create a little bit of damage will be able to take some torches to that house before he's able to find some villagers. But, you know, this a little bit of time and to split your opponent and his thought process, especially for Demu, like you said, it's probably about midnight, 1 o'clock at this point. So how many games that he's played over the course of the day, probably a little bit tired, making sure that he's able to take a couple villagers down after that raid, and does get a single villager. Now, some of those sacred sites, that one on the northern side closest to Beastie, did get decapped. Wham trying to recreate some of that pit mine power over there on the southern side, but you know, it's kind of interesting for the Mali because they get these pit mines all over the place, just like you kind of alluded to with Prairie and having gold mines all over the place, but he has a rather immobile mass, so that's kind of proving to be difficult to defend.
Now the problem as well is these are a bunch of Javis, and they don't do so well against Gazis. I say, as the Donzos are impaling and making some horse barbecue. Now, Demo pushing again. He's now just putting that pressure constantly. You don't want Malians to sit still for a moment, because the moment you let them, you know what happens. They just zerg right over you. And Wham now, he does get a little bit of idle time, but let's see that cow economy. Is he stacked? Or is he gonna need quite a while? No, those are some decent branches. Cooking. Medium rare.
Medium rare. Yeah, he's got, I think I counted 12. He's got four full cattle ranches. And hopefully he'll be able to get to that 20 mark pretty soon. But Marine Lord is going to be the first one that meets Beastie to Castle Age. Going to be going up with the House of Learning. I think now, though, the fact that there's Lancers there and they didn't take that good of an engagement initially, does he have the map control to continue to farm some of this outside food resource, or is he going to be relying on professional scouts?
Now, the problem with professional scouts is it feels like people quickly notice when that is happening and they punish you for it as well. Now, we do see Wham snacking on these units just running around, but Marine Lord now has a castle. And yeah, with the Delhi having 3 professional scouts, it's definitely something that you want to consider. You see 3 scouts as well, and a Lancer or Knight has been queued up. Does Delhi have Lancers or Knights?
If I remember correctly, they have Lancers. A lot of the Eastern civilizations are the ones that have Lancers. Zushi very much also having them. I swear, if Cal goes over there and I see a Knight, I'm going to lose it. I'm going to actually lose it. Oh, thank God. What a time to be alive. The Lancers are going to be coming out now from Marine Lord's side to try to counteract what Beastie's got cooking over there. But, you know, these Javelin throwers are going to be doing pretty well against Marine Lord's Lancers. Even though there's a decent amount of ranged armor, the javelin throwers have a decent amount of base damage, and you can take a look at what BC is cooking in that relic department. I counted 4 total, so that's going to help out. Hopefully, he'll be able to decap some of these sacred sites as well. So it could even out this gold that Marine Lord has been getting passively for the majority of this game.
Now, with Beastie getting that little bit of gold boost, the question is just how does he sustain this a little bit later on? Because he's been getting raided non-stop. Cal doing the beautiful math for all of us on stream. I hope you guys are enjoying this educational content, because that's what we're here for all day. But this is a Malian army that is very, like we said, immobile and out of position here. These units can collapse on them. And yes, they should be able to snipe some, but Beastie and Wham have to be careful because it looks like they slowed down for their castle age. And Wham should be clicking that up any moment, but Beastie needs to move here and he needs to bring some reinforcements. The problem is he only has Lancers, and there's a lot of Spearman pseudo units here.
Yeah, there are a lot of those units, and military count obviously in favor of Demu and Reload. 74 to 41, and it looks like Demu is going to be going up to Castle Age as well with the Regnant's Cathedral. There might not be that many relics out there for him to get the Regnant's Cathedral, but still, he might be able to get a couple. That's going to help him out. Maybe Marine Lord was able to scour a couple relics as well. Wham is going to be meeting the other players in Castle Age with that Grand Fulani Corral. Finally, 15.5 minutes into the game, and now BC, he knows that Demu and Marine Lord are trying to push some attack and push the initiative towards Wham. So a lot of the stuff back home is vulnerable. So he ends up getting a couple raids out. This is such good presence of mind from Beastie, and he does a really good job of analyzing the situation, figuring out where the enemy's army is, and when he's raiding, going somewhere where they're not.
Yeah, the problem is this is a very, very scary push. And again, Malians getting shut down just a little bit, but they might have a lot of food, but what are they going to make units with when you don't have anything else? So the food eco is spiking right now, but he's got no wood, and the gold income is going to be very, very slow.
Yeah, I think it is. I mean, he's going to need... I think he has one pit mine that's safe over there, like, near the eastern corner-ish of the map, but don't look now for the Zushi's legacy. They're getting a little bit of a granary transition, and the fact that Beastie does have the ability to do this, as Marine Lord's taking a nice little deer carcass back, the fact that Beastie can have this map presence, get these relics, and then proceed with a granary transition also, might this have been a great play economically? Yeah. But is this going to be at the cost of maybe Wham's life? Also a possibility.
Now, the problem is, you are on farms, you don't have any static defenses there. These Gazi Raiders could just go and pay you a little visit. Now, we're just hearing alarm bells going around all over, and this is going to be a really hard situation for them to close out on. Beastie is able to raid. He's constantly putting that pressure down. But the problem is, this is a lot of military, and they need to find a way to clean this up. So, luckily for them, Demo and Marine Lord, their armies are split, not everything together. So, maybe they do come out here on top.
Yeah, they might be able to take a decent chunk. I mean, the javelin throwers and the Donzos for Wham are finally of the Castle Age variety, so maybe you might be able to take it down. Looks like the Moose Body Warrior trying to get a little bit of a decap on the Sacred Site, but Wamida's untimely end. Beastie continuing to raid. He's just trying to get their civilizations a little evened out, and raiding is one of the best ways to do it. You can see that economic counts, 106 to 101 in favor of Beastie and Wham. And now that Wham is Castle Age, we're finally seeing him play Castle Age Malians. We're going to see that military count, like we've seen time and time again, hit astronomical numbers.
Problem is, these Lancers have been running into spears so much. They're trying to get work done. They just haven't been able to land. We see the walls coming up from Beastie. He knows that his base is definitely going to be raided once given the opportunity. And those knights, those lances running right through, this might not look scary, but those could spot out the farms too. First, they have their eyes set on a pit mine. And the pit mine might go down here as well. And again, then Wham will just be stuck not having the gold that he needs to actually make units, even though he's got a lot of food.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy what a Marine Lord is able to do with his mobility. You know, he's going to take some more villagers down. It looks like some Donzos, some javelin throws, trying to help out those villagers, doing a little hokey pokey around that gate, trying to make sure that they stay alive. But I think it's nice for Wham because he has villagers there, you know, and even though that pit mine went down, he could just build another one. You know, so even though Marine Lord, he took a decent amount of his army and lost a decent amount of his army trying to get that pit mine. I think just because it's in a nice defensive place, he's going to be able to rebuild it and be a little bit better. But Demu taking the fight to Beastie over there on the northern side of the map. Those relics not going to be adding any kind of military prowess, but they are looking pretty in that monastery. It looks like all of these stables trying to pump out as many lancers as possible. His granaries are now under siege, essentially, just because of all of these raiding units that are here from Marine Lord. Beastie finally getting back to his granaries. Wham meeting him on this side. And I think just because this HRE mass, it does have marching drills, but they are not on a horse, so they might be a little bit immobile. Might we see a wipe here now that we have orange and yellow together?
The problem is this army can move out and they will lose quite a bit of units, but they're able to replenish it. Now, with Beastie's farms being discovered, I feel like this is open for another raid. And just as we say this, Wham is flanking, forgetting about his units there for a second, and he's going to be able to do this around. And just like that, that will be a very solid amount of units going down. But keep in mind, behind this, we have a lot of Lancers and a lot of Gazis from Marine Lord on the map. So the high-value units are not all centered around here, and Demo will be able to replenish these pretty quickly with his whole farming eco already being set up.
Yeah, and that really helps. I mean, if you want to make some of those food-heavy units, and a lot of them is what he's making. He's making Lancers, you know, which cost a decent amount. Oh, no! Some of those Marine Lord units, these Lancers, are going to end up getting caught by some of those Malian Donzos, and some Lancers from Beastie are also going to be going in the opposite direction. We did see a military count that was somewhat even, now in favor of Beastie and Wham. Marine Lord sitting on some of these relics for a little while as the Delhi Sultan. He's got about 2 or 3 relics in there. Might you want to pitch those to the HRE? And that's exactly what he ends up doing now that Demu has a monastery there. That's going to help you out in the eco department, that's for sure.
Definitely. Doubling that gold income, making sure that HRE can get a little bit further ahead. And I don't know, it feels like Demu and Marine Lord feel like they need to close out the game right now. But with Delhi's new and improved late game, I don't think there's a ticking time bomb for them. Getting the HRE to that next stage would not be the worst idea instead of throwing the whole army away. But Wham seems to be inside Demu's base as well as the other way around. The boys are raiding and the HRE is under siege as well.
Oh, Jesus. Oh, my God. That's like 100 military units. There's Lancers for the Zushi's Legacy. There's Donzos. There's Javelin Throwers. There's a little mishmash of everything. And look at what Demu, all of those villagers that were farming on those Aachen fields, they're in a different country now. They're going their way of the Delhi Sultanate to try to help them out. Military count continuing to fall drastically for Demu and Marine Lord. Now Beastie and Wham about double the size. Wham continuing to produce now that he's got those cows, now that he's got those pit mines. He's got a military count of about 73. Both Beastie and Wham individually have more than the team of Demu and Marine Lord.
And this looks like it might be the snowball that we talk about with Malians, because Malians is just one of those civilizations. Once you start packing the snow, it gets real big. And Tim, what happens in the end with that snowball when it just gets too thick?
Oh my God, Wham, and I'm so glad you asked. That snowball starts rolling down a hill, and it becomes an avalanche. We have 3 times the military count, or just about, for Beastie and Wham in favor as compared to Demu and Marine Lord. A lot of what Marine Lord has left is pretty much these Lancers that he has of his own, and a lot of these Agazi Raiders, but they're, oh my God, there's just these little Zerglings running around for the Malian Empire. He has so many units going around. He's going to try to wall over there on the northwestern side, maybe trying to keep Delhi into his base. Beastie continuing to raid on that western side as well. There is a potential to trade if they wanted to. It looks like that wall would actually end up stopping. Cow's doing a very good job of making sure that I point that out, but now a lot of villagers from Demu is going to end up going down. You can't protect yourself from this. Demu has a military count of 8.
And I just heard a very big scream, and that might be the scream of finding these villagers with your keep too. Unfortunately, HRE's economy is in shambles, and throwing away your military definitely has some repercussions. Who would have thought? Marine Lord taps out. He's had enough.
Just like that, you know? I mean, you see that series being 3-1. You know, these players are so good, you know, and they're so close to each other in skill level, you could play this series tomorrow, and maybe it tells a different tale. You know, I mean, just a absolute unbelievably good display out of all four of these players. You could see Marine Lord trying to get up with that village fortresses. You know,
Hmm.
in Castle Age, you could see how many villagers he was able to get. But it comes to a point with the Delhi. He was making a lot of Ghazi Raiders, making a lot of Lancers that were pretty food heavy, right? And then you have village fortresses, and all of a sudden you just get handed three more town centers, and then you're like, I don't really have the food to deal with this. So you might be able to get a decent amount of villagers, but you might not be able to get the military with it. And overall, 3-1 victory for Beastie and Wham over Demu and Marine Lord. Hell of a display today. We had 8 hours of 2v2 action straight to your domes, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you enjoyed it.
Well, guys, that means that after a big fight, and I mean, Demo came all the way from having to play a tiebreaker to playing three best of threes into playing another best of five. This poor man must be pooped right now. And honestly, hats off to him and hats off to Marine Lord for putting up a really good show. We saw the groups. It was absolutely insane to see how these players have gone from just playing normal 1v1s, barely qualifying for the event, to making it so far. And we've seen a lot of new names, like Scatterbrained is one of the people that just showed up yesterday. He showed that it's possible, even though he hasn't ever made it into the top 16, to keep these players on their toes. And he was a really good teammate to people like Marine Lord. So this is definitely a tournament that I want to see more of. But guys, I want to apologize to every single one of the players for making your days very long. We will make sure to stretch an event like this over 2 weekends instead, so you guys don't end up like zombies as you are right now. So we appreciate every single person that participated. And guys, let's spread that awareness of long COVID, because that was what this event was about. We just want to make sure that people are aware, people know. And during that game, we got a $50 donation as well to the charity. And just so you guys know, every donation that goes to the charity gets matched by our tournament sponsor. Now, again, and also to our person who got permabanned and donated their way back into the channel, shout out to you as well.
Yeah, hey, you'd be surprised how much an apology and a little bit of money gets you in life.
Yeah,
You
exactly,
know,
exactly.
you know.
Respectful, respectful.
No, obviously it's all forgiven. It's all good. I just me personally, I kind of popped off
Mm-hmm.
there at the end. I saw a couple messages that were going, and it just it doesn't sit well with me knowing the experiences that I've had during my medical education when people do that. So that is a tsunami. There you go. Shout out to you, the tsunami. You got a little attaboy. You know, you just all is forgiven. I love you. I love everybody who is here, and Wayman, especially you, for
Oh,
making this
Tim.
tournament and giving me the opportunity to cast for 8 hours with you. It was a lot of fun. I'm really happy to be able to spread awareness for something that I deal with a lot. And I hope that everybody not only had some fun, these AoE4 games that we've had over the course of a couple weekends, but also learned a little something.
Exactly. I think it was educational for people on the outside, but also for us gamers and team games to understand what a good combination looks like. But guys, before we end up signing off, I want to just send you guys a link here in the chat. This is going to be a 4v4 tournament that is being put together by Clearman, and they want to do a team tournament from the same country. So, if you have some friends in your country that all want to band together and join a team tournament, feel free to. We will be posting the link right here, and we will be posting it on our tournament channels as well. Aside from that, see you guys back here in 2 weeks for a female event, and next weekend the AOM qualifiers. So you guys, please go and support and make sure that we go support the AOE4 boys in their journey to, kick some ass in AOM. So I appreciate it so much. And guys, we will see you back when we have energy in 2 weeks.
Hell yeah.
Hell yeah, boy. Okay. Cal,